Hi there, welcome to Microsoft Intune training. This will be a full-fledged Microsoft Endpoint Manager Intune training with more advanced concepts. I'm going to take this entire training to cover close to 11 hours with a 30 minutes plus. And this training is going to cover all the basic concepts as well as the advanced concepts. When I say basic, it's going to talk about what exactly Microsoft Endpoint Manager and also Microsoft Endpoint Manager products and the features, how they are going to utilize and what their relationship and how it's gonna looks like, and also the Intune license, how you can take the trial license and you can set up your Intune lab for free. And also it's going to talk about your customizing your Azure Active Directory and the company portal, which is the enrollment point of view. The company portal is the key. How can you customize even the Azure Active Directory customization and understanding of Azure Active Directory, the base for your Intune. We are going to talk on all of these concepts and also the basic understanding of Azure AD and the groups creation. That's a dynamic groups creation, which are very useful for your Windows Autopilot and application deployment, and also the user creation and assigning the licenses, and also the complete overview of Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center, which is a new Admin Center console. And also you're going to learn about the device restrictions. Let's say you want to block maybe a personal devices only Android, and you want to allow them maybe just the iOS devices, or in a combination. You could do that with the enrollment restrictions. We are going to learn that, and also we are going to do the live demo on every point of every point that is mentioned within this. And also we will be covering Microsoft enrollment options for your Windows devices, corporate devices, bring your own devices for Windows, as well as the Android and Apple devices like iOS, iPad and Mac devices. We will be covering that in depth of enrollment and restricting and enrolling for bring your own device and corporate devices enrollment. All of that we will be doing it. And not just doing, when I say doing, we will be demonstrating, we will be experiencing from the end user point of view also. I will be shooting from a camera for the end user experience also, which is completely not possible, but we are gonna make it as a possible, trust me. And also the debug level logs and Intune enrollment logs, all of that stuff we will be looking into it. And also configuring compliance policies and automated configuration of profiles like your Wi-Fi, your VPN settings, or domain join specific settings. All of that configurations, including your group policies, automation and configuring all of them, we would be talking within this bullet point. And also patch management with Microsoft Intune, including the feature updates like a servicing of your Windows 10 or Windows 11 devices. How would you do that? You could achieve this with the patch management with the help of Intune. And also it's not just the cloud only. We are gonna do the integration with the hybrid AD configuration, and then we will be enabling the co-management. That's the latest management technique from your SCCM and Intune. So you have a device of SCCM managed, and how could you manage that device also with the Intune? We will be discussing all of that points, and also more advanced topic like conditional access. So how could you stop on-premises machine which is not compliant, or which you want to block as an access level to not to allow for your email or maybe Outlook or maybe a cloud applications? You could achieve this. So with the help of conditional access, we will be working on them. And also it's not just that limited, and we will be managing and moving the co-managed devices to Intune, or maybe to a different workloads that we will be doing in a live. And also we'll be doing the software deployment with the Microsoft Intune, as well as the SCCM, or you call it as a Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center point of view, as well as Microsoft Endpoint Configuration Manager. And also we will be deploying PowerShell scripts from Intune, and we will be deploying all type of applications, whatever the type of applications are possible with Intune. We will be testing all that type of applications. And also we're not just limiting that, we will be packaging to make it as a compatible for Intune packaging tools. Let's say you have some SCCM packages. How do you package them to make it as a compatible for Intune? So how would you migrate your packages from your SCCM to Intune. So we would be looking into that with the packaging tool, which is a free tool, and also the reports. We'll be looking the deeper level of reports. It's not just that we will be, I didn't include it here, but we actually working with Power BI for the reporting for the first time. We will be working with the Power BI integration, all of that stuff we will be doing, including the monitoring, and most importantly, I'm I'm proud of this entire 11 hours plus video about the troubleshooting for your applications and your deployment. It is going to be deeper drive, very deep level of logs analysis can be done. These are the logs at Microsoft what we actually look into when we get an escalation from a customer. As a Microsoft engineer, we look into these are the logs. So those logs we will be looking into it, and also we will be working with the Intune troubleshooting. That's a built-in tool, and also how to get a free support directly from a Microsoft. So we will be looking all these bullet points. These are just a few of them, just because of the limitation that I cannot proceed for recording more hours, because YouTube allows only close to 12 hours of each one video for any entire course. And just for your information, in case if you are looking for the designing level, please do check out. Once this is completed, this gives you a great knowledge at the intermediate level for your all the skills that are needed for the Intune specific or Intune engineer specific. And if you are looking for to become as an Intune Architect, please check out my other playlist, which is mentioned within this video description, for becoming as an Intune Architect. I have mentioned 5 different videos with the starting from the project requirements gathering and the Excel sheet, where you need to gather what kind of information, and the designing of each and every specific requirement, how to collect, what to ask to the customer. All of that was very detailedly explained, as well as it was demonstrated as a project execution also, from a phase wise. So that's a great videos that are bundled, I think, at this point of time 5, and it might add more of them, but that's the best videos I would say for designing purpose. And you could use that, all the material that I have actually created for you. So you can simply visit your customer and start working on the project. That's how I design that material also for you. Please do check out that. But first learn here the entire concepts and then move to the architect level. I request you to please subscribe and give it thumbs up. That will definitely boost my ideology to share more and more content for you or to the Intune community for free. And thank you, and I'll continue the course. Thank you for joining in this Microsoft Intune training. I'm going to cover in-depth Microsoft Intune training, and this is going to be 5 different series. So, and I will be adding this entire series to a Microsoft Intune playlist. That's going to be a bundle or Bible kind of thing for you to learn everything with respect to the Intune. Trust me, I'm gonna include everything here within this playlist, which is going to be called the Intune training definitely. And you could see the thumbnail of the training part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, and finally part 5. So I'm gonna cover everything here. And that being said, first we will begin with what exactly Microsoft Endpoint Manager, and what are the products that are included. We will begin with there. I'm pretty sure that you all coming from SCCM background already, but still, as my responsibility, I'll give you, some introduction. Like it has 5 different components or 5 different technologies within this family of a product, and what are those we will be learning. Later point, we'll focus on Intune only. What are the capabilities of the Intune, and then we will move to how to create a lab and how to create the sign up process for trial, all of that stuff. Okay, and the expected within this today's session would be we would be completing the introduction, and also we will take the sign up for Intune so that we can go and build our lab. Okay, and also we might finish the Windows enrollment process. Okay, if time allows, we might go with the application deployment,
Also, I think application deployment and the Windows enrollment, we would be working on it. Later point, in the tomorrow's session, we would be jumping into the complete Android and the iOS specific enrollment. That's the agenda. Okay, and coming back to the style of the teaching, as I said earlier, also we would actually learn purely cloud only first, meaning you don't have any footprint on your on-premises network with the Active Directory. So we just go with only Azure AD case. So in that case, how you can uh, enroll the devices and work on it. Okay, that would be the first step. And once we have done this, we will actually move to on premises where you might have your domain controller. I have a couple of machines also created with the domain controller and SCCM also in this lab. So we would actually work on the machines that are joining to the domain controller, how we can enroll these machines with the help of hybrid AD, and also how we can manage your on-premises environment without a SCCM. The other part would be the with the same scenario, like you have your domain controllers and also you have your SCCM server, and these machines might be already reporting to SCCM server as a SCCM client got installed, and how you're going to manage these machines. Okay, so this is what we are gonna learn. So in this part, we can say as a co-management here. So we will be working with the SCCM also. So this is the complete course side. So of course, we are going to touch up autopilot, all other concepts definitely, which are there. But the style of the teaching would be we would focus on a cloud, and then we move to the on-premises with only domain controller where you don't have a SCCM environment. And then we will later point will move with SCCM and Intune. So I hope I gave the what we can learn out of this session. So let me jump into the introduction. So just let you know that the Microsoft Endpoint Manager, okay, this is a tool or this is a product newly introduced in 2019, if I'm correctly remember. So what happened is within this product, the existing fee of the products has been merged. When I say merge, it was actually, for example, if you take it as SCCM, this we call it as the configuration manager. Earlier we used to call it SCCM. So you know that why we call SCCM. SCCM actually stands for, there's no direct word called SCCM, to be frank, as per Microsoft. But how we as a community as named as SCCM is, it is actually part of System Center family and the ending with the configuration manager. So if you just go to the Microsoft documentation also, you will see as a configuration manager only. So this configuration manager was part of a product family called System Center. So earlier System Center, it used to have DPM, and that's a data protection manager, and virtualization manager, and also your ops SCOM, right, the operations manager. So that's a different tools you used to have it. Okay, so along with that, you also have a configuration manager as a separate tool. So with this tool has been, come out of System Center family and joined to Endpoint Manager product family. Okay, so earlier also Microsoft Intune used to be the ideally a single solution. Even this was initially how it was started. Is they started on a couple of Microsoft servers with respect to few regions. Later point they moved this to the merged to the Azure infrastructure. Okay, and later point they completely, so later point what they have done is they completely moved to the Azure world. Okay, and now that product also they have the UI, all of that things has been changed and merged to another product called the Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Okay, and there is another product called Desktop Analytics also. This is a new, not really new, if you ever worked with the application compatibility toolkit or Windows error reporting, that's the same tool that has been moved to cloud as a service. So that's now we call it as a DA. So within this DA, this tool also can be managed from a endpoint manager. Now coming back to the co-management, it's like a co-management is like I would put it in this way. So earlier when you have Intune to manage the mobile devices, what we used to do is we used to go for a hybrid configuration. for the device management capabilities. So with the integration of SCCM, so that has been completely taken out now. And what they have done is a machine, if a single machine, remember my friends, a single machine has a two agents. Let's say one from a SCCM client, other one from a Intune enrolled. In that case, this machine can, work as a co-managed, meaning two places it can be managed. We are going to learn within this slide also, because I'm not given any of the introduction of these products. I'm just giving a high level overview, and later point we will jump into the in-depth of everything. Okay, every of these 5 products. Okay, so just the one line, I'm trying to explain what is a co-management. So a machine has a two agents, and this can be managed with the help of a co-management technology. Okay, and coming back to the autopilot is simple, like when you try to install the operating system, you normally get it like a region and the language and the keyboard options and all of this stuff, right? So this is called OOB actually, that is called out of box experience. Okay, so this OOB experience can be automated. At the same time, the machine also can join to either Azure AD or to your on-premises Active Directory. So these steps can be fully automated. Meaning, let's say if you're getting a device or you purchased a device from on-premises, sorry, from Lenovo or Dell or any other hardware vendor, you would definitely, what happens, you would get the similar Uber experience, right? It's gonna ask you who's gonna use this computer, what's the username, what's the password, what's the region, time zone, all kind of normal things it's gonna ask you. So these things which are coming from hardware vendor also can be automated with the help of Autopilot. We are going to learn in a minute on this also as an introduction. So there are 5 different products. Just let you know that what we have learned so far is Microsoft Endpoint Manager is a new product that has merged with 5 different either products. I'm going to use a different word called now technology. So as I said, some of them are products, some of them are technology. So if you ask me, can you refer, what is a technology? Yes, my friend, Autopilot is a technology. It's not a product. Meaning, if you can, script it this technology the way you wanted, it can work for you. Let's say you have a WMI, right? So the way you want it, you can query to the WMI and get the information. Similarly, the PowerShell, right? So one person might have a different method to query to get that. So some other person have some other way to write the script and get it. Similarly, that's called a kind of technology or your skill, right? Similarly, Autopilot also provides a technology for you to utilize. Okay, so I use a word out of this slide. Some of them are products, some of them are technologies. Okay, now let's understand what we're going to learn within this course. We are going to learn uh, out of these 5 products, Microsoft Intune, we are going to learn in depth, and also part of configuration manager with respect to the co-management, we're going to learn. And we're not going to learn about the DA or desktop analytics. I can show you if you want some of the videos. Especially for the DA, it needs a lot of time and a lot of machines to process actual data to show you in a visualized way. So I'm going to talk on what is DA within this initially about the way we are going to use it. So if you all are interested, we will give a try on that, but mostly with the recordings. Okay, because it takes a lot of time to get that. And coming back to the Windows Autopilot and co-management, we're also gonna learn these things. Okay, so if you ask me what we are not going to learn, I'm not going to teach you how to install the configuration manager, how to configure, how to install client, all of that stuff. But we're going to touch up the cloud attach or the concepts that are related to the co-management or concepts that are needed to integrate with Intune. We're going to learn on that. Okay, we're going to learn about the Microsoft Intune. What exactly Microsoft Intune? So Microsoft Intune is this product is part of Endpoint Manager, right? And this product is completely a cloud-based, which was built on a Microsoft Azure cloud. Okay, this is 100% a cloud-based software or service which gives you as the some of the capabilities. Let's see, you can manage the mobile devices. When I say exactly what exactly the mobile devices, when we refer as a mobile device, so now these days the user is a center point. When I say user is a center point, the user can come up from a different devices. It can be iOS, or it can be a Mac device, or it can be a Google devices like a mobile phones, or Windows devices, right? So these devices to manage, SCCM is not capable in a some certain extent. So that's where Microsoft Intune can come in, and it can address those issues. That's why what Microsoft has done is they released this product and they merged all of this. For your information, let's say you have a license with the configuration manager, meaning you can free to use Intune also. Okay, some of the users who have the Office 365 subscription, like E3 kind of different subscriptions, we will talk about the licensing later point. But if you talk about the Office 365 licensing, then you can also use the Intune as the built-in feature. Okay, now I referred as a MDM, or mobile device management, which refers to it can address uh, a lot of mobile management capabilities, like for managing the devices, different platforms. Okay, and also I'm also referring here mobile application management. So what exactly mobile application management? Let's say, my friends, you have any of the device, let's say Android or maybe iOS device. Let's say within that you're going to your settings and you want to restrict uh, the mobile database data utilization. So you might have some option there. What if within the settings you are looking for some option which is not available? Then you can actually reach the mobile vendor. So in this case, if it is a Google Android, you can reach the Google. Or if the manufacturer is coming from your Samsung or maybe Apple devices, then you can reach them. That's called the vendor specific, and then they would actually come up with some kind of very similar to the XML configuration. I don't say that's an XML configuration, but they give you that option. What was missing in that, you can contact, or you can contact the forum to get that information. So what I wanted to say here is, some features if you cannot manage with the Intune, you can do by writing a custom settings. Okay, and that is possible. So that's called, we can another way we can put it as application level management also can be done. Okay, now you can also deploy the application. Let's say you can control the features, what features to be enabled on those company devices. So the device, when we say device is not owned just to you. Sometimes, or not sometimes, actually in the companies, they buy the mobile devices and they offer the device to the user so that they are more productive. So you can actually control some of the features on those devices. Let's say copy paste can be controlled, not to copy the corporate data and paste it into maybe his Facebook or his Gmail ID. Such things can be controlled. And also enterprise, you have the Google Enterprise is an operating system. I'm going to talk on that, my friends. You all know for now, maybe, as you have a Google Android as the operating system, but when it comes to the management, how you're going to manage, you're going to manage with operating system capabilities called Google Enterprise for Work. Okay, Google Enterprise offering, we can say. So there is a different management options. We can talk on that. So I'm going to talk on that later point when we move to the Android Enterprise. For this point of at this point of time, you can remember that Android has different offerings or different management capabilities. One can be done with the Android Enterprise offering also, and 99 point, whatever the percentage you want to take it as nines, all of them will use Android Enterprise. They're not going to use the insecure method, which is called DA, direct access, or device administration. We would put it right way would be the DA. So DA, we are not going to work on it. So you might be confusing what it is. For now, leave it. It's just the Android you can manage, and also iOS, iPad. So for your information, if you're quite new to the Android Apple devices, when you have an Apple device, when I say Apple, iPhone and also iPad, both have a different operating system, my friends. We always referred as iOS, but it has a different operating system. iPads has iPad operating system called iPadOS, and iOS devices, that's a mobile phones, your Apple devices, phones have the iOS device. And similarly, the laptops that comes from Apple will consist of a Mac OS. Why I was talking this is, if you don't know these things, again, you cannot create the required profiles and configurations with to manage these kind of devices. And the Windows devices anyway. So these things can be managed, and definitely you can push the a different type of applications. When I say applications can be from a Google Play Store or Microsoft Store, or maybe iOS Store, or maybe EXEs, or maybe MSIs, or you need to convert that standard applications to Intune compatibility format. Okay, we're going to talk on that. But at the end, if you ask me the future wise, yes, my friends, with the help of Microsoft Intune, you can manage the mobile devices, you can manage the mobile application settings and device settings, and also you can manage iOS, iPad, Mac, and Windows devices. And also you can manage these devices by integrating Azure Active Directory, meaning these devices actually uh, part of your Azure Active Directory. Okay, meaning the identity will be coming from Microsoft Azure Active Directory. Okay, so that's a base. So that's why within this session we are going to learn Azure Active Directory as a first step. Then only we will move to the Endpoint Manager or Intune. Okay, and coming back to the other options, you can also, if you are part of ATP subscriptions, you can also manage the ATP Defender configurations on the mobile to secure. And you have any of the group policies on your on-premises that can be configured on your devices and can be applied as a ADMX templates. And we also talked about the applications deployment for different configuration, different types. So I'm not going to talk what is Win32, what is line of business application at this point of time. This is not a right point talk, but you have a multiple options to deploy, like EXEs, MSIs, and you might have to convert that EXEs or MSIs to a certain standard which can understand by Intune. Okay, yes, you can also push your scripts and that can be also converted to Intune format. We're going to talk on that deep dive. Okay, and these things are specific to the by platform. When I say platform, like Windows different, iOS or Google, it would be different. Okay, and on top of all of these solutions, you can actually apply something called a complaints policies. So a complaints policy is a baseline, okay, which is very important for any of the company. You might think that your devices should have certain operating system build and the version, uh, and also the antivirus, some of the firewall settings, some other settings that needs to be followed. Then only you can onboard that device to your company. And later point, if is not following in between those standards, or that standards are not found, you can stop the device not to communicate with Microsoft Intune with the help of not just the Intune. It's not gonna this is not the work of Intune, but as I said earlier, this Intune is depends on Microsoft Azure AD as the identity. So Azure AD has some option called conditional access, so you can actually utilize the conditional access to, you can put some kind of conditions here. Let's say if this is not the feature of Intune, this is a feature of Azure Active Directory, a user coming and if is part of some of the groups or some of the cloud application is trying to access from a non known location, or it is not complained in the Azure AD, I mean, it's not part of the Azure AD or not part of Intune, then you can actually block it, the access, or you can enforce some kind of conditions to be apply on that user. So these things you can actually configure with the help of conditional access. Okay, that's just the some how we can utilize the complaints is one example. So other example would be you can measure whether this user has a complaint or not. Okay, and you can also deploy the applications features and settings to your devices. That's all about the Intune introduction. I'm not talking about the capabilities at this point of time. I'm just giving you the introduction to the Microsoft Intune. If somebody asks what is Microsoft Intune, yes, it's a cloud-based uh, MDM solution. Along with the applications can be managed, features, device controlling features are available. Okay, so I hope that's clear. Now I'm going to move to the configuration manager. With this, with these five tools, you have a single console, which I'm going to talk on this. Okay, that's called the Endpoint
Mm-hmm.
Management Admin Center. So what Microsoft is trying to push is they're offering whatever they're offering within this Microsoft Endpoint Manager. They just wanted to have a single console. So within this demo, within this course content, we also see the devices that are going to come up from SCCM. So when we attach the machines to Endpoint Manager, you're going to get the devices which are coming from SCCM, and that also can be viewed. You can run the some kind of configuration. You can deploy some applications. You can see the device is part of what collection. You can run the CM pivot. You can run some scripts on top of it. Like that, you can do it. So the statement partially is correct earlier. Now, the mobile device management capability is completely taken out from configuration manager, and it's just moved to the Intune. And they offered a new
Okay.
technology within this co-management. Microsoft for the configuration manager, we're talking about the SCCM. Okay, so this SCCM product is now part of Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So in case if you own the SCCM license, you can feel free to use the Intune license also from the licensing point of view. So the use cases for the SCCM in this case, just for the SCCM I'm talking about. So this is mostly focused on the on-premises solution where you can manage your uh, desktops and servers. Okay, whereas Intune cannot manage the servers for your information, and that's one of the drawback which is covered in the next few slides. Some of them which can't be done with the Intune. Okay, now for SCCM you can manage the desktops, servers, and the laptops, and also this within the SCCM you can actually manage the devices over the internet with the help of HTTPS communication, or you can go for the cloud distribution points or cloud management gateway options that you have. And also you can configure with the integration of the Intune. When you go with the integration with the SCCM and Intune, you can take the advantage of the cloud because in the backend, Intune is completely built on Azure AD, right? So within this and on this identity platform, you have other products also can be integrated. Let's say here Microsoft Defender and ATP. So you can take the next generation of uh, ATP for the threat protection levels, and you can configure that to address the issues that are coming from on any of the devices. It can be a mobile device or it can be on Windows devices. With the, for example, these when I say next generation of antivirus, these products, the normal antiviruses that does not stop your ransomware kind of anti problems, right? So for that kind of threats, it's the next generation antivirus can do based on the behavior analysis in the backend. It can address such problems. So that's where the most of the people are going these days with the Microsoft Defender ATP. And this can be integrated with other cloud services also. That's a utilization one business case. When you go with the SCCM plus Intune, you can utilize these kind of features like ATP and other cloud services can be utilized. And you can deploy the applications to your mobile applications, which cannot be done from a SCCM, and it can be done with the help of Intune. And you can do the software update management can be done with the help of Intune when you integrate for those devices. And operating system deployment is possible with the configuration manager, but if you want to go for autopilot, definitely you can utilize with the Intune in the backend, and you can utilize for the existing devices options can be done, and the same task sequence, with the task sequence you can utilize, and you can deploy the autopilot configuration also for the with the help of SCCM. So these are the few other things, and you can monitor your complaints. For example, earlier we used to use the device level complaints policies with the help of SCCM. And now you have you can choose the option whether you want to use these complaints policies either to be monitored from config or from Intune. You have an option, so you can use that configuration. So that's nothing but the co-management side. You can enable these complaints policies to be only monitored from SCCM or from Intune. You can do that option with the help of co-management capabilities. So when you move some of the options that, for example, on a SCCM, let's say there is you are monitoring the complaints policies. Certain policies are not up to date, and you want to block those devices not to access the emails or maybe the OneDrive. You want to disable that kind of options if a device is not compliant. This option is not possible with the SCCM. So what you can do is when you move these configuration with the co-management capabilities, what you can do is you can actually enable co-management and then move the complaints specific workload to Intune. So this is one of the capabilities directly from Intune. Then what happens is when you move to the Intune, the only complaint specific capability workload, I used a word called now workload. So there are different workloads, meaning set of features that can be moved to only to the Intune or to SCCM the way you want it. So when you move the Intune, this complaints policies, you can take the advantage in the uh, backend, and simply you can block the access if the device is not compliant. Okay, with the help of conditional access policies. So what happened is here you're giving the power for your on-premises SCCM devices also the power with the help of conditional access. This is one other advantage when you move to the cloud or when you move to the Intune with the help of co-management. So when we say co-management here, so what happens is the device will have a two agents. One is from SCCM, okay, and the same device also gets enrolled into Azure AD, okay, and from Azure AD, the machine when it is registered, uh, we would actually the machine will gets reported or enrolled into the endpoint manager. So you can also manage the workloads. You can set the configuration here. Let's say only uh, complaints policies should go to Intune. You can set that. You can set that kind of configuration, or patching should move to the Intune. You can do that kind of configuration with the help of
Okay.
co-management. So in other way, co-management is a bridge. Actually, it's a bridge between your SCCM capabilities and also Intune capabilities. So you started asking some of the questions that some of the capabilities cannot be done from Intune. Or some of them cannot be done from SCCM also, definitely. For example, the operating system deployment, the way you deploy now, the power that you have cannot be done directly from a Microsoft Intune. From Intune, you have a good technology that is Autopilot as a separate technology that also can be integrated into Intune, which we are going to talk it in a minute. But so that kind of options, uh, you might be you might be lagging here in a SCCM. Let's say you have a different single task sequence which can deploy the operating systems on a multiple devices, and these things are not possible with Intune. But what is possible with Intune is it's possible with the autopilot way method. So in that situation, uh, if you want to take the advantage of the co-management and you just wanted to deploy this specific task sequence, example the operating system deployment, you can do that on this machine directly with the help of SCCM task sequence, the same task sequence, and you can take the power of cloud management gateway or your on-premises power, and you can build it, and the same machine also can be enrolled into Intune, and then the patching is done from here, and some of the applications comes from Microsoft Business for Store directly. So you have an options directly. uh, some features definitely uh, are only possible with Intune. For example, Microsoft Store. This is also available within the SCCM, but lately introduced. But these options already available within the Intune. Now you can take this power of Intune and you can configure. So I would say the word would be, you can use as the co-management is a bridge actually, where you can utilize the power of your existing on-premises SCCM, and also the Intune integration, so that few of the workloads can be moved and can be managed with a combination of SCCM and Intune. So that's where you can utilize the co-management. So now desktop analytics. So I'll talk in desktop analytics in another way. Um, Before we go into the desktop analytics, let's say you are trying to deploy operating system deployment, or maybe you have some machines on a 1809 build and you wanted to upgrade to 1909, or maybe to other build, let's say 20 21H1, or maybe 20H2 example, whatever the build you wanted to migrate. So how do you do? So normally why we go from a build is basically Microsoft has a SAC, that is the servicing channel. So this channel, what happens is uh, every 18 months or half yearly, Microsoft actually releases two builds. One could be, let's say now the current naming convention is H1 and H2, that's a half yearly. So first half and the second half, the current naming standards. When we move further, we can learn, but currently the naming format is H1 and H2, meaning it is year 21 is the year, H1 the first half. I think May 10th was released the latest build, 21 H1, and you can expect in the September somewhere in the H2 build example. So, oh, so these builds are valid close to 18 months. So within this 18 months, you must have to patch or upgrade to the next version of the build. So this is one bigger project which will run on your on-premises. Let's say you might have a device which is running on an older version of 1809, and this build is going to expire, example some XYZ date. So you must have to move to the next build, let's say 1909. What if you don't move? So you're not going to receive the patches, all of that stuff, and this becomes as unsupported by Microsoft, meaning the applications also not compatible, drivers also not compatible. So it's a vulnerable machine altogether. So you must have to upgrade to the latest build. For that, what you do is currently on SCCM, with the help of SCCM, you would use the servicing channel within the SCCM, servicing channel options, or you might upgrade with the in-place upgrade options with the task sequence. So what are the challenges with this is you never know what kind of applications are compatible or what kind of uh, drivers are compatible. Most of the cases drivers and the applications, we never know that when you move from 1809 to 1909 build, you never know that these applications or these drivers might not be compatible. So what you can do is uh, n- you might be picking up some machines randomly, or you think that blindly that, hey, I wanted to test on a 10 builds, so give me one machine from an account section, or give me one machine from some other build, or you yourself creates a lab with the older build and install some applications and you test it. Finally you might encounter some drivers issues and you fix it and you moved it, but when we move to the actual production, one or other application might not be compatible or causing some issues. So you come to know that, hey, this is causing issue because I've not tested, or I've not tested in a real scenario that is the use case of that specific application. So such scenarios you might be encounter in the real world cases. So how you can address this with the help of DA, what you can do is what happens is it actually gives the, if you look at the current problem in this, not the deployment issues, it's actually issue to identify the right test machine, right? So that's a problem. uh, what you have done is here you have picked manually some of the machines. Later on you asked your business to give the some of the build machines, and you pushed it. It might be working on your machines as well as on the business machines, but in a real world, when it actually reaches to some other test users, it might not be working fine, because we never analyzed this could be one of the real test case. So to address these problems, DA, which is a purely cloud-based service, very similar to Intune, it's a purely cloud-based solution, uh, meaning what how this works. Let's understand. So what they do is they actually have a error reporting capabilities. So you need to send all the required data to Microsoft Cloud Service, and then uh, similarly, this is your X company. Similarly, Y company also sends. Z company, A, B, C, different companies will send to, all of them will send to here. So they might be running on a different versions of build, same application might be running, and it might be crashing. All that events will be registered in the cloud-based service, which is a DA in this case. And then they can share some kind of insights to you, saying that, hey, this is not going to work on this specific build. This driver might not be compatible. So it gives that kind of information to you, and based on that information, it will say, hey, you can actually you can test these machines. Could be a proper test machines. You can consider, you can consider these test machines as the test pilot machines. That's how it can suggest. What happens after suggest? You can create on these machines a servicing channel, meaning you have to do it for again from a SCCM console. There is no change in the SCCM console that you are currently doing. So it just helps you to identify the what is the right target machines. Getting me? So if you ask me in one way, what is the advantage of the DA utilization? DA gives you two, three things, like it gives you the drivers compatibility, application compatibility, hardware compatibility. Along with that, it can identify the right audience so that you can create on those machines as a pilot test machines. Then you can deploy them. You can deploy the latest build, and it may or may not work. You can troubleshoot on that, but it helps you to find out the right test audience. So that's where the DA will be used. Okay, and technically for DA you need to have the Azure subscription is needed. Okay, and backend, it actually creates the log analytic workspace in the backend, so that all the logs will be, all the information will be streamed to that log analytic service. For that, you're not gonna charge unless if you aggressively charge. Aggressively, if you configure some kind of configuration, you're gonna charge. Otherwise, even though you have a Azure subscription, you're not gonna charge. So within this, you have the desktop analytics here. Okay, I didn't configure your desktop analytics at this point of time. This is where you can configure. So once you have done this step 1 and 2 and 3, 2 if I'm correct, so this is where you just have to give your Azure subscription, all of that. Later point, from the SCCM console, you need to do some other configurations. It does in the backend all of that analytics. Okay, then your configuration will be populated after 72 hours. It takes more than 72 hours time to populate that specific data, saying, hey, what you can what are the applications are compatible, what application might not be compatible. And also it gives you a creating a pilot collections. It will give you the pilot devices collections. It can give you, or it can suggest you, if first test it here, it might not work, then you can test it in that those machines, and you can find out, hey, this application is really not going to work on this machine, so we need to find out some other alternative way, or keep those machines for some time on that specific build. Okay, step 1 here configuration is which I've just shown here from the portal, you'll do it. So after once you're doing it here, you actually get a specific subscription ID kind of thing. You are gonna get it. So that would be a specific thing for only your company. Okay, and based on that, it's gonna have the build, and also you also have the desktop analytics specific client agent settings also needs to be configured to uh, send the diagnostic data information. These data also you need to send the telemetry data where you need to work on this specific key, and there is something called commercial ID. So your desktop analytic will be tied up with this commercial ID. So this is a unique ID will be available, will be given to you when you configure this specific one here. So here, when you do this configuration or with your subscription, it's going to give you a specific key for you. Okay, once you get that key, then all the data from your company, the diagnostic data which is getting analyzed, will be tagged with this commercial ID, and it will send to you, which is a confidential ID in fact. And based on that, analysis will be done, and later point you are going to get the here the first step would be you're going to get it here within the desktop analytics. The machines will be populated post to this configuration, and that information will be populated after 72 hours, or it might take more time also, maybe a week. Uh, example that's but what Microsoft says is officially 72 hours. Okay, so let's take a week time. After that, it will analyze and give you the full details of the information. Okay, and then based on that, you get the this is not working, this is not working, all that stuff you come to know. And once you create here the required specific plans, actually it's going to populate it within the DA here. Okay, but at the end, if you ask as a SCCM admin, am I deploying or am I creating servicing plans in the desktop analytics? No, you're going to create the servicing plans where you used to do it earlier. So the servicing options, all of stuff will come here only, but it will help you to identify the hardware applications and the build information. You get the proper analytics will be done for you. Okay, for desktop analytics, you just needs the Azure subscription. Okay, that subscription also you are not going to charge. You're not going to charge if you use the default configuration. Okay, meaning it's almost free. Almost free. This is almost free, I would say. Okay, this is almost free. So I would recommend when you're trying with the DA, go for a dedicated Azure subscription as a pay as you go on your company pay method, and you're not going to charge for that. Other one would be the Autopilot. So coming back to the Autopilot, so let's take current situation, what we are trying to do with the SCCM. So what we are trying to do is with the SCCM, let's say Dell or HP, or maybe your hardware vendor who supplies the devices to you, and what you're trying to do is currently you will be taking that machine which has already Windows 10. Maybe it might be a professional, or you wanted to convert to enterprise. So what you're doing, you're actually doing the deployment on the newly given machine with the help of SCCM. You're doing the operating system deployment with all the with a custom golden image. You're pushing that image, and then applications within the task sequence, customizations, all of that stuff is running. So here time and cost is involved, because if you look at these hardware vendors already shipping a device with the preloaded operating system. So if there is an option to convert this operating system to usable case, and with your organization standards, it would be good. That's where the Autopilot has come up. It's a technology, meaning this Autopilot can be integrated with SCCM, or it can be integrated with Microsoft Store for Business. It can also integrated with Intune. Okay, so we're going to look at the Intune and SCCM options a little partially with the Microsoft Store for Business options. So let me show you how the Autopilot will work in an easy way. We are going to deeper dive this later point, the types of Autopilot methods and all of that. But just to give you what exactly Autopilot. So Windows Autopilot is a technology. Let's say you have a device. When you start this device as a freshly newly device which is coming from your OEM vendor, or maybe you have done the reset of the device, it will start asking for the regional keyboard settings, kind of things, who's going to use this device, the user. So these things will be automated by Windows Autopilot with its technology. What it does is it actually connects to in the back into Azure AD, and also to the Azure AD along with the Autopilot server in the backend, and it will check for the hardware ID of this machine. So there is a machine specific hardware ID will be there. So that ID, if it is matching, okay, within the Autopilot server, then it will look for a profile. There's something called a profile. I'm going to talk on that later point. So profile consists of what kind of applications to be deployed, what kind of policies to be deployed. All of that stuff will be there within that profile. So it just comes to this device after downloading that profile, and then it will, this machine gets joined to Azure AD first step, as a first step to Azure AD, and then it gets also enrolled into your MDM, which is in this case your Intune, and then the required application will be pushed from your MDM. Required configurations will be pushed directly from the MDM. Again, when I say push, this can be two methods. One is before the user logon, other one would be the after the user logon. So that depends on the profile that we configure here in the Autopilot. But what is happening on this machine, you're actually utilizing the machine directly from hardware vendor who shipped, or maybe the reset machine you're utilizing without reformatting. Okay, so this is the Autopilot in other way. So in this case, instead of you actually get the hardware ID, your reseller or your hardware vendor can upload the hardware IDs instead of you, or they can send the hardware IDs. Let's say you ordered 10,000 devices, the 10,000 devices information will be sent to you. Okay, and you can upload to Autopilot server, or in case if you grant the permissions to them, they can also upload on behalf of you, so that the devices will be available. Later point, you can assign these devices to the required users, or you can just upload and leave it so that any user who can want to utilize, they can utilize. So when they actually log in, the applications will come from a Microsoft Intune after log on, or you can do, as I said, there are two options. One would be the after logon, other one would be you can pre-stage the applications, or pre-provision, we would say. The right word would be the pre-provision. So the applications will be already available, so when the user starts, he gets all the applications. So this is a technology altogether with the Autopilot. Okay, so we have Autopilot technology, which we are going to cover on that. So for this, you can also do the life cycle of device management also with the help of Autopilot. You can re-provision the device to the previous state, so you no need to redeploy. Just simply click on that so that user can redeploy it. When we learn the Autopilot, definitely the profile option. So you have the authentication to be scaled, all of that stuff. Along with that, ESP is the enrollment status page. We call it in a short ESP, if anybody doesn't know. So here you have an option to block the user for a certain time, and so that user can, if something goes wrong in maybe in a WhiteGlove or pre-provisioning method, then you can collect the logs and get that stuff. That configurations you can do it with ESP, and ESPs can be created multiple things. You can do that. So these options will be learned later point, not now. Okay, so that's the overview of the Windows Autopilot. And coming back to the Windows Enterprise Admin Center, so this is the Admin Center is a tool which I just shown here. If you remember a couple of minutes back, this is a tool, Admin Center web portal. So from here you can manage the devices even from SCCM. So single console at this point of time, we can say here it is as the single console which can address your configuration one-stop website, as I said here, but it's not fully matured, but yes, it's still evolving. If you look at some of the devices, for example, here, uh, the config MGR, this device is actually coming from configuration manager, meaning there is no, not this, maybe let's take another one, maybe this one. So if I take this, this is the domain controller, INHYD DC01, this is a domain controller, and you see here, you can get the collections, you get the applications, and you can do the same pivot scripts can be executed. All of that stuff can be done directly from a single console. So Microsoft has its own vision to replace, might be, who knows, in a future, to replace the SCCM console to do everything directly from single console. But for now, yes, not everything cannot be done from this console, but things are changing. So if you see here, these are the preview options. Okay, so if a device is just the enrolled into Intune, I might not get it the same options within this console, these things like a collections, all of that stuff. But this is Intune with the Windows, seems to be. Yeah, so single console, that's what I wanted to see here, to manage like whatever the 5 technologies we talked can be learned from this single console. Okay, and that's all about the introduction for the 5 products. So let's understand what is right for the business. So if we are constantly deploying only, um, you have a lot of operating system deployments, example, then go for Autopilot to build that technology. And it's a purely cloud-based technology, so you can automate the things with the help of Autopilot. Okay, you have some kind of rules, and you want to control them uh, for your users, your applications, devices, then go for Intune. Okay, meaning more user-centric, go for Intune. So you might be thinking, what is best in this case for cloud or on-premises or cloud plus on-premises. This is what we're going to learn. So if you have everything cloud only, then we would be, going for the Intune instead of the SCCM. That's the designing side. Um, if you have an on-premises only environment, there's nothing on the cloud, then you can go for only SCCM. But what if you have some of the devices with a mixed state, then you can actually attach, there's a new technology or new options coming up from SCCM to attach your cloud to your SCCM infrastructure can be attached to the cloud, so that the way we have just shown here, the devices can be uploaded directly from SCCM console. So if you just go to your SCCM console now, whatever the devices you have, all these devices can be uploaded to your admin center, and you can manage them straightforward. And that's one other option that you have. And also you can manage on those devices with the help of co-management capabilities from SCCM as well as from Intune point of view by moving the workloads. Okay, and you can also use the desktop analytics features, definitely. Okay, so that's the design point of view, when to use the cloud only architecture, when to use the on-premises or cloud plus on-premises architecture. Okay, now if we look at the capabilities of Microsoft Intune, we did talk already few of them or most of them. This is a two-page slide. So if we can go through, I mean, I'm not a guy who go with the slides, definitely. Post to this, we will not see the slides. You might see only 2 times the slides, one for the explanation for Autopilot, other one would be the Google app, Google Android specific enrollment options. Later point, we are not going to look into the slides. This is just the introduction. So for the Intune capabilities, yes, it's a Intune can manage, as we talked about, the devices and applications. You can push the um, configurations and applications for your iPhones or your phone or phone devices or tablets or laptops. And also you can prevent access on those devices by configuring conditional access policies or application protection policies. That's something in which we didn't talk about it, but to protect the corporate data, we can apply the app protection policies And we can prevent configuring the users not to configure their personal applications or personal email IDs. We can prevent them. We can set some kind of rules on a personal devices so that they all personal devices also follow some kind of standards so that they can be part of our company. uh, Enrolled applications can be utilized. For example, if the user is using a rooted device, we can block that persons. And also we can enroll the devices that are coming from either Apple or maybe from Android devices, as the company owned or organization owned, and we can set some kind of access levels on that. And you can deploy the authentication applications like MFA for some of the applications to be make it as a mandatory so that it can be protected, or we can set the application level passwords on that on your mobile devices for that specific applications with the help of app protection policies. And you can measure the compliance information on those devices, and you can get the inventory of those devices and all such things. You can get it, like as I said, jailbroken devices can be blocked. You can push the certificates, you can push the Wi-Fi VPN profile configurations, you can see the reports, what devices are compliant, what devices are not compliant. And in case if the device could be Windows or could be any by platform device, if it was lost or stolen, we can wipe the data. We can securely wipe only the corporate specific data also. These things can be do from Intune as a capabilities. And you can apply the applications from a different stores to different devices, and different device groups. You can do that. Users, you can apply it. And the configuration apps, you can set the applications for a specific configurations can be applied, configured on those applications. Reports can be pulled, and these are the copy paste can be or saving can be blocked. For example, uh, maybe a device was personal owned device, maybe the data getting back to iCloud, meaning the entire application data also gets backed up to the iCloud, which that application is actually corporate application like Outlook. So if you have any kind of regional level settings, or you want to block that things not back up to iCloud, you can do that. Similarly, Google Backup, you can do such things. And these are couple of things that are available uh, with the Intune capabilities. Okay.
Hi friends, so far I have explained everything about the Microsoft Endpoint Manager and their products, the 5 products and their technologies, or whatever you call it, and their features, pros and cons kind of thing, and the capabilities and how it looks like. Trust me, I have considered this is a more interactive session. I thought, even though you're not in front of the computer, I'm pretty much sure that you might have like this course, and you felt that it is more interactive. Please do comment if you have any further questions at this point of time. I'm happy to cover it up by taking in new videos on that specific topic. And also and also my only request to you, since you are getting benefit out of this video, I request you to please share in Facebook groups, wherever you have the Intune community, and share with your friends and your colleagues. That really helps them and also to me in other way. And thank you very much. I'm pretty much sure that you all will help me out to boost, because I have put a lot of efforts, my friend, to create this videos. It's not just like sitting and creating it, right? I have to plan the content creation, everything from a scratch, and I'm going to show you in depth the content, trust me. And this content is a completely premium content, and I'm pretty much sure that you may not get it anywhere in the internet. I'm going to share you all that content with my all efforts. I only request you to share and like. That really helps me. Thank you. And we will move to the Azure AD. So before we move to Azure AD, just wanted to tell you some secret, super secret. Everybody knows, but it's a kind of a known thing. But you need to uh,
you need to remember this in a different way altogether. Let's say I wanted to put it in this way. Intune is actually let's say Intune, right? This Intune will fit on top of one identity solution. So in this case, Azure AD. So if there is no Azure AD, there's no Intune. Another way. Another way, let me put it in this way. You have a device. Actually, what happens is this device gets registered or enrolled. The right word would be the registered. Okay, the right word would be the registered or join. That's the right word, not the enrolled. Okay, so either you are registering or you are joining in Azure AD. This device. Okay, so this device is joining into Azure AD. So if a device was not joined to Azure AD, can I have Intune agent or Intune capabilities? Definitely no, because the backend is everything is Azure AD. Okay, so what happens within Azure AD? There is a MDM capabilities feature. Okay, so if a machine is joined or if a machine is registered, do you want to shift that capabilities to what MDM service provider? So in this case, maybe a third party also. Okay, that's called coexistence. So we talked about the co-management. Coexistence is another thing. If you're talking about non-Intune product, then coexistence we can call. Okay, that's another word we can use. So, but the management of MDM can be set to either Intune or something else. Okay, so just wanted to tell you, even still the Microsoft documentation is refers to the older method. That's why when you actually configure in the olden days, I'm talking the olden days, when the Microsoft Endpoint Manager product was not there, we used to actually configure, or we used to set the MDM authority. We used to call MDM authority to either Microsoft Intune or to the SCCM with the hybrid configuration, which was, if you remember, I used 2000, early 2008 or 2016 somewhere, they used to use these kind of, MDM authorities. Now, it still shows as the Microsoft Intune, but in the documentation, you do this change, that change, but no. If you just go to the device management capabilities within the here, it actually configures sometimes. If you see here, I think you're not able to see this. Let me show you here this MDM capabilities. Sometimes it is shifting to Intune. Some of them are System Center Configuration Manager. Still, even though this is nothing but the config or SCCM, right? So you have this this capability. So what happens is with this, this is authority to tell that, hey, you are gonna take the lead. That's what it is trying to say. Okay, or you are going to manage. Who's going to manage is managing by, in this case, Intune. So earlier it used to be hybrid, all of that stuff. It's just the now Intune. But what I was trying to explain is the first thing, uh, Azure AD, the device or whatever the device, it can be iOS device or iPad or iPhone, Google Android device or Windows device. First thing is it should come here to Azure AD, then the MDM part. So if it is not coming to Azure AD, there's nothing in the MDM. Okay, so I also talked about in the MDM, sometimes we'll see here as an Intune, sometimes we see as a SCCM, sometimes some other vendors name also. That's called coexistence. So in this case, when you see as the Intune, meaning you can manage that specific device from the Endpoint Manager Admin Center. Okay, so this is the secret that I wanted to share, or keeping this this in your views, so that when we are trying to compare any of the troubleshooting point of view, then it would be easy. Let's say if a device is not getting enrolled into Intune, if somebody says, first we need to look at whether this device is joined to Azure AD or not. If it is joined, there's no problem for you. Okay, so let's actually understand what is Azure AD and the tenant methods. Then we'll go for the sign up. See, what happens is in any company, if you have already Microsoft Office 365, meaning you have already Azure AD in other way. Okay, and you might be 99% you might also getting, if you have on-premises environment, Active Directory, and also you have Office 365, meaning you're actually running in a AD Connect tool. Also you might be using the tool which used to sync your on-premises objects to cloud. Okay, we are going to talk on that, all of that stuff. Let's focus on the first part with the tenant. So what is Azure AD? In this case, Azure AD is like, they first created a, I'm using, some rough examples. Sometimes I might be wrong, but just wanted to make the concept to be clear to you. That's it. Okay. Let's say Microsoft has made a first domain called onmicrosoft.com example. So this thing that this is could be an apartment. So this entire apartment name is onmicrosoft.com. Let's say you bought some tenant as a company, or some other company also bought some other flat. So within this flat, you can have your own family. Similarly, the identities, users, groups, and devices can be there. I'm just taking one different example. Let's say there is an apartment, and within that apartment you are trying to buy a flat. So that's called a tenant. I can call, in my view, I can call as its tenant. So what you can do within this tenant is you can have your own users, you can have user groups, you can have your uh, devices, you can have your own applications, licensing, you can have your custom name of your domain. Meaning, let's say let's take one example. Here I have a company called IBM example. So what IBM does is, example, within this on Microsoft.com, they can purchase a flat and they can rename as IBM example, IBM dot on Microsoft.com. That's what they got it. So this is an IBM, whatever they get it, it's a unique thing. Another person cannot get same as IBM. Okay, they might go and end up with IBM 1, okay, or IBM 2 in this case. So let's say in this IBM, okay, they can have the users, groups, and devices. That's good. But how the user looks like, the user one, for example, user one at the rate IBM, that's the IBM name, dot on Microsoft is the name will come on Microsoft.com. So the user in reality, if we look at it, if we go back to the real world use case, no user will have a user one at the rate IBM or company name dot on Microsoft.com. They will have username at the rate company name.com. How this happens is this this entire tenant name, we call it, right? We told the IBM dot on Microsoft.com, we call it as a tenant, right? This tenant will be mapped to a custom domain to your company name. So in this case, IBM, they can map to this domain name. Okay, so once they have done, the user will log in with username at the rate IBM.com example. Like that, you can map to whatever the company name or company domain name is there. So this name will be a public DNS. So meaning you need to go and verify your public DNS within the DNS, public DNS, so that the records will be validated. Later point, this domain will be applicable for you and you can freely use for anywhere within the Azure AD. Okay, so let's say how can I and again, this Azure AD also have a different licensing concept, my friend. One is a free where you can use, if I'm correctly remember, around 5 lakh objects can be used for free. But again, applications are lesser. All of that stuff will come. Definitely, people not go for the free, but we can go even for free also. You also have a P1 and P2 licenses. P1, P2 are the advanced level. So if it is $6, this is $9 kind of thing. I mean, the pricing will be differ around uh, pricing will be differ, I would say, but it's not exactly 6 or 9. You can check the Azure pricing calculator. Um, but there is a different licenses, so that when you use that licensing, you have a additional features that can be utilized for that users. Okay, if you ask me one example for P1 to P2 case, as I said earlier, conditional access, you cannot use a conditional access with a default Intune license. Let's say you have an Intune license. As I said earlier, this user, if he's coming up from a unknown location or the device is not compliant, we said that we wanted to block this, right? This can't be possible with the Intune license. You need to end up with additional license, either P1 or P2 license. So you need to have additional license also. That's why, as I said earlier also, Intune is on top of your Azure AD. So P1 or P2. Similarly, if a person is coming up from Korea and then immediately from Afghanistan or some other area, some other region altogether, maybe within the 2 hour span. Technically, if it is not possible, I mean, logically, it is not possible to travel or unknown location. If he is coming, you want to block it, or you want to consider that user as a risky, such kind of things. Also, the privileged identity management. Let's say every user is a normal user, but they wanted to have, they can request as a global admin rights. I hope everybody knows the global admin. Otherwise, I'll tell you that's a super user or super admin permissions. A global admin is a super admin who has a full permissions, but this user is a normal user, but he wants to become as a global admin during maybe 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. between. Uh, he can request in advance, or he can request then and there, and it might be automatically approved based on his requirement. And this kind of things are possible with the privileged identity management, which is available only on a P2 license. Okay, that's called PIM, we call it. So additional level of AD features that you have. Okay, but let's say if I want to create a new tenant, how would I do is, you have an option. If you're trying to get the trial, okay, so you have an option. Just go to the enterprise mobility security. So this is before I just go here, I think I should show Intune licenses. Okay, if I just go to this Microsoft document, so as I said earlier, Intune is part of different licensing. So it can be part of here E5, E3, that is Microsoft, meaning you also have the Windows license, Windows 10 license, Office license, and an Intune license. Okay, so here you also have the F1, F3. There's a government G5, G3. There are different things. If you notice somewhere, Intune education also there. Uh, Actually, Intune was so popular for schools and universities in US and Europe. If you go to at least 10 colleges, at least 8 of them are already provisioned with Intune. By using the Intune for education license they are using, which for students they offer. In India, it's not the case, but in students in a different university, they offer the laptops or the devices also from a university. It covers in their fee, and also the devices are fully managed with the help of Intune. And it also covers that Microsoft student license for education, and that can be fully managed with the Intune. So the console, all of that stuff remains the same almost. We are not going to talk on that, but you can find this information. If I just go to, if I correctly remember, somewhere here, you have the option, yeah, Intune for education. From the admin center, you can go here to manage that stuff. Okay, so coming back to the licensing, as I said earlier, the licenses are available on these licenses. So your company or your project includes any of these licenses, it covers. You should actually look at on a user based or on a tenant based. Let's say if you want to know more licensing, just go to Azure AD. This is the right place. If you're an AD guy, if you're an Office, a Microsoft Office guy, then it's not the right place. There is another place for Office 365 guys. But for AD guys, just go to the licenses here and see you have all the licenses, all products. So within this all products, you have whatever the licenses. Let's say if I'm talking about the license for EMS, E5, this tells about who has a license and what kind of licenses were assigned on that. So let's say if I pick up one user example, yeah, let's say, so you have here assignment options like P1, P2, and also Microsoft Intune. So I have actually prepared a small slide how the lab can be created in case if you want to practice. This is the lab setup. Like you can, first thing is you need to get the trial. So as I said earlier, the licensing is available in a multiple methods, right? Multiple options you have to get the license. So I would recommend you to go with the EMS license, because it also covers the P2 license and the P1 license. Along with that, this EMS will offer you 90 days free, meaning 90 days it can work for even Intune also. That's a great thing. And opposed to that also, you can extend in some other ways. There are multiple ways to extend. Okay. Now, other point would be the once you have the trial, you can, it's better to, if you have one of the Windows VM or any machine, that would be great. So what we do is one VM for cloud only environment, one for on premises. So when we move to the on premises, the same machine or another machine, we can reuse it. If you have a lack of machines, you need to have at least one domain controller with a SCCM client. So when we move to the on premises environment, and when we move to, this is for the by platform, I'm just trying to explain for Windows. This is more than enough. At least these machines are needed. If you have Android devices, you can actually use all the configurations, Android specific. And also if you have Apple devices, this is welcome, so that you can test it on these things. So this is a normal lab. These devices are needed. So in my way, I do not have few devices, my friends. I don't have a Mac. If you're still interested in a Mac, I have a recording which I've done on Mac machine. I can show you that. That's it, and remaining things are fine. But the enrollment side, either this or this is fine for us to have a look on it, because almost the same, you get the same experience. Okay, but I have the devices to test it. So coming back to the trial, we talked about the EMS trial. You just enter here EMS E5 trial. Here there's an option with the sign up will be there. Okay, one second. Yeah, so I have already signed in, so that's another problem. It will go. So you can actually go to EMS portal trial. Sorry, I have this problem will come always for me because I will be already logged in state. In your case, you might not have this problem. So if you just go to the EMS page, you have an option to free trial. Okay, how did I went is I simply enter Enterprise Mobility Plus Security E5 trial. Then the first link, I got it here. So I've taken out this. So this is where the free trial is available. So you can click on this and fill this information with your proper email ID. So you might ask me whether this is the, give me a second. Here you can give the personal email ID also. Give me a second. Here what happens is you just have to give any of the email ID. No need to go for your company email ID. You can give in a personal email ID and enter, for example, this is not my email ID. This is disposable email ID which I'm using. So set up an account. It's going to create the account for you, and later point it's going to validate the your phone number also. Let's say this is my test. I'm just wantedly entering here test. So you just wanted to. So if you see here first name and last name, I give you in a different way, and the plus 91 verification code. I'll just verify some code here. And then here it is asking for the tenant name. So if you notice, why this is coming up here? Let's say if your company, you in your case, if you have already a company, you might have already a tenant. So on that tenant, we will take the licenses and we will purchase. But in our case, if we are trying to do some kind of lab, uh, we need to first start with the tenant, right? So here, whatever the name you're going to give, that becomes your tenant name. So in this case, let's say if I give here example, there's a company called Logitech example. So if I just
Mhm.
give here, by default, this company might be taken by the real company, maybe. Why?
Okay.
If you think about, if you have already on-premises Active Directory and Office 365, meaning your company have already having this tenant. So we just simply, use that. So here I'm going to give here Intune demo example 1 2 3 4 5 example thing. This is available. Intune demo 1 2 3 4 is available. Okay, so simply click on next. Okay, confirm, and then it becomes as your tenant. Okay, this is how you can create it. So whoever has already created here tenant, they can simply go to either portal.azure.com. Simply they will redirect to very similar to this page. Okay, when you go to the portal.azure.com, you will get like this. Okay, so this is a page where you can take the sign up. Okay, to get the sign up, you can simply go and type the EMS plus security EFI trial, and then this page opens. Click on free trial, then you can get the trial can be enabled from here. Once you enable this, you have given these details and then phone number and with your email ID. Then it gives some kind of information like this is your first use and all of that stuff. Simply in a browser, you can enter here as portal.azure.com. That will ask you to sign in, or if you have already just now you signed up, so it won't even ask for this kind of user ID also. Post to that, what we'll do, we will come to this page. Okay, so once we come back to this stage, here I can go back to Active Directory. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to create a users in groups. I'm sorry, do not think that he's going to teach you. I'm teaching very basic things, but it's also important because when we go back to, I'm actually going to show few basic things. Don't take me another way, because these basic things are also important when you go for the autopilot. So the first thing, the basic things what we are going to discuss in the next few minutes. We're going to discuss about the user creation groups and adding a custom domain, and also customizing your logon page for Azure Active Directory. So that's the customizations also we'll be doing it. These are the things that you don't do it actually. It will be done by your Azure AD guys, but in your company, if you are the one, you may have to do it. But it's not mandatory. But these things are important in case if you're trying to do the autopilot. Uh, these things are one of the pre-requirement also. That's why we wanted to do it in a proper way, like a normal company, how it looks like, how we set it up from scratch. We are doing that. Okay, so once we have all these, a tenant is created. Let's first create a user account. I wanted to have a user account called AZ admin. So if you see here, in my case, this is my first account. I really don't know what is this user account password. That's why I'm actually creating another user account. Okay, called AZ admin. Okay, and this guy name is AZ admin. Let it generate. Uh, United States. So again, my friends, when you're trying to create any of the user accounts, make sure that the user's location is selected. Okay, this is a basic thing that is mandatory. If you don't select user's location, you cannot even assign the licenses. So meaning that user account cannot be used for accessing something else because you don't have a licenses, right? So you need to have the proper user's location. Okay, so in my case, AZ admin at a very lengthy name called how the user have to log in, Intune demo 1234.onmicrosoft.com. That's how he's gonna log in, and he's gonna set some kind of a password. So if you want to see it, you can see that password. For time being, I'm gonna set that password. Later point changed. So create. It just created. Okay, and I can assign some of the Azure AD roles for this user. So this is a normal user account at this point of time. I can assign him as the global admin. Okay, so let me take the user ID here, and I'm poor in remembering the password, so I'll save it sometime. So if I just go to the assigned roles, this user is a normal user account. So this is again a role-based access side. You don't need to do these steps, but just trying to explain how we assign the user specific roles in Active Directory, Azure Active Directory. Simply click on ID, and you can search for the global admin, and that global admin have the full permissions on this tenant. So I'll just give as the global admin. Okay, so it will be assigned in a minute or so for this user, a role. And also for the licensing, you can apply a licensing by going to the user properties, assign. There's no licenses if you see, because we have not taken any trial. But in your case, you can actually assign because you have already signed up here, right? So during the sign up process, it will assign this EMS license. But in my case, I don't have license. So how would I assign? I would actually go to the licenses and all products, and then here I get a try or buy. Right, so when I click on a try or buy, I get an option here for one would be the EMS file, other one would be the only P2 license. So in my case, I just wanted to include EMS, so I'll just click on activate. So this license gets activated on my tenant. It takes some time. Once it is done, I can go back to the user account that we have just created and assign that user a specific license. So this licensing assigning would take anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes time in the backend when you first time take the subscription. So let's try our luck. Assignments, so still it's not available, so that's fine. We'll ignore for now for a few more minutes, and let's try for roles. Yeah, if you see here, it's already assigned the global admin now. Similarly, license also will come in another few more minutes. Clear? So the account which we have just created, I'm going to use it. Okay, AZ admin. And the password that was given for me. In fact, I have already changed this password also, just for your information. Okay, now I have a full rights on this, so I will be using throughout this class, maybe for some time, AZ admin account. Okay, so we know how to create the user accounts, right? So it's very simple, and assigning the licensing can be done directly. Go to that specific user, in this case, for example, AZ admin. I can go to the licenses and assign this license. If you see here in the drop down, I have multiple licenses. So what I can do is, for example, for a specific user, I don't want to assign maybe P2 license, because I wanted to assign this P2 license for somebody else, maybe, because it's a costly thing. So you can, take out the checkbox also if you want. In our case, it's a free anyway, so we are using full licensing. Clear? So now we know the user creation and user license assigning. If you ask me what is the best way to assign the licenses, you always assign for the groups, not for the user level. Okay, so what happens is, if you assign at the group level, it will be come as an inheritance for that user. Okay, so let's create a user creation. So coming back to the user creation, there are, if you just ignore the Office 365 specific, but a normal user creation is, sorry, normal group creation side, you have a few options, my friends. This is also important in this case. So for example, all, I'm giving here a group name called all Intune users example. This is a group name. This is going to be a group description. Okay, and this is actually for, as I said earlier, PIM specific, privileged identity management specific. So when you are actually working with the Active Directory as your Azure Active Directory privileged identity management, you would be using this option as yes. Okay, but we are not working with the PIM at this point of time, so we will go with the no. When you choose actually no, which is a default setting, you actually get it here a few options. If anybody is a quite new, this is a tricky part. If you are a fan of SCCM collections, this is what, in Endpoint Manager you don't have a collections. Okay, but how do you manage the devices? Purely based on the groups. Okay, that too within the groups. If you see group membership, you have a type called assigned, meaning one-to-one. Let's say I have a user called Paddy, and this specific user I wanted to be a member of this security group called all Intune users. This becomes as a static assign. There's another group called dynamic users. What exactly dynamic users? Dynamic users are, let's say if a matching value is there for this specific region, example, if a person is coming from Mumbai, example, and his location was mentioned as a Mumbai. Now I can create a group called a Mumbai, all Mumbai users dynamically. And if that description or if that specific attribute is matching, then the user will automatically part of this dynamic user group. Same thing goes for the device groups. Let's say there is a category of category, for example, bring your own devices. So if a user is coming from a bring your own device concept, all of them can be a part of this dynamic user group, right? So you have a multiple options for dynamic. Why I was talking is this is very important. When you go for the autopilot, you also have the dynamic uh, group or dynamic device groups should be created. So for now we are going with the static. We will work on the dynamic in the next 2-3 minutes. Okay, so let me clear the screen. So I'll be selecting assigned and I can choose the member. Let's say I have a user here. uh, then I can assign that specific user. Unfortunately, I don't have any user now other than myself. So I'll add later point, okay, that user. So let's say create. The group was created. Let's create one more group, this time a dynamic group. So I'm going to show you the dynamic group. If you just choose here, dynamic device, you have to build very similar to SCCM collections queries. You have a query method that can be built. So here the properties are available, default properties you can choose. Let's say display name or object ID, operating system, device category, manufacturer, model. So based on this, organization unit. So based on this, here you have operators. Almost all the operators you have, like equals, not equals, contains, all of that, and then you can give that value so that it actually, for example, I'm just randomly taking this ABC example. So what happens is here the rule gets created. So this can be automatically, in case if you have already built-in syntax, you can come here, add or change here whatever the query you want to change, and then you can create a group also. Clear? So that's how you're going to create the groups. Okay, let's create one more user account called Chris. Okay, this is the first account which I'm going to create. So Chris is the user account I wanted to create. Okay, and let's say whatever the password he's there is showing the password. Create a user. You know what I've done the mistake? Can anybody say? No, I've done some mistake. Can anybody guess it? What is the mistake that I've done?
Yes, exactly. User location I didn't mention while creating this user account, right?
If you want to do it later point, you can just go to the edit and look at here users location. Do mention this. What if I don't mention? Let me simulate this problem also. let's go to the Chris and try to assign the licenses. Okay, so this user applying license, then immediately I got an error. It says that license cannot be assigned because user's location was not specified, we thought. So very important that step. So let's do the quickly, yep, edit user's location. So I can choose whatever the country or region I want. This information is very important because of the compliance policies. So this is a kind of a metadata kind of information which will be region specific. So the information will not cross that region. Since I have taken US, it stays in US region only. Even though user coming to access here, the specific data will be within that geo location. So we just created user and called Chris, right? How Chris can log in now, my friend? Chris has to log in with lengthy name called Chris at the rate Intune demo 123, all of that stuff, right? Which is doesn't looks good. So how can I customize? Definitely I need to know add the domain name. Before that, well, let's try with portal.azure.com, or you go to any of the cloud service. The user can be login. I think this is the user, and try to use a password. So for the first time, the user have to change the password. So I'm just changing the password also. So the user able to log in if I give the username called fully lengthy one, right? So let's customize to a company name. Okay, so how do we add is now I'm trying to map this name for my tenant because currently the primary domain also this. So this to our company name. So I'll just go here, custom domains. You see here, this is my domain. Let's say I own a company called IBM example. I'm part of IBM example. Let's say IBM.com. If I just try to add, it doesn't mean that the user can log in with a username at the rate IBM.com, because if I just add, what happens is it says that you need to validate with these records in your GoDaddy. Okay, so in my case, I don't own any kind of uh, domain name called IBM, right? So I just deleted that. Now I have a domain name, custom domain name. I'm going to map it, okay, called len in my lab.com. This domain I bought it from GoDaddy or Namecheap or whatever the public domain names whoever sells. There I bought it, and there I need to create now these records also, right? Then this can be actually validated. So here again, creation of these records also, you have two options here, my friends. One is either you create txt record, or you can create the mx record, any of the record that to be created, just validation purpose. So I'm actually creating in the backend on my GoDaddy. Okay, on a GoDaddy I can create a record called txt record, okay, with this value. So I'll just give here. In case if you don't have a proper domain name, can I still do this stuff? Yes, my friends, you can do it. It doesn't mean that you're not stopped at this point of time. You can do all the steps that are needed. So only thing is, here if I verify, for example, after doing this, I can actually check here if you're technically, if you ask me, what happens is there's something called a DNS propagation. So as soon as I create a record in my public DNS, the same record should be available everywhere. So in our case, we just created in the backend, I just created a record just now for a company called learn in my lab.com. This is my domain name. So what is the record I've created? TXT. That's what, right? So I'm saying that TXT record created. Let's see if that is actually replicated. If you see here, almost it's replicated except New Zealand and some parts of South Asia here. but it is almost replicated, this text record. Let's see the value. What is the value? If you see here, it just now, Singapore also replicated, New Zealand got replicated as we talk here. So the value is MS57, whatever is 122. So this is the value, right? That's the value I just created in my public domain. And if I just click on verify, what should happen? At least the 99% it is already replicated here. DNS is propagated, meaning I should get verified. So click on verify. So now it says that this is verified, but my friends, here this is a domain name which was marked as a primary, meaning if I try to create a user account, the username, for example, Chris at the rate Intune demo 1234.onmicrosoft.com. That's how it is coming. Now I don't want that because now I have already verified my domain name publicly also within Microsoft Azure Cloud. So now I want this to happen. So for that, I need to take this checkbox to come as a primary here. To do that, post to this, you can have an option here, or you can do it later point also. Okay, it's up to you. So in my case, I'm just doing this. So what happens is this tick mark will change to up. It just changed it. That's it. Okay, you can close this wizard, whatever you're trying to do. Now, if I go back again to my users and try to create this time a user icon called Bob example, or if you see here, it has automatically changed to learninmylab.com. It doesn't mean that you don't have other one. You also have other one. Okay, but the primary one is become as this. Why? Because we set it there. Okay, let's say I can create another user here, Bob example. So now we just created called Bob. So now we are just creating a Bob account. So let's actually add this user's location properly. So create. So Bob got created, and we can assign the license also from here. So now what we have done so far, we have verified our domain, okay, with our tenant name properly, called learninmylab.com, and we created a couple of users. A group also we have created, and we can see that the license is P2. And now as a next step, we need to customize. Let's say if I try to log in, if you notice earlier, or maybe I can give it a try one more time. Portal dot. Here, if I put it like Chris at learninmylab.com, do you think it will work or not? It doesn't, because if you remember, we created the user account, but we didn't change the UPN. So Chris is still trying to point to this one. We don't want that. That actually should go to, you should be able to log in. Exactly. So, okay, it should be tick mark, click OK. Now, if I try to sign up here this time, okay, I'll just have to refresh the page. Just we have done right. So it is actually changing, but now what we're going to try to do is we are trying to customize this background. Okay, any kind of hint, all of that stuff we wanted to customize for our company specific. Okay, so let's do that as Azure AD guy, not your job, but it's good to have. So let's do that. So if I just go to Azure AD, I have a company branding. Okay, so I can configure here branding. If you see here, there's nothing was configured. Click on configure. Definitely, as your company, you need to go and check with the approved photographs. like JPG or PNG, whatever the format, all these logos, all of that stuff. But in my case, I have already have, but I'm going to explain where we are going to use and what we are going to use. So this is a background image. So and when I try to log in here, this is a blue color is there, right? The blue color I wanted to change to something else. For that, I need to have this resolution, and the file size should be this with a PNG format or JPG. So in my case, I'm just browsing. I have these files already. I will be using these logos. So if I just go to the logos, this is my background page. If you see here, I just named as 1920 into 1080. So this is the one, the background, and this is a banner logo. Banner is my company logo again. So our company logo will come up here. Say company logo. In my case, this is the logo. And hint, you can choose if you want to know any kind of hint for the users. And these are other, what is this? This is square logo. Square logo is this. I can choose, and dark theme also I'm going to use the same thing. So what all this is, like, this is for the dark theme. If a user is using coming from a dark theme, this will be loaded, and this is for the logo that is going to appear. And this also show option in remain sign in. That's a KIMC is another protocol. Keep me sign in, that's called KIMC. In short, a keep me sign in option also you can choose this. By doing this, a cookie will be dropped so that the user gets a checkbox. So when he take that, it will be staying there. If you want to give some kind of, if you have multiple companies within the parent company, you can give here some kind of user hint name, like Chris at your company name. Like you may have a company A and company B, so you can give some kind of hint kind of thing. For example, learn in my lab.com, like this. Instead of that, maybe user name, or maybe employee name, employee ID, whatever you want to give the hint. So sample text also will be given here, like example Paddy at, like this. That's it. And then once you have this information, save it. So remember, my friends, if you see here at this point of time, there's nothing. Once you save this, this becomes as the first one. You can create like this for multiple logon background page informations for multiple regions. That's a tricky thing if a user coming from a Germany. So the German background, German language, the user hint, all of that stuff will come based on the region. That would be taken care by automatically Azure AD. Okay, but this is a default. Now you can choose another language, drop down, and based on that, you can create it. But in our case, I'm not going to do that all. Okay, now the same user, this user, if I just close and come back to access the page. So now background is coming up. Okay, and here my text is coming, which I have given as a Paddy, and the background with my company logo, all that is coming up. Looks good. Okay, let's move to this configuration is done. So meaning we have learned very little basics that are needed to the Azure Active Directory. I wanted to take this opportunity also tell about some super secret within Azure Active Directory. Okay, this might not be applicable, but just wanted to tell you, if you talk about Azure AD, maybe you're trying to use some kind of on-premises Active Directory, or somewhere some resources that needs to be integrated with Azure AD, or maybe to Azure Cloud. So in the backend, what happens is within the Azure AD, uh, this is Azure AD, right? So within this, there's something called applications. So you see here, enterprise applications. So within this enterprise application, one web application gets created in the backend. So how Microsoft is, I'm not saying Microsoft is making full, but the technology behind it is, it actually creates some application here, and on top of that application, they grant the permissions, they do the integration, and your clients will communicate with that application by using this user ID and the password that is there within this Azure AD. Why I'm talking all of this stuff is just wanted to tell you that when you compare with your on-premises Active Directory, we never actually had any kind of applications which are there on, which are purely on from a AD point of view. Let's say you might have a member server with IaaS, and that might be a front end for your web application, but there is nowhere AD was involved other than the identity specific. Okay, but here the applications itself getting registered within the Azure AD, and the clients will have a mechanism to communicate with this application. So you will come to know, when we do the either, if you do the cloud management gateway, how the client is communicating is, or maybe cloud DP, all these concepts actually involved with the application. So you see here a lot of applications are there within this. If I just go here, Office 365 works in the same way, Dynamics, many things, whatnot, most of the things will actually work based on that. Okay, some of application works with the application proxies, like connecting from your on-premises to here also would happen from here. So either way, that's just just to let you know that within the Azure AD you have, within Azure AD you also have applications. So the client will get communicate, always try to with the enterprise applications. In the backend it will be used. If you ever configure either cloud management gateway or cloud attach or any of the concepts within the SCCM, you would be creating an application first step, and then it will proceed further, right? The application actually comes here under this, and your SCCM server will communicate with this application, and it does that functionality within that SCCM binaries or within that functionality code, and it communicates and it makes that feature is available to you. That's how it's going to work. Okay, and now I hope that is a very basic which I wanted to tell you on Azure AD. It's not the end, my friends. Azure AD specific, I'm going to teach you further on Azure AD for AD Connect. Okay, AD Connect is a technology. Again, the tool which we use it, and we try to connect our on-premises Active Directory. Will sync up with our on-premises AD user accounts groups to Azure AD. Okay, so we're going to do that later point, but as I said initially, I'm only focusing now cloud only, so I'm not going to talk on this now. Yeah. So now this is good. Let's move to the Endpoint Manager. So within this Endpoint Manager, if you want to reach, or if you want to open Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center, you have to just go to endpoint.microsoft.com. That's a URL. So once you type this endpoint.microsoft.com, this is the URL name, it would take it to this page. Okay, if you don't have a permission here, it will throw an error. Straightforward here, you don't have, oops, you don't have a proper licensing kind of thing will come up here. Okay, or sorry, MDM authority is not set, some kind of error will come up. Okay, so again, I wanted to tell here also, you also have customizations options, my friend, within Endpoint Manager. Also, if you are trying to talk about the designing, let's talk a few important points, and then we'll come into the Endpoint Manager. Let's say you got a project for implementing Endpoint Manager. What you're going to implement, you might be working with high level, I'm talking, not the low level. You might be working with Windows devices or iOS, iPad, or Mac, or Android devices. Okay, so what you're going to work is, you're going to work with some kind of compliance policies, some kind of automated configurations to be set it, and also you will be working with the patch management with Intune, and the feature update, all of that stuff you're going to work. Okay, maybe a bit of security policies also you're going to work on it. That's good. So this is at the high level what you can do with the within this configuration, but it's not the enough. Actual configuration, actually Endpoint Manager is not just the Intune console, it is also console for DA. It's also console for your other applications. So you can see here, there's some other configurations also can be viewed from within here. So just let you know that information. Now within Endpoint Manager also you have a customizations are available that needs to be customized. So what are those customizations? Why we are talking about the customizations? Let's say you are you have a project now, and you're enrolling. So I didn't explain what is enrolling at this point of time. Think that there is an agent is getting installed. That's called enrolling for now. Maybe a wrong way of explanation, but think another way. You have an SCCM, some binaries on the device, and that can be managed with SCCM now. With SCCM, then you call it as a SCCM client. Similarly, to manage that specific device, you have some Intune binaries, and you are able to manage with Intune. Then we call it as the enrollment. Just the example. That's not the right way of explaining, but think that there's some something client side configuration that is actually reporting to Endpoint Manager. But for users that are coming from Windows or iOS or Mac or Android, you need to have a seamless experience. So for that, you need to do some kind of configurations that needs to be done at the first level. So what are those configurations? Or if you just go to the tenant administration, so this is the admin page where you need to actually work very really, but very important configurations can be done. So the first configuration would be the customizations, and also you have the terms and conditions, and the custom notifications also can be sent. So now let's talk about what is this customization. So we did actually customized here within the Active Directory, but this customization within the Active Directory is for user logon prompt, right? But this customization is for a client interface, I would say, called company portal application. So let me show you portal application. I'm sorry, I can't show you right away. Let's say this is the application which is available on your Windows Store, Android Store, Apple Store, okay, or App Store. So on all these stores, you have an application called Company Portal. So this Company Portal also must be customized in your project. Reason being, the Company Portal, you need to show your company logo, your company branding name, and the color that you wanted, so that this specific interface, very similar, my friends, if you are coming from SCCM background, software center, right? Software center, what happens? You can customize, right? That the uh, color, logo, all of that. Similarly, the company portal also can be customized. This is the first step that I wanted to do it now. Later point, we'll see how this company portal looks like when we move to the Android or Apple devices. Okay, so let's customize this first. So I'll just go to tenant administration customization. So click on edit. You can give here the company name. So here my company name is, let's say, I'm just giving as Intune Paddy Lab. Okay, you can choose a color. So if you remember, the color was into the blue. That's a default one. You can change to the one which you want. For example, I want to do it purple, and my logo of company. So earlier I have already customized my logo. If you remember, the same logo I'm applying, so that this is how it looks on my company portal. My company portal. Okay. Now for the white background, also this is the one. This is how it looks like if it's coming from a white background. Brand image, again the same. This is my brand image. Now within this why need to configure this? Actually, within this portal you also have an option. If you just go to the support here, there is a support options will come. Let's say the user has some problem. Okay, how can we ensure that the user can reach to a specific team? Okay, so in this case, let's say IT help desk. Okay, they can reach. So I'm the end user. Think my point of view. I'm the end user. I wanted to install my so whatever the agent or whatever you call it. Actually, basically enrollment we call it. So I want to enroll into Intune. Then I have some problem, or maybe after I enrolled, I have some problem for installation of some application. How would I reach? What team I would reach? So that's where you need to give here contact name. So I'm just giving help desk team and their phone number. Let's say the global help desk number. So I'll just give whatever the phone number you have. Okay, and the email address. So for example, helpdesk at landinmylab.com. And the website, so website name is like this is your team's portal. Let's say IT help desk teams. Okay, so they can reach this internal SharePoint portal and get the help for the knowledge base maybe. And where I have the URLs, the website, maybe internal portal again, this could be my IT help desk dot then in my lab.com example. If I have a SharePoint portal, they can go here and they can do additional thing. Okay, so that's it. So here the privacy. So in my case, http:// privacy statement is mandatory to mention. So you can give here privacy dot whatever HTML page. So these things are needed. So what we have done here within this page, we are trying to customize the company portal application as a first step. We have not done anything within the endpoint manager. We're trying to change the look and feel and some of the administration things. So these are the normal things which we can configure. We'll come back here when we need it one more time. Okay, once we have done this customization, the most important one would be if you are coming from any of the compliance point of view, the company also have to say when you, for example, there's a user called ABC user. He's trying to use this device, which might be a personal device or corporate device, but we need to give some kind of disclaimer saying that, hey, when you enroll or when you come back to Intune, or when you're using this device is owned by my XYZ company, and you must have to follow my terms and conditions. That we must have to say, and the user electronically, he must have to sign in that. And this information will be, given to all the given to some kind of an auditor will come up in when you go for some kind of compliance policies. User must have to accept the terms and conditions every 1 year, at least 365 days must be accepted, and that information we have to give it to maybe CB kind of organization where they might put some kind of compliance rule. So that's very important. So how can we achieve this? We have to configure our terms and conditions in this case. Okay, so let's go to the terms and conditions. So here I can create, there's nothing terms and conditions, so I'm just going to create. So if your company coming up with a terms and conditions set, then all of that information have to be put it to here. So this is for all employees example. Now I'm putting here terms and condition. So I have already a document with me, so I can use that document, or maybe some part of that document I can show you, and some information I can put it. So basically the terms and conditions contains the two sections. If you say terms and conditions, summary of a terms, this can summary of terms can contain larger number. Okay, but this can be very limited information will be there. So let's put here, these are my terms and conditions example. So cookies, how we are going to use licensing, you must be accepted, should not be no copy paste, restricted, all of that personal information kind of thing, reservation. These your company will come up with a company policies, so that information we would be, oh, this is the very less, sorry, the below one summary terms are less and the above is higher. So whatever the data is there that you can copy and assign for the required users group. So I'm just assigning for everyone in this case. So you can create. Now we have done few customizations within Endpoint Manager also. Okay, so let's see what we have done. we have done here customization for the look and feel of company portal and terms and conditions. These are the different notifications. If you want, send a separate notification, we can send it information, but not now. Nothing here. So far, the customizations are ready. Let me now jump into a project phase. Let's come up with the complete a concept with a project point of view. Okay. Now you got a new project. Okay, and your company says that you must have to implement Intune. Good. Uh, Definitely, this concept, as I earlier also told, we are going with the cloud. Later point, we go with on-premises with the DC. And later point, we will go with the SCCM and DC. But now I'm only talking about only cloud only environment. So I'll try to restrict here. Later point, we can, combine these topics. But configuration remains almost the same. And the requirement might change here and there. We will work accordingly. Okay, so let's say not every company will implementing Intune with all the devices. That is for sure. Okay, it's a 50-50, I would say at least. So every company, they may encourage or they may not encourage personal devices to onboard to your project. They wanted to, stop at the first initial phase, or they wanted to stop complete Apple devices. They don't want users to use, or maybe they don't want to use any of the Android devices for security concerns. Okay, it depends on a company standards also, but in our case we're going to learn everything, but just wanted to talk on that point of view also. And let's say let's open up a small document. Okay, this is publicly also available, this document, and I will be sharing also this document for you. Where is that? Into right. So how you're going to get it is it's a project based, definitely. Okay, let's say I wanted to stop now enrollment restrictions to be applied. Okay, let's say how can I apply this enrollment restriction? You see here you have an option called enrollment restrictions. This is what we are going to try. So if you look at here, I think we have taken the trial, we have talked about the branding customizations. Okay, we're going to try the device types. We're going to learn for Windows, then Android, all of that, the complaints policies. So we go in this way, but I'm talking about, let's say, let's also understand from a project point of view also, right? I don't want to, talk about just the futures. Okay. I'm also coming from a project point of view along with the step-by-step configuration. So the step-by-step, my friends, first I'm going to explain this way. I don't want to go from all devices, or I don't want to go from a directly policies. What I will do is my style of teaching is I'll go by platform. Okay, I'll go with only Windows first. Then we will go to the Android. Then we'll go to the iOS. Okay, then you go to the all devices or you click anywhere. It would be easy for you to understand. Within this each of the platform, same category, even apps also, if I choose the apps also, it remains the same thing, my friends. If you see here, again, the same thing. Apps also, I'm going to teach in that way only. Okay, so we'll take one by one and we'll finish. But what I was trying to explain at this point of time is, let's think from a project point of view also. Okay, it's not that we are just learning here. From a project point of view, you might have a requirement to not to onboard maybe a specific type of category devices. Let's say, let me show you here. Okay, let me show you here device restrictions example. If I just edit this screen looks good for you to understand. Now you got a project. Okay, in that project you understand that based on the project requirements, you understand that the company don't want to go for Android devices example. So how can you block it? So you need to first design from a project point of view at the initial architecture side. So this is where you have something called a enrollment restrictions. Okay, you can put it here as a block. Meaning if you just block these two things, so the Android devices cannot be managed with the Intune here, and they don't allow you to even enroll the devices also to Intune. Okay, or maybe you have Android devices. Okay, you're okay to allow, but you don't want to allow them with a lower version of Android version. Let's say 8 and below. You don't want to allow. How can you do that? So you can do here. Oh, so let's actually go back and let me explain one more time what we are trying to do. Okay. What we are trying to do is, now let's say you got a project, okay, and based on the project requirements, you found that your company or the client says that, hey, I don't want to enroll some specific devices, type of devices, or specific version that you want to stop the enrollment for security reasons. Definitely, how do you do is, you will just go to uh, enrollment restrictions, and you are going to configure here multiple type of device restrictions can be done. I'm just taking an example here, the existing policy. I'm not creating anything. I'm just using the existing one and showing with the screen. So with the screen, it should be clear for you to read. I request everybody to just try to read on the screen. It makes easy for you to understand along with me. For example, if you remember in the introduction, I told Android device can be managed with a two type of flavors. One would be the Android Enterprise, other one is a DA, right? We don't use a DA, as I said many times in the beginning, right? So how can I block that? We know that it's an insecure one. How can we block? Simply we can block here. So I can choose here DA, I don't want, but I want Android Enterprise, but this should be 8 and above Android versions only onboarded. And maximum also you can define. Maybe there could be some bug on a different version that you wanted to, stop it. Or maybe to start after that bug specific version. You can do that here. Okay. Same thing goes for these are the settings for every device, right? For Android. But if you choose here, you don't want the end users to enroll end users to enroll in Intune. How can you block it from a project point of view? This is where you're going to come up here and you will configure as block. Meaning, if a user has access for, definitely he has a mobile phone and he has a company portal application, it just goes and install that application. With that, he is trying to sign up. Then it can be blocked. So I didn't explain about company portal yet. You might be confusing, but that's a tool that will be using for enrollment process. Okay, your mobile devices. So in our case, what we are trying to explain, what we are trying to learn is here. How can I stop some kind of device version, some type of device category itself, platform based? You can do it here. So this is the place you need to first I have to think. First place would be think about this. After terms and conditions or the customization, you also have to think about the enrollment restrictions. Clear? So from a design point of view, as a security point of view, you should come up with what is that you wanted to put it. Create here, you can create here device enrollment. Okay, you can come up with a sheet, a similar kind of sheet. Here you can say that what type of configuration you want to configure. Let's say I wanted to say here, so you can define here the required configuration within the sheet, and then you need to gather also from the project requirement, from the project point of view, right? So sometimes I would open this sheet to show you the document that we need to might need to fill up as part of the project. Okay, let's say these are the platform specific, and you want to enable or disable. Okay, maybe even for the bring your own device also concept, you want to enable or disable. So the similar structure that we have here, okay, you can produce this in that Excel sheet and ask them to fill as a first step. Okay, so in my case, as I initially explained that, we don't want to go with the DA. So what I can do, I can simply block. Okay, so if I block it here, what happened? Even personally owned also getting blocked. Same thing goes here. So if I choose this, the Android cannot be enrolled by anybody. So you might, come up with this kind of, scenarios definitely in your project. Okay, I'm not changing anything here. We will come back here also one more time. And also by default, there are, some kind of option, some kind of uh, limitations. Okay, I would say limitations for any user to enroll. So the limitations are, if you look at here, device limit. So before I go here, device limit, my friends, I wanted to take it to my Azure Active Directory. So in my Azure Active Directory, why there's a device. Let's see. There is a user called Chris. My friend Chris wants to use maybe 10 devices. You just registered 10 different devices. Can this is supported by your Azure AD? First thing, why we are talking about Azure AD? Because that's the flavor. On top of it only, you have the Intune or Endpoint Manager, right? So first of all, what is the limitation that a user can enroll or register or join his machines in Azure AD? That you need to understand first. That's the first limit. The second limit is from Intune, what is that you are allowing? How many devices you are allowing? So that also be checked at the top level from Azure AD point of view as well as from the Intune point of view. Let's go to that configuration and let me clear. Yeah, let's go. So let's go to the devices and see how this configuration reflects. If you see device settings, why is slow my machine? Yeah. So you see here, it is saying that there is a forget about Intune, all of that stuff, my friends, please. You see, you have a device, a user. He's trying to join to Azure AD. Can he is allowed to join? It's decided by here. Users may join the devices. Everybody can join. Do you want to really scope that project to everyone or is selected based on your Azure AD group? You need to come up with this plan also, okay, as initially, then uh, think about it. And also, is this users when they are trying to join, do you want to force them to use the MFA? You can configure. And this Chris, as I said earlier, this Chris can maximum join 50 devices. You look at here, maximum number of devices of 50. Huge. So are we really talking about that flexibility is giving in Azure AD? It depends on your company. Okay. So why we are talking about Azure AD? Because on if the device is joined to Azure AD, we are actually going to use to enroll into Intune or Endpoint Manager or MEM, right? To come to the MEM, what we will be doing, we will be uh, reviewing these settings also as part of the project settings first. Okay, before we start either Windows enrollment or Android or Apple, first think about those things. Okay, and also if you're just talking about the cloud only, okay. Uh, so if you're just talking about the cloud only, so I hope you guys knows that Microsoft always recommends these days not to have any user as a local admin. What they wanted is they wanted nobody should be a member or maybe the local admin, even the default admin account also disables as per their security standards or their recommendations, right? But we normally we will enable or we will have some other users to be a part of that on that machine as a local admin. But during this, let's say this machine is joined to Azure AD. Now this Chris is going to get when he is trying to log on, uh, he's going to get a user level permission or admin level permission. How can I manage this? So these things comes under local administrators, or maybe your help desk team is there. Maybe Chris says that I'm the normal user icon boss, so I need help in installing something, or I need to click on UAC prompt or some other thing. Then they might reach you, and you should be able to help from a help desk point of view. So for that, you can add whatever the groups here, whatever the users you're going to add, they will become as the local admin on that computers automatically. Okay, so why I was talking all this is also a little bit relevant. It's not directly from Intune, but it means a lot when you go and troubleshoot. Okay, let's say if a user coming up more than 5 devices, that's a limit. You see here, enrollment restrictions, it says that all users can only enroll up to 5 maximum. Let me edit and show you. Okay. Now we talked about enrollment registration. Now I wanted to also now talk about the device categories. Okay, the next part is I'm talking about the device categories. What exactly device categories? Device categories are a simple category. Let's say I have a sales team, or I wanted to say that if a device is a corp device, during the enrollment process, the user can select as a corporate, or if it is belonging to bring your own device, user also can select as bring your own device as a category. So it just from a user point of view, he is self-declaring that or he's self choosing that specific category of the device. Why he has to choose? Let's say there is a sales team. Okay, what we do is we will send a communication that, hey, sales team, when you try to enroll, you will be prompted with a category, and you might get 4 or 5 categories. Out of that, please select as a sales. So there are 4 or 5 team members, so all of them has selected sales. So what is the benefit that they're going to get it? So in the back end, my friends, what we do is, based on this sales category, we create a device collection. Okay, a dynamic device collection. Whenever users try to enroll with a category called sales, that device or that user becomes part of this device collection. And then what is the advantage of having an AD group? You can target some applications, some configurations automatically to this group, so they get automatically everything that you push it. So that's where the groups are more powerfully used. I just gave example only. We're going to do it live, all these. So you might be somebody asked earlier, are we just talking about theory? Yes, at this point of time, just the theory now. So once I created the categories, you will be seeing the live Windows 10 machines. So we're not so long. So you have your device categories, right? So this is a category that you can do it. So simple, as I said, sales, you have sales team example, you can create. There's no user account, nothing to assign, just a category type, just a name. So I can say that here, bring your own device. Very simple, straightforward. I can create one more, maybe corp example. So I created 3 different device categories, right? Now we have done the high level of verification that needs to be done for any of the Intune project. Okay, now what we are trying to do is we are trying to move to the project phase. Within this, a Windows specific we are going to learn. We are not going to learn in between anything related to Android or Mac or iOS. We will full-fledged concentrate on Windows now. Okay, so the high level of a configuration that we have done so far is applicable for any platform you talk about it, any platform. Now it's time for us to talk on Windows specific. Clear, my friends? So if somebody asks, hey, whatever we have done so far, is it the first time configuration? Yes, it's a first time configuration that needs to be done. If I want to configure here sales team, okay, and my friends, I didn't told that You can also create groups directly from Endpoint Manager, even users also, which I have not told, which is the same case. So let me create a group in devices from the Endpoint Manager group. So here I can go ahead and create, okay, so here all sales team. Okay, now instead of the assign, I'm going to choose as a dynamic. So here I'm going to build now query. Okay, so device category, if you see here under query, how did I came? You were quite new. Just see, I can go to the groups, new group. The previous groups are already there. So just click on the new group, and from there, it's a security group. There are different type, Office 365 also mailbox specific, but we are working with the security, and give the group name. And in the device membership, choose the dynamic device. Try to build that dynamic device query. So here in the properties, I'm choosing device category, and the operator is contains or equals whatever you want, contains sales team. Then just click on here, it automatically builds that query. And these are very limited. As on date, it's limited. It might grow up in future, but you don't have that much of flexibility that you have it with SCCM collections dynamic queries. Query based, you create very huge, but you don't have that flexibility. Okay, but Microsoft is still improving on this specific. Whatever the options you have, you can do it. Okay, and then save this query and click on create. Now we have created a query based on a sales team category. Let's say if a user trying to enroll with the sales team, what happens? The device gets automatically part of the sales team. And later point, maybe I might be pushing some application here to that specific device group. That's where I can use it. That's where I can use it. So if you want to do some kind of an automation with these things, you can do that. I'm actually, as I said, I'm going to repeat this specific thing. If you want to learn Intune easy way, I have my own way of telling is don't go with all devices and don't go with all word. Go by platform. Try to learn by platform only first. Once you learn all these platforms, then you can go to the all. Okay, all word just separate it for some time, because you get multiple options, you get confused. Okay, so I request when you are trying to learn, go by platform. That's my recommendation and the best way to learn even. Okay, either it could be a device specific or it could be a applications. Go by platform. That's my recommendation. So let me show you, by platform we are going to learn for Windows. Click on this Windows. What happens is if I go to the Windows, I have an option called Windows Enrollment. This is the first step for onboarding or making configuration for your Intune for Windows specific devices. So you have an option called enrollment. What is enrollment? It's like, simple, my friend. In Azure AD, we talk about join or register. But in Intune, if a device is coming here and you're trying to manage, meaning we will do that enrollment. Meaning we have taken a kind of, it's enrolled so that you can manage that device. So that's called the enrollment. So we will be using again and again the enrollment word. Okay, it's not just to the Windows, it can be any platform. Okay, so how did I went is if you're quite for the first time, I've just gone to these steps I followed: navigation, devices, and then by platform Windows enrollment. The same thing, my friend, also available if you just go down here in the first blade. This is called a blade actually. Okay, we call it in Azure world a blade. So within this blade, you also have somewhere here enrollment options. Okay, so you can also go by enrollment here, device enrollment. So if I just click on device enrollment, you can also go in this way also. So what is the difference is, as I said, I like to go by platform. If I go in this way, what happens is you have an options, multiple options. Okay, you have a multiple options. Clear? So now the steps are same, the icons are same, it's just the hyperlink. Okay, it's a hyperlink or the web page is same. So I'll just go by Windows platform. You can also do enrollment and Windows, or go to Windows and enrollment. So the same page. Okay, so we are going to learn only these things for now. I mean, whatever is there within this, the 4 boxes we are going to learn, not the autopilot. This is specific to the autopilot. We will be learning later point. Okay, don't be in a hurry to learn this. Let's actually understand the basic thing and then we'll move to the autopilot, my friends. Okay, first thing first, you have here by platform Windows enrollment, and here you have an automatic enrollment. Let's understand what it is actually. As the name or the description says, that configure Windows devices to enroll when they join or registered with Azure Active Directory. Meaning, if a device comes here somehow by Azure AD join or registered, whatever it happens here, then what is happening? We are running some option, something to make the device to enroll into Microsoft Intune or Endpoint Manager. That's what we are trying to do. And that configuration can be done from here. So just click on this. Okay, now you have 2 options. So here, if I choose MDM scope for none, meaning it is not enabled, meaning if I have a Windows 10 device, I cannot enroll the device. That means, well, the reason being it is configured as none. Okay, if you want to restrict, you might have accepted a project. So how do? You can't open for everyone, my friends. So what you do is you would actually create a group for pilot. Okay, and you make that 5 or 10 users for test users, or you consider as a pilot users, and that user group you would be targeting. Okay, so for that I'll just say some. I'll say I have all Intune specific pilot users here, or maybe my sales team is participating in the Intune project for testing. I would select like this, that specific. So whoever part of these 2 user groups can only enroll. What is a platform? Windows. Okay, they can enroll in Windows platform if the persons are part of these any of these 2 groups. Okay, so this is how you pilot testing. How do? You simply first scope this MDM user scope to limited groups initially. Later point, you can increase this. You can add multiple groups. There's no problem. Okay, so in our case, if we want to allow for all, what would happen? If I set it all, now any user can enroll to this Windows 10, but the user should also have the Intune license, right? If not, his device cannot enroll. That's a basic thing. So if you are looking from a troubleshooting point of view, till this point of time, you need to think in this way. The troubleshooting will be done from Azure AD point of view, not from Intune point of view. If you can understand, because everything we are depending on Azure AD, right? So the first device has to register in Azure AD, and later point the user should have a license from Azure AD again. The licensing also will be assigned, and then he can enroll. So for enrolling, these URLs should be allowed within your firewall. Mostly, it will be allowed in most of the companies because these are Microsoft specific. In case if you're coming from a pharmaceutical companies or different financial companies, you might gets blocked. In that situation, a few other URLs are there that also needs to be allowed as per the documentation in a firewall. Okay, so these things will come later point, and ma'am is we are not going to work on this a lot. If you configure both the things, it might get conflicted also. We are not going to work on this now. So simply we'll go in a easiest method first now with the all and say save. So now what we have done, we have enabled anybody can Anybody, when I say anybody, any Windows, any user who can enroll to Intune with all configuration if the provider, the user have a Intune license. Clear? Now, let's so we enable the configuration. So the first thing, my friends, understand in this way, we actually configure the uh, restrictions, right? Enrollment restrictions we configured earlier. So here we said that as a project plan, we are enabling Windows devices. This set as first step, and second step is we are configuring Windows enrollment automatic. Okay, so let's say automatic is not going to work for every case. Actually, if you don't have a PM kind of license, you might have to end up by creating some other DNS specific records. Okay, this is just resolve the specific Intune specific records. Like right, Office 365. In the past, what we used to do is we have to configure not the Office 365, but with if you ever work with the Exchange servers, you need to mention your MX record specific host name and the SNTP server, all of that stuff, right? But later point when Microsoft come up with the auto discovery technology, what happened is if you have a proper DNS record configured with the auto discovery, then it will automatically detect and it will configure the email account for you. You don't need to do any additional settings other than inputting the user ID, right? I've just taken Exchange as example. Same thing applies here also. For some licenses, you might have to end up with additional configuration also. You need to do it. Okay, so this is into the licensing side. Okay, but in general, with the automatic enrollment, uh, you have E3 E5, then it works. Now let's go to the next configuration within the Windows. Again, I'm trying to navigate from devices by platform, Windows. The first one would be we have configured enrollment already. Now, if you see here, there's no devices, but there we need to configure a few things here. The first one is Windows policies. So within this Windows policies blade, you have an option for compliance policy and the profiles. So I'm going to talk on that too first. So my friend, you have a device. Let's say this device is trying to enroll into Intune. Okay. Who knows? This device might not have antivirus. Firewall is turned off. It's not. It does not have a BitLocker. It does not have a password is set. So these are common vulnerable things. Because of this machine is compromised. Let's say this compromised machine, if this user is trying to access someone's secured machine, the hackers or maybe the vulnerability might use based on this machine token, or based on this it might affect other machines also, who knows, or this machine completely gets affected also. So what we need to do is, as a company point of view, we need to come up with a compliance policies. That's a first step. What is a compliance policy? So let's the compliance policy has maybe close to 50, 60 or 100 settings that needs to be configured. So I'm just going to talk about the compliance policy settings only quickly. I'm not going to show you now, or not showing now how to do that. Ignore these steps for now, my friends, please. You have some settings. So what are those settings? Let's say your device must be enabled with a BitLocker so that the machine is fully encrypted and must be a secure boot. So the device should have a code integrity. If you ask, some of them you maybe know no code integrity, some of them may not know. So this is a kernel specific. So when it's booting the kernel, the code also will validated during the booting phase. So that also should be one of the security check that needs to be done on those devices. So these things, they are going to measure under device health. Or you can say, hey, I don't want to allow Windows uh,
maybe 1809 machines, example. I don't want to allow them because they might not be, I feel that because this is already support is ended, example, and you don't want to allow. So you can, say that minimum is 1909. You can set such configurations so that the devices, when they're trying to enroll or post to the enrollment also, these checks will be validated. So what happens after validation? Let's say we found that this device is not have a BitLocker, not have maybe a specific version which you define 1909, but it has only 1809. What happens? So my friends, Intune has Intune closely works with Azure AD also, right? So you can say that with Azure AD, you can block the access. What kind of blocking? You can say that do not allow the user to browse SharePoint portals like OneDrive or emails, or do not allow him to connect to some cloud applications. So you can enforce such kind of compliance policy can be configured. That's one example. What is other example? Let's say this user not 1909 is not there. So what you can do is you can send a automated template, an email here. If you see here actions for non-compliant users, you can send an automated email to help desk saying that this specific user does not have 1909. One email goes, or other email can go to end user saying that, hey, you must have to follow this knowledge KB article which I'm sending, or maybe steps that I'm sending in this email to turn on firewall or upgrade to latest build. Then only you can come and we will be enabling the access to these services. You can do such kind of configuration. Okay, so I just talked about the two of them, but you have another options. Let's say if you're talking about the co-management, right? So you can say that, hey, the device also should have the SCCM client agent, and that must be a complaint, right? We talked about the complaints policies from only Intune, but what about from SCCM? SCCM also has, as I said earlier, that has its own baselines, right? So that baseline must be in a complaint that is needed. Example, you can configure based on your business cases. This all about the business cases. Now, similarly, and if somebody asked earlier, it's a theory, right? Yes, it's a theory, my friend. Now I wanted to cover as a theory this, and then we will configure what we wanted to configure. Okay, so I just wanted to explain all the basic theory for complaints policies. Then we will go and configure the required policies. And also we'll talk about project point of view also. So system security, yeah, for the system security, which talks about the password complaints policies, is the Windows device should have a password? Yes. And what is a password length? It should be. You can define here. And also you can see the encryption, the storage. You can do firewall should be turned on, and ATP or TPM or antivirus, anti-spyware, defender, that specific configurations also including the real-time protection defender. These things you can configure from a security point of view. So when we talk about the security, what did we talk? We talked about the firewall, we talked about the login, user ID, password settings, and encryption. We talked about TPM levels. We talked about antivirus, anti-spam, and defender. These settings we talked about it. Okay, and let's talk the last one, which is defender for endpoint. If you have already configured defender, what is that rule? This is high or low. If you ask what is this, this is based on the score which will be automatically available. If you work with the defender, you know what is that value of high, low, medium. If you've never worked with that defender specific rule, then you never know that. So it all depends on your company. If you're using endpoint defender, then you come to know that specific scoring.
Okay, so these are the compliances. So let's go back to the actual topic what we are trying to talk. We talked about by platform enrollment option, we enable the automatic enrollment here, and later point we discussed that under management, under this blade called Windows blade for Windows policies, we need to talk about the complaints policies. So what is a complaints policy? Now you know that a device should have maybe a password or maybe encryption or maybe a firewall. So these things you would be validating as a compliance before the device is getting enrolled, or post to the enrollment also you can validate. Let's say the device when it is enrolled everything is fine, but the user changed the settings and now it becomes as a non-compliant. Yes, it can be the situation. In that case, you have an automated templates to send an email, work on that specific things. Okay, so this is all about the compliance policies. Now you might be getting, if you're quite new to the Intune, you might getting, hey, am I talking about the firewall should be enabled automatically? No, what we're trying to do is here we are validating if a firewall is turned on or not. We're just checking the status whether it's a firewall is on or off. That's what we're trying to do here. We're not forcing to configure the firewall settings, or we're not forcing that. Hey, of course, we are saying that you should have the complaints. If the device is non-complaint, we will be alerting saying that hey, this device is non-complaint, and we are sending the email, automated email, or whatever it is. But are we forcing to do that job automatically? No. In a complaints policy, we are not forcing. We will just monitor whether that defender setting is there or not. Like real-time on option is there or not, firewall is turned on or not, or the password is set with a 6-digit or 6 alphanumerical complex. Just we are getting to know the complaints level of that machine. That's what we are trying to do. Okay, now you should, or you should get an idea that hey, is there any other option that where I can push it to do this firewall to be automatically configured, or BitLocker to be, or I have to force my users to change the password to 6-digit character. Yes, my friends, you have an option that's called the configuration profiles. Okay, so we were talking about two things now. On a Windows device, one is the compliance policies, other one is configuration profiles. So compliance policies will monitor, it just the monitor, and it will let you know what is the status. Configuration profiles will automate the some kind of configuration. Let's say I have a user, this specific user maybe travel with his laptop to his base location maybe in Germany. From here to he might be traveling to Cologne, different site altogether in Germany, maybe somewhere else. Example. So there, this device should connect to this location's Wi-Fi. How this happens with the configuration profiles. So you need to configure the profile for this device maybe, or maybe BitLocker. You want to enable the BitLocker. We know that BitLocker is very important, right? So how can I enable BitLocker forcefully? You can do it from a configuration profile. Now I'm taking out of the box things also. Let's say in my on premises, I have a multiple group policies. Now you can ask me that you're saying that a cloud only topic, right? You're talking about only Intune. You have only few devices. They are just joining to Azure AD, and on top of that you're using Endpoint Manager to manage. That's true. So how can I ensure that these devices BitLocker to be enabled, or some automated configuration to be configured, or group policies in case if I have a on premises, I might can be set some kind of group policies to ensure some restrictions can be applied. Hey my friend, can I have this option directly from a Microsoft Intune? Yes my friend, that's there. That's nothing but your configuration profile. So 90 1% or 99%, whatever the group policies as and date, or that can be done directly from a configuration profile. So if you ask me, uh, you said earlier, I just shown this, but why I'm not showing this? Because this will consist of more than 10,000 or maybe 100,000 settings are there. So bigger challenges when you go for a project phase, you need to gather what is that requirement, what is that configuration you need to configure. You need to put into the right Excel sheet right way, and then configure that specific settings, properly test it and configure it. Clear? So I took some time to explain the same thing again and again. I repeated in a multiple ways, I know. So let's do a quick creation of a complaints policy and configuration profile. Before that, let's also do the project point of view. Okay, so we were talking about now this is a Windows, right? We are talking about the complaints policy. So within the complaints policy, we're talking about only Windows. So there are few settings that we have shown, like password complexity, all of that. So within this sheet, you can put it like BitLocker configuration we talked about, under device health, and under ATP uh, specific settings, if you have some of them like that, we have talked on it. So in a project phase, what you have to do is you have to come up here. So you don't go and configure as a blindly. First put it in this document, very similar kind of document, and that configuration of what you wanted to measure by taking the checks and the information. Later point you can configure it. Okay, same thing goes for the configuration profile also. This document is not up to date for configuration profiles. um, Configuration profiles, as I said, it's not just a one or two. This is more than 10,000 to 1 lakh. 1 lakh different settings are there. So it's a hard. So let's go to this first one, complaints policies. Let's create a simple policy. So what you can do is just go to devices, by platform, Windows, Windows policies, complaints policies. This is how you can navigate. Can I navigate in other way? Yes, my friend. Go to devices. The confusing one is complaints policies from here. So when you go here, it can be for any of these platform. So that's what I am saying. If you're trying to learn, just come up here for a few days. Once you learn, you can go here. You know what option we are referring. So just go to the configuration profile, create a configuration profile, bear with me for 5-10 minutes, then you get it what you're trying to get it out of me. So here you have an option for Windows 10, and there are two options you're getting. So this May 10th, you have this option called settings catalog. This is one of the breakthrough which was introduced in the recent time by Microsoft. Okay, why I'm calling this as a breakthrough is because with this you have all the group policies. Okay, in the past we used to go with only templates. Okay, let me first go with this and show you the group policy settings, and then I'll come back to the templates. And within the templates also, some settings will not be there. Then how can we configure, like some configuration might not be there, what I can do. So I'm going to address that in this stage, but I'm at this stage now. Okay, so at this stage, uh, as I said, is one of the breakthrough, and with this configuration, it made our life so easy, really so easy in terms of the managing the group policies. Okay, let's check what it is. So let's click on settings and catalog, create. I'm not going to create anything, but I will be showing you what we have. So if I just click on add and look at my friends here, the way we see here is very similar to the group policies. If you just open up your group policy, you have this administrative templates, control panel, desktop, right? So whatever you have, the components, all of that group policy, same settings are there. If you ask me, all the group policy settings are there? No, but majority is there. Okay, when I say majority, what is that percentage? Anyway, from 98 to 99% of the settings are available in this. Okay, now you should have a question. Hey, I've been running all these days in my on premises with 10 different group policies. Each one consists of maybe 10 different settings, or 20 or 50 altogether. I might be ending up with maybe anywhere 100 to 500 different settings. Boss, I wanted to migrate because I don't want to apply the group policies anymore, or maybe my infrastructure is migrating to cloud. I wanted to manage everything from Microsoft Endpoint Manager. How can I do that? So yes, you can do that. The first thing is you have an option to analyze all the group policies. So you just have to save the group policies in a XML format. Okay, and then you can import here. If I can go from here, let me show in another tab. Sorry. So here you have a group policies analytic. Okay, so here what you can do is you can simply import that group policy that you have. For example, I hope I have some policy on my desktop. If not, I can't show you this now, but we'll be doing it later point. Yeah, something is coming. No, that is. So I really don't know where it is, but I have the group policy. In case if I have that XML format file, what I can do is I can actually take the GPO and look at what are the settings are available. As I said earlier, when I was explaining what is a percentage, I said 98 to maybe anywhere 99% of the settings are available. Whatever the settings are not available, it will list here when when you do this. Where is that? Did I close that? The group policies one? Yeah, I think I closed it. But if you import that group policy to group policy analytics one, you would actually get it, and it will tell you, this specific setting is not there, this specific setting is available. And also it will tell you here how to navigate that also. So that's a one best tool for migration, your group policies. Okay, now I just talked about this category. Okay, anybody has on this category any doubt? So this has everything almost. Okay, now we're going to talk about another type of group policy with templates. Let's say here templates. Now within this templates, now you have a multiple options. The first option which I wanted to show you is administrative templates. So let's create one, test one. If you see here, you have the similar one. Let's say you got a control panel. If you remember, we just coming back from previous catalog, very similar, right? This is also a group policy, right? Windows components, I'm into the computer configuration. Windows components, very similar, right, my friends? So like I can do the DO delivery optimization, or maybe some other policy, BitLocker specific, or all that configuration is already available. So meaning whatever you have earlier viewed from settings catalog is also available under templates, administrative templates. I think my screen was slow. So what I was trying to explain is whatever you have under settings catalogs also available under administrative templates. If you ask me what is the difference, and also I said it's a breakthrough because here you have a multiple options. You have more settings than administrative templates here. So sooner or later, this gets migrated to here. That's the ultimate thing. And that's why you have a preview. Okay, now, so we talked about the group policies, but what about other settings? So these are the VPN, Wi-Fi specific settings. Let's say some XYZ setting is not available, my friend. Can you tell me what kind of settings? Let's see, I wanted to disable insecure application, one of the application called Internet Explorer. I don't want to allow anybody to use the Internet Explorer. How do I do that? I don't have a group policy, right? So what I'll do is I'll reach either Internet Explorer specific community. That's how I do it. Okay, I'm very open to explain how I would do that. I would go to either a forum, technical kind of forum, or I'll reach the principal vendor of that product because we paid that application, right? And I'll ask them that settings to the settings like I wanted to disable now Internet Explorer, right? So I'll go to the custom and then I'll say IE specific disable. I'll ask that settings to be give here. So they would as a hardware vendor or the application vendor, they actually gives that specific settings to us, and then that specific settings can be applied to disable or enable that functionality. Okay, same thing goes even if you somebody was talking about the ESP page, right? So there's a small bug in that ESP page when you're trying to do even for Autopilot also. So to stop that bug, we actually come up here and create that specific settings also during the Autopilot, in fact. Okay. For the enrollment configuration, we try to learn by platform. That's the recommended way to learn. First, we will go with the Microsoft Windows operating systems. That is a Windows. Within this, we need to configure the enrollment options. Here we have the automatic enrollment. So when you configure automatic enrollment, you have an option to either scope for a specific project people, or you can scope for everyone. But again, when you scope for everyone, it doesn't mean that everybody gets the enrollment automatically. That statement may be correct if they have the Intune license. So if a person has the Intune license means, then you can the user can automatically enroll in case if the device is joining to Azure AD. Again, for the device also, we talked about the 50 devices a user can register, but from Intune point of view, it is just the 5. You may get some kind of doubt, like how can I manage um, like I wanted to enroll the device myself and give it to as a help desk guy. Okay, think that from a help desk point of view, if a person has to enroll, the user is not available, but they could be enrollment would happen on his own credentials, and then he can hand it over the device to some other people, and then the file limit can easily reach, right? So for that, we have an option called within this, or that is basically for only people where we do the uh, build we call it as a build guys, right? So they can have actually a specific option called enrollment manager. So with we can create one user account, a common user account, and give it to the help desk team, and they can use that user ID and password, and then with that they can enroll any of the devices. It's not the limit is 5, it is the limit is 1000 devices. So post to that they have to come up with another account. So that's a additional method that we have for the enrollment. From the enrollment we have configured this, and later point we were able to do the enrollment options for the Windows device. So we also configure terms and conditions, and also here somewhere the device categories, right? The device categories also configure like sales, bring your own device, and corporate. And also we talked about the compliance policies and configuration profiles, but we didn't create it. Oh, okay. So compliance policies is in a one word, it will measure whether we have that specific settings or standards on that Windows devices, because it is applicable for Windows now. Okay, if it is a same thing actually can be configured same way, the same steps, almost the similar configuration that you have it for other device type also, like by platform like Android or maybe iOS also, you get the similar configuration. Okay, for now, compliance policies, this actually measures whether we have that specific configuration available or not. Let's say when I say what kind of configuration, example, if firewall is turned on state or not, we can find out if the device does not have a firewall settings turned on, Then what we can do, uh, it just gives you here as the device is non-compliant, and then we can work on that with the help of help desk team to make that devices to be remediated. And coming back to the configuration profile, this consists of thousands of settings, and this requires a lot of efforts in terms of the planning especially, and each of these settings also to be for the testing purpose also it takes a lot of time, and you may not be perfect on in every configuration because for example, if you're the guy from a defender or ATP point of view, might be that specific configuration might be available here within this configuration profiles, and the person who's gonna configure, he needs to know in and out of that configuration, then only he can configure properly. Otherwise, the testing and the configuration will be a challenge for us. Okay, so with the help of configuration profiles, we can do configuration automatically on the end devices. Let's say I want some certificates to be enrolled the device, or maybe some group policies to be set. So that kind of settings can be applied from the configuration profiles. My friends, here compliance policies and configuration profiles, one almost these things will be there 100%. It will be there for every device platform. Okay, meaning when we move after when we completed Windows enrollment, we'll move to the Android, then also we'll see the same thing, and we also see same thing in the iOS or Mac platform also.
Starting from 2021 and we were able to automate even complaints policies. Let's say if the complaint is not found, you could run a remediation policy directly from a complaints policy so that it will run that specific script to make it automate. And this is one option. Now, my friends, you may have a question definitely what type of devices or what type of users I should target here. So it's not exactly type whether this assignment of your complaints policies should target to users or to device. This would be the right question. So always complaints policies always target to users, and rest of the things like a configuration. So when you see or when you talk about the configuration, a configuration is performing on a device, right? It's not on a user. So user may come from anywhere, but we wanted to validate the user compliance, not the device, because when the user is compliant, first thing we would look at, and if that user is compliant from that specific devices, then we will allow with maybe a conditional access for that device. That's why always for compliance policies assign for user groups. Okay, and configuration policies or Windows updates, all of that should actually go for device level. So now the question will come up, how would I assign for devices? So it's a best practice you to create a dynamic groups or group of devices. Let's say, is it a personally owned or company owned kind of configuration you could create, and later point use filters. Filters is something new starting from 2019 2021, yeah, 2021 end of the year it was actually introduced, and in fact from Jan end I think, or fifth first I think, yeah, that's a fifth first onwards, fifth first 2022 onwards, it's a alive. So meaning generally it is available. You could look at filters how to utilize from a video which I have already added within the Intune playlist, or you could check it in the description also. That's one of the best way to apply the conditions with the filters. So you try to understand based on that.
Windows 10 or later create. I'm just creating this is for Windows 10 complaints policy. In my case, we did already explained the options that we have. So just to give you, this is for the device health, which require maybe a BitLocker kind of configuration. Here, device properties, that's a version and all of that. Here, SCCM complaints level, it is measuring. Here, system security, which is a password kind of options that you can check out. And also here for the TPM, firewall, antivirus, these settings. So in my case, I'm actually configuring firewall should be required. Okay, and also I can say that maybe for the remediation side you asked, right? So what we can do is Microsoft Defender and anti-malware, we can say that it is required, and then we can put the real-time protection as on. Okay, so that in case of real-time protection is turned off, it gets automatically turned on. Okay, we will come to that demo later. Now let's go with a simple one to understand how the enrollment works. Okay, later point we can enable all of these settings, required settings. Okay, so I have taken very simple as a firewall at this point of time. For any setting that you wanted to enable, you need to have even tested these settings. It's not like you have an option here, you just enable the TPM is required. So what if your device does not have a TPM? Then it will show as a non-compliant, definitely, right? So it depends on what kind of configuration we wanted to test in the compliance policy. I'm taking very simple one here as a firewall at this point of time. Okay, and also you have the defender level security configuration, which I'm not taking anything.
These policies can be designed basically for one for bring your own device complaints policy, other one for the corporate devices. So regarding this, actually I have made an excellent document which is available in the GitHub, and you could see on the screen that URL. And coming back to the designing, okay, how do you design these complaints policies? Not just the complaints policies, even configuration items, all of that stuff. Actually, I have really explained every setting and the recommended settings, at least from the Microsoft point of view, as well as from the customer point of view, and even from your company point of view as a consultant, how and what are the best configuration you need to propose for your customer. All of that stuff has been very well documented and very well explained in this playlist, which is actually on your screen. So if you just go to that specific URL, which is tinyurl.com/Intune Design, which is going to talk about all that design specific things. You could learn from tinyurl.com/Intune Design. But my friends, first you need to have the basic things. If you don't have a basic things, again, that might be challenging for you to understand. That's why I created this playlist, which is gonna cover deep dive of the internal knowledge, and then you could actually utilize the Intune design specific playlist. That's where you could utilize it. Let's continue with this, Paul.
Okay, now for the automation, you have the automation side. Here you can send an email with a template. You need to configure the notification message templates. If you have already configured those, you can utilize that. So we didn't actually configure any kind of notification templates. In case if we have, we can use it. We'll see later this. So let's click on next. Now I want this simple baseline policy to apply for all the users. Okay, not just the any user. Okay, everybody can go for the compliance policies. So next. So this can be applied, this simple policy. Now configuration profile also will try to create a simple policy for the defender specific, which we talked. Okay, we'll see Windows 10 or later with the admin with the templates. Within this you have an option for the lot of configuration options are there, so you need to check where that defender specific option is available. So, under device restrictions, we'll give here device restrictions, defender antivirus. Within this we have an option for the real time. So real-time monitoring should be enabled. Example. So this should automatically enable for real-time monitoring option. Like that, you can configure whatever the additional options that you wanted to configure. Okay, so I've just taken two of these settings. So on a Windows 10 machine, when I log in, I should get the real-time monitoring as enable option. Okay, so now I didn't configure any other settings. You have different settings within the device restrictions. You can check out here, for example, screen capture from a mobile, disable, all these different kind of settings you have. Out of that, we are actually working only one setting at this point of time with the real-time monitoring. Okay, this can be applied to all devices or all users. Okay, let's again here also, if assign this profile, you can apply OS edition is this, then only this can be valid for, I mean, this specific device restriction is applicable for only a specific set of machines. As a condition also, you can apply the settings. So we have created two configurations. One is a complaints policy, other one is a configuration profile. I have another Windows 10 machine which we are trying to enroll. So let's have a look on how the enrollment works. Okay, so I think we have a user called Chris account, right? So we'll use that Chris account to enroll. For the enrollment, we are actually doing from the end user point of view. This is the end user experience which we are talking about. And I'm not talking about automatically enroll from some magic with the group policies, all of that stuff. We're currently learning only cloud only, meaning the users or the help desk team, have to take the remote or whatever it is to, help them to enroll the device. So the steps are just go to, this is a normal machine. If you see here, I think it's in the work group at this point of time. This is in a work group. And this machine, how we have configuration, we can see here. So if you go to start button and settings and then accounts, from access work or school, from here you can enroll the device to Intune. So simply click on it. So what we are trying to do is we are actually enrolling to Azure AD, not to the Microsoft Intune, because that would take care of the rest of the part.
Friends, I'm here actually sharing a very, very knowledgeable information to you. Let's say you have a device as a personal device and you would like to enroll the device. How do you do it for Windows 10 or Windows 11 device? All the thing is you simply enter your email ID and click on next button. This is how you will enroll for personally owned devices or BYOD. Okay, that's a step. Let's say you have the few devices that are corporate, meaning company owned devices, meaning company purchase the Windows devices. So how do you enroll? You must have to enroll by clicking here, join this device to Azure AD. Okay, so there are two types of enrollment. One would be the bring your own device, other one would be the personally owned devices, which is nothing but a bring your own device, and the second one would be the company owned. So this is also called corporate devices. So this second type of the devices always will be clicking on here to enroll. So my friends, you might have a question, hey, how can I identify and what is the major difference? So let's say if I enter here with a bring your own device concept and I entered here email ID and then I simply use my local account only, and I would be meaning this device will have an account called Paddy account, which is normal user local user account, and with that account I will log in and I will work for my company. So if I want to access anything, I will open up my company portal application and I'll get everything. Okay, but remember my friends, by doing this it actually register in Azure AD. So if you just open up portal.azure.com or portal.azure.com and then go to Active Directory, in the join type it actually shows as AD registered, Azure AD registered. So it's not Azure AD join. So there are actually three types. One is the Azure AD registered, second one is Azure AD join, the second one nothing but this actually, which we click on this to join it. Okay, and the third one is something called hybrid AD join, meaning the device will also join to Azure Active Directory and also to the local Active Directory. So that's called the hybrid AD join. So for the hybrid AD join, you need to set up a group policy that needs to be configured to join the devices in hybrid AD, meaning you don't need to actually enter or follow this entire steps to enroll the device. It will be fully automatic. So we will be doing that later part, my friends, because we're just starting to understand the concepts, right? So we have a lot of time to go into the step 3, and step 1, I hope you're clear, which is nothing but bring your own device. You simply have to enter email ID and click on next. That way this Windows device becomes as a bring your own device, and if you want to utilize this as a corporate device, you could do this. So the major difference is from a endpoint manager admin center, you could do the perform some kind of an actions. Let's say I want to wipe the device, or I want to set it to autopilot. I could do it on a corporate devices, but not on bring your own device, because the device is owned by somebody else. You cannot do it on a bring your own device concept. So you will have very lesser options to perform on that device. And also in the step 2 or step 3, that's a type of enrollment 2 or 3, which is corporate enrollment or hybrid AD enrollment. So in these cases, the user have to log into this computer with the corporate account. But in the first type, which is a bring your own device or personally owned device concept, you no need to log in as a corporate, because it's just registers but not joining. You're not joining. So that's a major difference. So even as part of this demo, you could see later point when I click on this join, and it actually shows as you must have to sign out from this computer and sign in with a corporate account. That's what it's going to come up, and these things very detailedly explained. Again, I'm enforcing this Intune Architect, which is a complete Intune Architect level of skills I've shared within the YouTube. You could visit https colon slash slash that's / tinyurl.com / Intune Design. So if you just go to tinyurl.com / Intune Design, you have all that material that is available for you to make or to become as an Intune architect, so that you could take any of the project from Intune and you could become as the Intune architect. That's a level I have provided all the step-by-step information for the community. Just give me a like and thank you in the comments, and share it in the Intune community. Thank you for listening these things. Let me continue further.
So I'll just click on join the device to the Azure AD. And I'll enter the email ID. Okay, now it should actually ask us the terms and conditions should come up for us, and also the device category that we have created should come up. And post to this, you see here, this is the terms and conditions that we have created already with the privacy statement, link, all of that stuff, which we enter into the Intune customization, right? So we can accept or decline. So as soon as I accept it, it will be recorded on my name digitally in the administration wherever we have configured, so that that information can be exported and sent to the auditing team. Okay, now we have a best category that fits for this device. I can choose it here. If I correctly remember, I have configured as a sales team in the group type. If that's the case, we can use the sales team, so that this device dynamically should be part of that group. So I'll just click on next. Okay, so make sure this organization you're gonna join is the correct information. Definitely, we are trying to join this device to the learninmylab.com domain with this user. So let's say arise, say join. Okay, you're all set. The device is connected to so and so your Azure AD, And then if you see here, it says that, hey, you have currently logged into a different user account. Please try to switch account and sign in with this user account. So what will happen is, if you don't sign in with this Chris account, so the device specific settings will come. For example, if you configured a specific setting for Chris to from the profile specific, if you remember, we also configured, for example, Defender antivirus real-time monitoring. We have configured as a profile, right? So instead of that, if we configured as OneDrive to automatically sync, and the common known folders like a desktop, my documents, all that also should sync to your OneDrive for Business example. In that situation, if you configure such kind of policies, it doesn't apply to the device level, since that is actually targeting, because the OneDrive works definitely for a user base. So user token is needed, user credentials is needed, all of that stuff, right? So such kind of policies might not work. So it's recommended that to log in with the Chris account after the adding. So let's actually log on with the Chris account. Before that, just wanted to tell you, in case if you see here as a more information, meaning this device is joined to Intune. If the machine is not joined to Intune, you don't get this button. You will be only getting as a disconnect option, which is disjoining from your Azure AD or from your on-premises network option. Okay, so now let's click on info and see what we have configured. So we can see here some of the settings that are coming up from here. Information. So these are the some information, and you can click on sync to get the policy. And in case if you have a problem, your Intune admin might ask you to get this information by creating the diagnostic logs information, which will generate a lot of set of different files, including the enrollment tool, troubleshooting purpose. And these logs also now also can be collected directly from the Intune portal or MEM portal. So if you just click on create, it's going to create under C colon users public documents under MDM diagnostics. And the same thing, these files also can be created with the some kind of commands can be used to get it these things. Okay, and these are this consists of different logs, like diagnostic logs, your event viewer information, licensing information, and device management specific. Lot of useful information will be there. These are the debugging information. And in case if you want to run it manually, you can run as the MDM diagnostics tool.exe. That's one other tool, which that with that you can also do it. Let's actually first log off and log in with the Chris account. So let me sign out. If you see here, I'm actually connected as an enhanced mode. I might have to switch this to uh, because uh, because I have done the RDP. Actually, this is almost the RDP, so I have to just switch to basic mode, which will make me to get the console of the machine, and there I can get the other user account. This is where I need to enter Chris. So I'll just have to type here the password. And in case if we have configured Windows Hello, it will be prompted by default. Windows Hello is configured from the Intune point of view. That also might prevent you to enter that complex pin kind of settings to replace your normal passwords. So the device is now logged in. We can go back to the settings and go to the accounts. So we can see here the info button is still there. Definitely it will be there. It won't go anywhere. You can sync the policies. So in case this policy interval is close to 15 minutes, if I correctly remember. And for the logs, let's have a look on it, how this actually enrolled. Okay, so let's deep dive. So what happened is, so there are a couple of steps, couple of things that needs to be checked. The enrollment process side, in case if you are getting any kind of a few events that gets actually created. So this is where actually you will be getting some of the events will be registered, a registration specific. You will getting it, some events, and also we will look into it later point also, more when we go in additional level of the troubleshooting. Okay, this is just the first mission that I'm trying to show where to look at this point of time. We'll come back and here we will look at the common events like 75 and 76, which generates for the enrollment specific. Okay, and there is also, if you're trying to enroll with the automated group policy, there is a scheduled task that also gets created automatically. We'll talk on that also once we move to the next levels. And coming back to the at this point of time, I think you can use the filters, that's these logs we can talk about. So create a report which would actually export automatically for you into the user case with the users public. Okay, here you have this cap file. Sorry, this is a normal file. So if you just open up this gives the full information uh, of that specific device information you will be getting, and where it is connecting, and the device account management information, also enrolled configuration information, whatever it is actually configured, you would be getting, along with the what kind of policies has been applied on this machine. Okay, and let's minimize this. Any of the group policies blocked? If so, it will be telling here unmanaged policies information also you're getting. So this information is a high level information that you can utilize to go through what kind of problems you might be getting here. And other tools, if I'm correctly remembered, you also have MDM diagnostics, I think so, tool. Yeah, so this is the one you have. So here you have in different areas where you can mention, if you if you can actually go for a debug level, where you get the more detailed information uh, with respect to what area you are trying to troubleshoot. Let's say that you are trying to, maybe I shouldn't talk now at this point of time, but if you're talking about the autopilot example and you got stuck with the autopilot, you can actually during that autopilot phase you can export with respect to the autopilot area. Okay, like that, you can go for the device enrollment area or device provisioning area. So there are autopilot, these are the common three things that you can use the three different use cases. Okay, let's say if I want to generate example here, one second, let me actually go in enhanced mode. Yeah, so in case if we are going for a specific in depth of the logs information, what we can do is we can actually go and talk about the log with respect to the device enrollment and device provisioning state, and also autopilot. These are the common three things that we can have a look on it, and then it can actually generate into a zip format, as a cap format we call it. So you can extract that and then you get the more information out of it. So this is going to be debug level. So which consists of uh, different logs, like event logs. It will be there. Some of the HTML reports will be there. If you just go to the same path, uh, the path which we have given is this, if I'm correct. Yeah, public documents. So just here, the cap. So you can open up this. So you have a different information, including the registry files, all of this information. So if you want to understand the structure of this cap, let me actually copy or okay, extract to somewhere. This is basically for the all the events. It will be available within this, meaning you have to attach to your event viewer, okay, that specific one, like you can open save log, and then you can attach that specific path, so that it gives that path. Events will be viewed from here, let's say. So this can be you can get this information directly just under saved. So with respect to the diagnostics related to the autopilot, information will be available here. Okay, like that you can have a look on each of these events that are relevant to us. Okay, licensing diagnostic information also same case, whether that specific user has a license, all that data will be available. This is in depth. In case even if you even Microsoft also go with only these documentation or these events, they don't go in some other magic things when you go for any kind of troubleshooting on the devices. Okay, and they might request you to even provide these information. Okay, and you have here just quickly here autopilot specific, and also diagnostic HTML report will be there. This is a diagnostic HTML report which talks very similar, the one which we have opened here. This is the same report. This talks about complete summary of your MDM configuration, all of that policies information you can find out within this. So whatever you have currently configured, all that they can understand, or you can understand what is configured here. Okay, and let's go other one. You have the registry settings that talks about the configuration of let's say edit. So the enrollment policy settings or enrollment specific information is already can be gathered here, and that's all of that stuff. It's a detailed again registry, so that you can simulate in case if something goes wrong. And these are other Azure AD operational specific logs. This is TPM information. Okay, so these are the debug logs that are available. You can any point of time you can go and you can have a look on it. Now the Windows devices on a portal, I can see here this device is now configured with the user called who's that user? It should be Chris, right? So this is a computer name that we have enrolled, and you can also collect the logs, the same logs, debug logs also will be collected in case if you want to collect it remotely. Okay, so you can simply collect diagnostic logs. So if I just click on yes, you can view this information from a monitoring section later point. And these information can be collected 10 times, meaning the 11th time it gets archived, or it will be overwritten that file. And I think the limitation is close to 25 MB if I'm correctly remember the size of the logs. And so I've just collected this information. You can get the more information on that device which we have just enrolled. You can get it here. This device is currently complaint. How this becomes a complaint? It based on this device complaints information, it becomes a complaint. Let's go ahead and see what is that device complaints making as that device is a complaint. So the first thing here, there's a built-in device complaints policy, meaning if you don't apply any kind of policy, like we talked about within this device here, complaints policies. We talked about the simple policy created as a firewall. In case if you don't create it and try to enroll, the default policy makes that machine as non-compliant. That's how it is configured. And if I just go to this machine again and see other configurations which are coming up. Here, one configuration complaints policy is applied called Windows 10 complaints policy, a simple policy which we created for firewall specific as well as the real-time protection. You see here, the firewall settings are complaint and real-time protection also complaint on that device. So let's go to that device and see uh, that device is whether it's getting complaint from a firewall. So before we go into that, no, this again. Oh, give me a minute. So this is the machine which we have actually tried to enroll so that I can show you in a single screen the machine which we just tried to enroll, right? So the same machine where we talked about all that diagnostic stuff. So let me show on this machine. I can easily switch with the help of any disk. That's why I wanted to have an end disk. So here the firewall in real-time protection configuration was configured. Let's say if I go to the settings, sorry, um, yeah, settings definitely, to the Defender. So now what if I actually turn off the firewall, what would happen? So currently the firewall is turned on state. So if I turn off, this specific configuration becomes as the non-compliant. The reason is we are actually validating here firewall configuration is available or not. So if I just click on here, currently it is this policy is applied and the state is compliant. But in case if I do any changes here, it will show with an error code. It's non-compliant. So let's actually quickly do that small test. So I will do here turn off. Let's see. So I turned off. Oh, that's for domain specific. So let's also do. Okay, now on this machine, I can repull the policy. So for doing that, you can go to the accounts, info, and sync. So in another 10 to 15 minutes or 30 minutes max, the machine should become as a non-compliant. Okay, and also we were talking about the Defender specific. Let's have a look on that Defender also. If you see here, this has been grayed out, this specific setting, because this is getting enforced directly from this policy real time. So somebody is asking about, how to remediate. So you can have that specific policy, okay, whatever you're trying to measure. In case if something is wrong, it will try to remediate. Okay, but that specific setting should be applied from a profile also. Okay, but in any case, for some reason, if it is, for example, you try to apply maybe BitLocker specific settings. Okay, but that's not getting applied. For some reason, it is getting throwing an error. In that situation, definitely the manual interaction is needed, and help desk team have to go or take the remote of that machine and fix that. Or maybe user can do it in case uh, if you have the knowledge base article, or if you know the steps. So in another few more minutes, this should become as the non-compliant. Now I think we have done for the enrollment as well as the normal measuring the policy. This gets a non-compliant in another few more minutes. So it takes actually some time. So if I just go by this time, actually in the top, if you see here, it's actually compliant. But uh, if I go to the device complaints, I'm pretty sure by this time one is becoming as a non-compliant. So what is that? That's the policy name is showing. So if I go within this policy, I might have two or maybe more than one setting, right? So here real-time protection is fine, but firewall is not configured. That's what it's saying. So if I just click on it, it says that it's not complaint. So I might have to go and enable manually. So you might have a question that why if I go to the all devices, if I go to all devices, this specific device is showing still complaint, but when I drill down from a device complaints, it's still showing as a non-complaint, because it just coming in the right to left now as I navigated from now I navigating from left to right, right? Similarly, right to left, the status should receive it. So it takes some time. Okay, we no need to do any other action at this point of time. Just be patient for some time, then you would get it. The status will be updated. Now it is updated to the policy layer, right? Now it should go and update it at the device level sooner. Okay, now if I just refresh, it is getting. Sometimes if we do refresh also, it might not come. Just do a quick uh, page refresh, then you will get it. Okay, now the devices become as a non-compliant for us. So if you are specific to how to block this device to not to use any of the cloud applications kind of thing, then you would be applying the conditional access policy, which we will apply for on-premises SCCM clients also, as well as to this concept. We will in a single shot we will will be learning when we move to the on-premises section. If you want to push some kind of PowerShell scripts, okay, this is where you can actually do the PowerShell scripts also can be published or pushed. Uh, let's say there could be some kind of an automated configuration that needs to be run on a user credentials or such things, then we would actually do it from here. With if you have any kind of a script that can be pushed. Let's try a simple script from here. I have a script, very simple PowerShell script. Yeah, this is not a bigger script. It's just the WSH W shell with a pop-up, which will say that hey, the script is arrived from the Intune. Okay, so this is a simple script that I have. Whatever the script you have for automation purpose, you can use that script to automate such few certain things that are not possible with a package, or instead of you do as a package as a software deployment. Instead of that, you can also do such kind of configurations with the PowerShell script. So here it comes the challenge, or maybe debate, when I should use the application deployments or when I should use the script. So simple, most of the time we use the PowerShell scripts to automate some kind of settings on the user level or the device level configurations. But the applications also, it's not exactly the .exe or .msi. Even in the applications also with SCCM, we used to deploy some kind of batch files or maybe PowerShell scripts as applications. You also still have an option here to deploy it, but the right way of doing would be here also. So it's up to you, but it depends on the requirement. If it is a straightforward script, you can go here. If it is a complex one, like in a you first have to install the application and then run this PowerShell script and do some other configuration and run some other actions to be done, some cleanup to be done, such things, then you might be working with a uh, application. Okay, but it's a simple thing. You want to straightforward to do it, then you can go for the PowerShell script. So I'm going to use that existing script. So there's a script from Intune arrived. So this script will be uploaded and I'm going to run on a logged on user credentials, this script. If you have already script that with the signature check, all of that, you can use this. In my case, I don't have that. And here again, as I said earlier, also you can exclude, you can include. So in my case, I wanted to show for all devices or all users case to see what happens. So that we have just enrolled only one device. In the ongoing, we will be enrolling multiple Windows devices for different scenarios. We are not going to stick to just the one device here. Okay, so the scripting part is done. We will test it later point, or we can go here or just pull the policy, let the policy to come. Okay, now you see here the script is already coming up here. The meantime, now let's actually talk about the maybe I'll enable the firewall also on this machine in case if something goes wrong. That's not good. Yeah. Now let's also talk about the Windows update links. So before I go to the Windows update link, you have an option to actually restrict to stay on a specific build. Let's explain in this way. With your organization, you might be running different builds, but at the end, the goal would be to stay on a simple uh, stabilized build. Maybe for example, in this case, 20H1 example, or maybe 20H2 or 21H1 example, whatever it is, the build name. Okay, you just wanted all the devices to be stay here. Okay, you would be actually creating and restricting at the scope level all these devices. Even though you push it, somebody push it, it will be stay on that specific build version because you are restricting here. How would you do this? I'm not talking about the patching, I'm talking about only the feature update. So here you can stay the builds. So I can say that feature updates, this is going to be scope for your feature updates deployment. So you can see here the supported builds currently, the 1809 or whatever the older versions are already expired. So you don't see them, but the new releases you would see here. In this case, the 21H1, if you think that this is just released, in fact, in the May 10th or 12th. So if you think that you don't want to go here, you just wanted to stick to 20H2, you simply choose this build, and that's it. You can apply this to the group that you wanted to apply. For example, for all Intune users or whatever that, you can simply create that group and apply. So these devices will stay on that build. So it's a simple configuration you're restricting. So if you know a group policy which is already available for this specific setting, there's a group policies available within the group policies. The same group policy it is coming up. Okay, as a dedicated setting. Now I'll talk on the update rings. So this update rings consists of two things. One is deploying the patches, also the feature updates. So two things. So let's focus one by one. You might get a lot of questions within this. It all depends on the scenario and the testing case that you wanted to use. Okay, let's do. Okay, so you can create a multiple update rings and apply to a different set of devices also. And let's say I have targeted maybe XYZ uh, things to XYZ devices, maybe called as set one here, and also set two example. And now you wanted this entire set specific things to be uh, to maybe here within this policy. I've not shown here anything, but because you will be getting a lot of other questions, so I just wanted to uh, explain here, and then I will move to other topic within this. Okay, if you are trying to deploying patches, okay, uh, you're deploying your patches, but that needs to be some kind of speedily tested.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't explained, to be frank, how to deploy the patches, which I'm going to do it later. Okay, I'm going to do it later, because if I open up that, you will have hundreds of questions. Definitely. Out of that, one common question would be, how can I how can I speed up these process? You have an option here. Now, if you can allow me, I'll show up this specific patching. This is also newly released in the month of May 10th or 12th. Along with that, servicing latest feature update. Okay, so let me actually show this here. Creating an update. So Windows Update Ring, I'm just creating. Within this Windows Update Ring, you have an option to deploy patches. Along with that, feature updates. Okay, so let's click on next. Now you have a lot of options. We'll go section by section. The first section here, updates. We're just talking about the updates. Okay, so within this update, there's a servicing channel. What is a servicing channel? This servicing channel applies to the Windows builds. Let's say when you are trying to deploy on a Windows 10 machine, every Windows 10 machine will follow some servicing channel. Okay, currently most of the companies will go with a uh, SCC, that is the semi-annual channel. This is the channel. But let's say other than this channel, do we have other channels? Yes, you also have LTSC kind of thing, which is a long-term servicing channel. Apart from this, you also have faster servicing channel. Let's actually talk what is servicing channel. Let's say this Windows will internally they test the Windows builds will be tested in a different flow. So let me take that opportunity to draw here. You see here, the first internally Microsoft will develop the Windows build and they test it, and they after thoroughly tested they say that, hey, I want to release this for insider release. If you are a member currently for Windows 10, you would be getting even the Windows 11 um, builds, right? So that's where you can sign up for this specific one. So few users will be signed up. In other way, actually these three cases are not for production users, but just trying to explain. This is faster build, meaning maybe very quickly, maybe 10 days, whenever they think that that should be publicly available for insider testers, it will be available. And similarly, the slow and the fast method also they get a relay. So it depends on the builds that you opted. But in a production, you would go for servicing a channel for annual. So which is this? Okay, so sorry, which is this? Okay, but if you are running with the older version of 1809, they have a different servicing channel during that time. That's why the older versions like whatever 15 or 16 years builds, that has a different servicing channel that has been completely rebranded, the naming, all of that, and then now we have only semi-annual channel and LTSC only. Okay, in case if you're using the older servicing channel or business channel, then uh, you would be applying, meaning in your company, if you have any build other than 1809 and below builds, okay, 1809 and below builds, then you would be targeting, meaning you would be creating a profile, dedicated profile, servicing profile, one for 1809, other one for 1809 and above build you would be creating, meaning you would be creating two builds. So what did I explain? I'm going to revise here. I try to explain here two things. One is the fast release cycle. Definitely this is not applicable in production, but in case if you're just testing, you are the insider preview and you want that devices to be managed, please my friends, go ahead and create a dedicated profile for that to automated patching. Okay, but that is not the case in the uh, production. But in a production, there could be maybe a 10,000 devices example. Some of them are 1809 and below. Then how can I patch? For that, you need to create a separate profile. When I say profile, the update ring, which we are trying to create, should be a separate one. You cannot combine 1809 and above machines profile. Meaning, let's say you have a 1909 build. You should actually create a 1909 specific build. But if you have a 20H, that's fine. With a 1909 and above, build is okay. Meaning this drop down matters for us. So this goes here, 1809 profile. This comes as the name changed, okay, for this. For example, 21H1 or whatever the builds are going come up, this is what you should be choosing. Is this clear? Only I'm talking about servicing channel, not patching anything. Translate these two. So definitely in my lab, I have some of the devices 1809 and some of them are on annual channel. Okay, so normally you would be going, in case if you have a devices 1809, you would be creating this and dedicated. And if you, as soon as you select it, this talks about, the naming changes, all of that uh, things, okay, in the documentation. Okay, so we'll be choosing semi-annual. This is a current production thing. Okay, now, as I said in the May, they also come up with another breakthrough for Windows drivers. So soon, Microsoft is actually going to integrate with the vendor specific also. They're going to come up. Currently, Windows driver specific also, they are coming up. So meaning the latest drivers from Microsoft with the help of the OEM vendors, the tested drivers, tested models will get the proper drivers if you choose this option. Okay, meaning the drivers also gets up to date. This is one of the breakthrough again. Okay, like for the group policies, this is also one of the breakthrough. And for this is for Microsoft product updates. So you might have a question now. I'm talking about the patching for only Microsoft updates. Yes, I'm talking about only Microsoft updates, not for 7-zip, not for WinZip, or not for XYZ applications. But in production today, uh, whoever's using Intune, at least more than 70% of the companies using Patch My PC. Okay, there's a third-party application called Patch My PC. Okay, this can easily integrate to patch the third-party applications from SCCM as well as from the Intune. Okay, uh, the licensing would be anywhere from $1 per the device. If I just go to the somewhere here, I think in the documentation, uh, so you can actually ask your management to in case if you're planning even third party also, you can use Patch My PC category. And patch management fully automated, including third-party applications also. So this is a common thing you would find out if you go out maybe for jobs, or maybe your companies might have already using this application, Patch My PC. So anyway, $2 to $3. Okay, now we'll talk about the uh, quality updates. The quality update consists of all the patches uh, in a single patch, right? So for that patch, you can defer a specific period, meaning you're now designing. In a designing phase, this is again when Microsoft released that second Tuesday patching. So how many days you can, defer, meaning don't install on an immediate basis. Maybe here I can go for 10 days of the deferral. I can do that. Okay, same thing. So in the month of May, 10th or 12th, they released the 21H1 as the first semi-annual for this year feature update. So that update gets automatically deployed uh, if you specify a day and dates. So that can be also overwritten here. In the down, you have an option, one more option also you will come up here. That can be one more options here will come up here. I'm going to explain that also in a minute. But these options will also overwrite. This can be overwritten with this configuration. That's why I initially told you can put a baseline. First, put a baseline and then come to the update rings. So let's say if I configure here as I wanted to stay with only 1909, the latest features, even though you specify here as a 10 days example and later point here, if I specify different period of maybe 30 days example, it's not going to apply because you're setting here as a feature update only on a 1909. So that needs to be regularly revisited every half yearly, and then you need to come up with a plan. Okay, and now uh, once you talk this is for the what to patch, right? Now we're not talking about how to patch or maintenance window or schedules it. Okay, now feature updates for uninstallation period. So you know that it actually puts the Windows old and folder, all of that stuff. Whenever you upgrade the uh, Windows from one build to another build, it keeps for some time so that user can roll back any point of time, right? But again, for that also there should be a certain uh, time window, right? So you can define here that time window. So anyway, once the 30 days is done, you can say that maybe after 30 days, that is May 12th or May 10th, if example, if I take June 10th, 30 days is over, then it gets updated to a new build, and that build information can stay up to 60 days. Meaning if applications are getting crashed or is not feeling that build is stable build, even though these all that has been already tested, right? The SAC is the semi-annual channel is a GA, generally available build. But still, if you want to know users are facing in your environment issues, they can roll back from here. How can they roll back? Here you get an option to roll back directly. You can do that option. So you can choose this option. Okay. Now coming back to the user experience. User experience is a lot of complex things you have here within this. If you just see many things you can configure here. One would be the notify only download. One would be for auto install at maintenance window or restart at the maintenance window after installation or reset to the default. Okay, so you have a different options here. So it all depends on your requirement, um, how to patch it, how to control on end users. Okay, let's say if I choose here this option, I'm getting here active hours time. Post to the active hours, these things, I mean the users gets option to allow to check, pause, they can do the Windows updates, check, they can do the checking, click on that button to check, and any user approvals for the restarts also can be done. So this is just a self-explanatory, but you should come up with an idea how to patch. Okay, the number of reminders that we do it on a client agent settings, right, on SCCM. that things. And prior to the auto reboot, the number of times it's gonna tell about it, notification information, and also the deadline settings in case if you want to know put one more deadline. Let's say here, this is what I was talking about, the down. So you have here a different period of 30 days, and also you can put it after 30 days. It actually gives the user to automatically update. It will try to update, but it doesn't becomes as a mandatory also sometimes. If you want to make that feature update or quality update to be mandatory, you can put it that time. Let's say here 10 days, after 10 days we are offering for the end users to install the patches, but we wanted that to be enforced after 10 days. So you would give here a deadline. So if I give here 2, what happens? 10 plus 2, it becomes. Okay, so this way you can configure here if you choose these auto install at a maintenance time. Similarly, which talks about the restart at a maintenance time. This actually talks about the when to restart. So same thing, here you can configure active hours, scheduling. This is again, sometimes we might get a requirement that just it should go on a first week, second week of the a month or a specific day and time. These things can actually schedule it according to your requirement. So all the possible things are available, including the user notifications and the reminders and a deadline behavior. Okay, so we just have to go on what to be configured. So in my case, in my lab, so normally I'm explaining in the morning hours from starting from 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. to somewhere 2 p.m., right? So I would say that's not an active hour because uh, because that time if I just applied, I cannot show the patch management or feature update which are going to happen automatically. So I'll just configure this to some meaningless, maybe meaningless timing, like 12 to a.m. These are the active hours, so that it can patch the required things. So I'll just say uh, here auto install at maintenance time and restart the maintenance time. It can also do the restart automatically. I would say reminders 2 hours and every last of 15 minutes. Default. If you want additional notifications, you can configure, or you don't want to configure, you can leave it. Okay, deadlines, you can put it. Grace period, a maximum of they can postpone up to 7 days after the patch is installed. Auto reboot behavior also you can configure. So once you have configured this, you can apply for all devices or all users. So in my case, I'm applying to everyone so that I can show you these information later point, not now, because it takes some time. We are going to work with, as I said earlier, also multiple Windows devices will work, and this patch management takes some time. As you know, it has to download and has to report back, check the policy. It takes some time. So the ribbon, whatever, we are going to get it later point. So let's create this. Okay.
Once the patching is completed, you will be updated here with the graph with the success, failed machines, and conflicting, all of that. Remember, my friends, you will get a conflicting in this case because we applied for the devices as well as the users. I mean, it's not exactly the conflict, I would say. Let's say if you applied one policy somewhere from a user, another policy from a device, definitely it gets conflicted. So the best practice is always remember, except the compliance policy, everything should be a device based. This has been repeated almost 2 times within this course or within this YouTube or within this videos, right? So you must have to target for only device based. Use the filters option, and properly with the filter option you could apply just for the Windows devices, and you might be ending up with one update ring for bring your own device, other one for maybe corporate devices. That's how you're going to create it. Okay, you're not just ending up with one, you might be ending up with more than one for each of these settings. Okay, so that being said, let's jump into other topics.
Now we have done the patching specific configuration, but we didn't, this, as I said, this month's release actually. Intune also gets released very frequently every month. So you can see here, if you just go to the tenant administration, you have the servicing release. Currently, this is the servicing release 2106. So if you just go through this documentation, there is a 4 different phase. If you see, as I talked just now, 4. So first they release to the Asia, Europe, and then NA, and then for governments. So they release if they come up with a new changes or new UI changes or new features, they will introduce in this order. Okay, and the current version which we talked just now, this is 2106, and with this release, whatever they are coming up, you would be getting here every month the latest changes. So people in a here in the RSF feed, basically, they configure this. If you're the Intune admin and you just focus on this, they configure this RSS feed in your Outlook so that you get the latest update as soon as they release the monthly activity. So it's like just a monthly email you would be getting it. Okay. So this is also new change actually for the patch management specific. Within this, they introduced a new option very recently, this one. So if you just go here, quality updates profile. So this is a static, my friends, and you cannot customize much. Okay, but Microsoft is coming up with this idea. It should be appreciated. Like you can expedite the installation of your quality updates with these dates from current date. What is the current date? Based on that, these dates you can apply to get the patches to be automatically applied. Let's say I want this to be sometimes we wanted to test the patching on a UAT machines quickly, right? So this is where you're going to do it, the number of days to wait in your environment. So earlier we don't have this option. Actually, what we used to do is we used to create a multiple ribbons or multiple rings here and assign to a different set of device groups. So that was, more not specific to the pilot testing, all of that stuff. So we come up with this idea where you can, choose any of by these or the date that it's gonna come up for automated installation. So you can choose that and apply to a target group, because this is going to be not for all devices. Definitely, if you see here, you're not getting all devices, all users. The reason being, this is going to be tested for a UAT devices. So whatever the UAT devices you have, you can select them to deploy it. Okay. uh, and also this month they also come up with filtering options. We will have a look on later point. This is a filter views for compliances, all of that. This is next level of filter, but I think it's not the right time to talk. But we'll move to we have configured this. So what my intention was to configure some Windows applications, some patching specific applications, and then leave the machines by enrolling few of the machines. Then you would get the proper reports later point. Okay, from Intune point of view, so that we can monitor, we can check the logs, all of that stuff. Okay, now I would like to go to the applications. As I said earlier, also for application deployments, always try to go by monitoring. Sorry, from the by platform you should go. Don't go from here. The reason is, I'll tell you, if you're quite new, if I go here, I get a lot of options. You see, lot of options. I get it. I may get confused which one to be taken for what. Okay, so that's why go with the by platform and work out this thing. So now the list is very limited and we'll finish this list. Okay. In case if you're talking about the Microsoft Store, uh, So you might ask what are the frequently used things. We would be using anywhere these two as a frequently, sometimes this also. Mostly this we will be using, and also very rarely we will be using these store applications. But in case if you have some of the applications that are uh, needs to be installed from a store point of view, like somebody said that earlier, 7-zip kind of applications, then we would use the store specific. But normally we would concentrate, or the workload wise, if you look at these two will be heavily used. Okay, or one is the LOB, that's a line of business application. Other one would be the Win32. So we will look into all of these, but just wanted to tell you the priority things that you should even focus. These two are the priority things. Let's do first the Microsoft Store. So it's simple as that. You need to know the Microsoft Store URL. So if you see here, uh, it says that some URL it is giving from directly from a Microsoft Store. So if you just go to the Microsoft Store, okay, so maybe let's store. So this is a URL which is talking about. So if you know this URL, we will just give as an input um, within our Intune console to deploy this application. Okay, and give the store specific application. These are like for example 7-zip plus. Okay, you can give the description. The description cannot be entered here. You need to click on edit description and give whatever the meaningful description that you have. And coming back to the publisher, yes, it's a 7-zip 7 plus zip. I don't know what is that vendor. Here the category. So categories in terms of just for the reporting purpose, later point it will be useful. So you can choose any of the category that is more relevant to this application. Could be a utility. It can be a utility, so could fall under here productivity example. What it means here is it means that let's say you deployed 50 applications. Out of 50 applications, 2 applications are mandatory, like MS Office example, 7-zip in this case. 2 applications should show on a search list on a top, regardless of the applications that are available in the search list. Okay, you go to Microsoft Store, or maybe to the Google Store, Google App Store. You might search for that specific application, but on a top few applications will be there that has the editor choice. Similar here, your company choice. So these things you can easily to understand about the feature application in the upcoming lectures for Android or iOS specific. I can easily show you that. Okay, we would be doing that in fact. Okay. And so the rest of the information, like logo, all of that stuff, you can fill it if you have that information. Um, Otherwise, you can ignore it, but it's not mandatory to fill. But it looks good when you go to the corporate to fill all the required information. And this can be again to apply for a specific list of users. So because this is again, if you think about why it's not the users coming, because we are talking about the stores. Stores are signed up with the user, not with the computer. So that's why we are targeting with the all users. So let's create this. One application got created as a 7-zip for application type store. So if everything goes well, we'll get the report here in this pie chart. And also if that application got under install for the users, it will show here. If it is installed for the devices, it will show the list. We'll see later. Now, the other one out of this, we tested this. Now the next thing is Windows 10 with Office 365 applications. So Microsoft has given this option so that you can directly ready-madely use the Office 365 applications deployment. You also have option here to customize a little bit, some extent. Okay, so just click on that so that it's going to deploy on my endpoint machines. For example, this kind of machines with the with what this Office 365. Okay, so if you see here, all the information is already coming up here automatically, like a logo, all of that stuff. So we can ready-madely use this suite of application, but here under configuration app suite you have a little bit of customization options are available which you can use. So if you see here, there's an XML format. So if you have the packager, and they can come up with a customization tool to customize that XML format, and then that specific XML information can be pasted here and then validated here. Oh, if you're a packager, you know that how you can customize some of the features. But in case if you don't want to customize with XML, like as an Intune admin style, you have here options. You can choose the configuration app suite with all of these products. Let's say within Microsoft 365 apps, I don't want to deploy maybe Access. You can take out the checkbox. Similarly, you can choose what you don't want or what you wanted. Okay, and I have chosen only 6 different things like Excel, OneNote, Outlook, PowerPoint, Teams, and Word. Okay, and if you have other licensed application like a Visio and Project, you can also consider these things. It doesn't mean that it installed with the CDK, because these are subscription based. So the user account should have the license so that he can use those application. Even though it get installed, you need to have the license for that. Okay, so in my case, I'm not choosing this so that it will not consume much bandwidth for me, because on the same bandwidth I'm going to show you. Now here you can customize the app suite information like 32-bit or 64-bit. And again, for Office 365 also you have a servicing channels, so you can choose that channel. So in this case, semi enterprise channel, which we use normally, we can use during this time. Always use a latest build or maybe older build. You can choose the latest and remove if found any of the older version, it can be uninstalled. So these are the shared computer. If it's a shared computer, somebody asked earlier, you can choose this option so that it gets activated on the primary account or one account which has a permission, so that others can oh, okay, we have
On those
stated
shared
when you're
devices, others could easily use that. That's how it's going to work for that simple toggling option.
and that's it. In the background, install in the background. If you consider the search as a Bing, you can choose. If you're talking about the other languages within the Office 365, like a Dutch or some other languages, you can choose it so that it also gets deployed with the language packs. Now, what if you want to uninstall, you can choose that specific group so that the group can be on those devices or the users, the applications also can be uninstalled. So in my case, I'm gonna again deploy for the users or the group so that I can test it, I can show for all users. Okay. And that is for the mandatory case. Let's say some applications I don't want that to be um, become as a mandatory, then what I'll do, I'll go as here in a available mode. If you see, this assignment is a required case. If I choose as available, the user have to go to the company portal application and request it to get it approved and get it installed automatically, of course. But user action is needed when you push as a available mode. So we tried 2 of them method. Now I'm not going to talk about the browser, but browser is the Edge browser specific. The latest things can be deployed same way. Anyway, on my Windows machines, I have the latest browser, so I'm not going to talk on that much. Here is a web link. So web links are the links that are common or will be available from all the platforms. For the almost all the platforms, this web link will be available. Okay, meaning it means that it's like a shortcut. Let's say I have my uh, IT team dot example, my company name, in this case len, in my lab.com example. This is the internal example, internal portal. I wanted this should be published on every machine, maybe on a shortcut on a start button, then I would be using, or maybe on my Android phone as the icon, very similar to your WhatsApp icon kind of thing, then you would be using this method. So it's called web link. So what is that web link name? For example, in my case, I'm just gonna use the YouTube specific. Okay, web app web link. I don't have any SharePoint portal link, so I cannot demonstrate that. Instead, I'm gonna show uh, some web link. So in this case, https web YouTube, right? YouTube.com example. This can be only required to be available on a specific browsers, meaning that's a managed browsers means like when you push from a company. This topic might not be relevant right away, but it is relevant to understand. Let's say there is a this is a secure site. Think that this portal is a secure thing, and you want that should be only browsed uh, from Microsoft trusted browser example, Edge in this case, not as a of course Safari and these are okay, but what if MI browsers are there? Those are easy to have the information, right? So you can restrict in a such a way. First deploy that managed browser configuration, then that can be deployed in the corporate devices profiles. So we didn't talk about the corporate devices. We are going to talk on that. So on corporate devices, you can deploy, and then it will be only opens in that. Okay, and the category you can choose the category that you wanted. In this case, collaboration social example. You can show this also featured application so that the applications will be come as a pop-up pop-up kind of thing. So you can apply an icon. In case if you don't apply the icon, this YouTube in the backend, once you open it, it will be opens as a YouTube, right? So that icon might come up here. Normally that icon will come up. So I expect that also should come. And I'm again applying for everything so that I can test it. So we did talked so far. Now we did talked about the very common things. I know these are very straightforward, but now there are something called, you need to understand here the differences between line of business application and Windows app. If you can understand this, the applications section for Windows becomes easy for you. So let's first try as a blind person, like a line of business application. So if you see the line of business application, what Microsoft says is you need to have the application in any of these formats. So what is that format? If you see, if it is Windows we're talking about, it must be definitely we're scoping for Windows, right, my friend? So I need to have the package in this format. So if you know that the packaging skill, definitely these Apex, all these MSIX or the store specific, which comes as the with the, if you do the packaging only, it will come with the certificate. All of that format should be there, meaning these things, to push it you also need to have a proper certificate also on the client machine, as it root trusted certificate should be there, so that these packages, when they package itself, the package with the certificate. Okay, and that certificate should be available on the client machine, otherwise you cannot push it. Okay, and of course you push it, but it cannot install. Okay, now most common thing, 90% of companies will use .msi. Okay, for line of business application. So let's talk about a line of business application. In line of business application, you need to have is application source. Let's say there's an application, you can name any of the application name. In this case, I wanted to name as 7-zip example. What happens with the 7-zip? This 7-zip, either I can download .exe. Can I deploy this .exe? No, because it is looking for MSI. Yes, in that case, if my 7-zip vendor gives in .msi, I can do the deployment. But the challenge comes here. Uh, for example, there is an Adobe. Okay, I'm pretty sure that most of you are already deployed Adobe. Adobe never comes as a single file. Maybe Adobe Writer kind of thing. Let's say Adobe Writer can consist of your some DLLs, supporting DLLs, and some cap files, some configurations files, and then one exe file will be there, one MSI also there. can I use this MSI to deploy it now, this application? What I was trying to say is you have an application that also consists the source. When I say source, not just the standalone MSI, this MSI will call in the back in these DLLs, these EXEs or some files to complete the proper installation. That's called source set of files. So it's not a single file. In this 7-zip case, maybe a one file. So you cannot deploy it. If that's the case, so here you can deploy it. If you see 7zip.msi, this is a single file. It does not contain any supporting source files. But here you have a supporting source files, so you cannot deploy it. Why? Let's give it a try. Why, you'll come to know. If I try to select this method of line-of-business application, it is asking for the application file, not the folder, right? So you know the answer now. So it is asking for a single file name. Let's see if I go to my downloads or somewhere, I might have some file. Yeah, I have a config mgr tool. That's a toolkit file. Okay, so let's use the toolkit. So this does not have any source file. That's why I'm able to upload. What if this application consists additional source files like DLLs, all of that, then it cannot work. Okay, you cannot upload. Why? If you just click on OK, I'm uploading only one file and it is taking as a single file. So what is the best way is you have to somehow to convert into the right format that is available for LOB. Okay, let's actually create this for a minute. You can also choose the category. In this case, I'm just taking maybe computer management specific here, and I think description of publisher should be there. Yeah, Microsoft. This is a toolkit software. Click on next. You can deploy again for the required users. Okay, or let's actually, yeah, I think, yeah, let's do this. Okay, create. So now if you see here, if you just look at this place, maybe it's going to come up now here in a minute. In a minute, a notification will come up, says that you're actually uploading. If you see here, it says that, yeah, it's just uploading. And here also it says that it's not yet uploaded. What is uploading is one, meaning there should be a limit, right? If you have a more than, if I correctly remember, as an correctly recall, I think so 8 GB is a max limit of single file. If it is more than that, you have to split it, or you have to find other way to deploy it. Okay, so it just uploaded. Now the package is ready for the deployment. Okay, so what happened? It is actually uploaded the MSI to Azure cloud. So basically in the backend, it uploads to one of the blob storage, and then from there it's gonna retrieve it. So we will be looking into the client side logs, how it's gonna retrieve and what are the logs to be validated in all of these scenarios. Okay, so this is clear. Now what we have done so far is the very basic things. I still call it as a very basic. These things still a basic, but at least these two are very critical, very important to use cases or applicable maybe. So in this case, maybe in an interview point of view or somewhere, the people says that I have thousands of applications in my SCCM, or hundreds of applications I wanted to migrate to Intune. So there is no direct word called migration, to be frank, but a person is asking in that way. It is actually referring to this method, Windows apps, which is or legacy application you call it, or Win32. They name in a different methods. So you can say as the native applications or Win32 apps. This is one and the same, or you call it, you're still using the co-management, as you said, you wanted your applications also to be migrated. So you would actually come up here to utilize that options to migrate your all SCCM applications to Intune in other way. So there are a few projects only on this migration point of view also. Of course, they have to be tested properly, then only it's a migration project, we call it. So let's actually understand by creating a package and deployment. So let's click on this. If I just click on it, if I just select it, it says that again, select some kind of an application package. what kind of application packages. If I try to choose here a folder, it says that dot Intune Win format. So this is the format a file is expected, meaning let's say you have a package maybe from SCCM. Earlier you deployed Adobe or some other applications. You have hundreds of applications, right? So all of them should be converted to acceptable Intune acceptable format, which ends with the Intune Win format, dot Intune Win. So how do you do that? So meaning you can't directly use your existing packages. Let's say in SCCM, how we used to do, we just go to the packages and create a source, show the source of the package, give the package name and the installation commands, distribute it and target it, right? In this case, it's not like that. So the source, whatever you are getting from your vendor or from your project management or your whoever giving that application owner that source, we must have to convert it, meaning if you're the packager from a SCCM point of view, you have additional tasks to convert to Intune acceptable format. Okay, so how do you do that? That's a step. So in to deploy this method Win32 application, we need to convert it. So I'm going to talk on that now. So for that, there is a Win32. If you just go to Win32 uh, Intune packager, this is a packaging tool basically. So it is available in the Microsoft GitHub. If you just go to even Microsoft documentation also, it says very clearly, you just have to go to the GitHub to get this tool. Okay, so once you go to this tool, for preparation, content has to be formatted to .intune format, and just click on this. So somewhere here it will be there to the GitHub format. Okay, so we will go to the GitHub to get that format, that file. Okay, where is that? So this actually uses in the backend. How this works is, my friend, earlier we were talking about a lot of other things, but those things are not applicable for Intune management extension. In this case, Intune management extension, if you just go to a client machine by this time, if I just go to appwiz.cpl, I must have to see something called Intune management extensions. This is additional supporting file for Intune for deploying the Win32 applications. This extension gets installed. I'm going to show you the logs with respect to the Intune management extension once I complete this this application deployment. But in general, just telling you that at this point of time, for Win32, there's an extensions will be available. With this extension, it will use and it gets deployed the applications. Meaning there are some logs with respect to that Intune management extension. That is the key point. Do is for this we need to have a tool called, where did I open? Yeah, Win32 app content tool. So this actually converts into .intune.vim format. Okay, so you can download the applications. This is a tool, so use this tool. If I just go to this specific web link, it actually goes to the GitHub. Let's go to this GitHub, and you can download as a zip file. And then once you extracted this zip format, you would be getting some uh, anywhere some file called, is it available? Yeah, I have already downloaded. So you would be getting like this. So within this, there's nothing other than one exe file. So we use this exe file and we convert our existing SCCM packages, or you call it you have a package. Let's take one example. I'm just going to open my command window. Okay, and changing the directory to this path, wherever I have this uh, utility. Okay, Intune WinApp util.exe file. So if the font size is not clear, not comfortable, I can increase. Feel free to ask anytime if I forget anytime. So now let's take one example package also, my friend. Simple package with this with the situation covering with all the possible things. Okay, So I have an application called Adobe. So if you see this Adobe application, okay, how this looks like, it has a support, MSI is there, but I cannot use only MSI because it's just a 2 MB, right? Meaning it is actually supporting this data.cap or some other configuration setup file and these. So what I've done is, this is a common scenario which you might have in your infrastructure also. You might have already a kind of similar source, and then you might be using either PowerShell, or you might be using some batch or a VB file as the installation. Similarly, within that, you also have within that source one for an installation also. So think that it might be a PowerShell or VB script, but at the end, what it does, it uses some kind of silent commands. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? So your script will consist of silent installation and some additional changes, like delete some shortcuts by using delete command, or whatever the custom settings to be done, that will be there. This here, all I have to do is I have to just take the, I'm just copying the source path, okay? And what I'll do is I'll just call within this directory, maybe I'll put it this, I'll just call the exe file name. So what is the exe here? This is Intune Win app utility.exe. I'll simply enter without any commands. So this, how did I learn is, this is what the documentation says. You just have to go to the document from Microsoft. This says that to create the Intune specific package, these steps should be followed by everybody. Okay, it's not just me, anybody. So in this case, it is asking me to enter the source folder. So I'm just taking a source which is available here. Okay, it is asking within this source, what is that the installation file? So the setup file is in this case install.bat, right? So that's a file. So I'll just give that a file name, meaning what happens is, my friend, in the backend, once I give this source, it will asking, it is asking for this path, right? The file name. Later part, it will compress to a single file. It compresses to single file, and then we can upload, we can come back here and then upload that package as a single file. You see here, it's just coming as a Intune Win format, single file, it will come up. Okay, and post to that, when it is executing on the client machine, what happens is it will check for the hash value, what you have uploaded, that is coming from a cloud to the client machine. The hash should be matching. It will verify that things. You can find out in the log files. Later point, it will unzip that, and then it will use a first command that we are giving here. So what is the command we are using here? Install.bat. Sometimes it might be a VB script, PowerShell, or anything, okay, used for the installation. So I'm using. Now, where do you want to compress? After compressing, where do you want this output? So I have created here another folder, okay, called output, just to differentiate. So I'll simply say put it into the output folder. Okay, now it's asking for catalog. I never work with the catalogs, honestly. You can remove the catalog, but simply what it is doing in the backend, it's just compressing all the files with an calculated size and hash value. It is attached, if you see here, and then all of these files got. If you just scroll up, I'm just scrolling up here. What it is doing, it is adding some kind of for every file SHA-256, and then compressed, and it has generated a file in the output called install.intune win. So if you choose these options, you always get install.intune only. If you want, you can rename that later point. So I get it in my output folder. Okay, now if I want deploy Win32 application, how would I do? I'll just go to my admin center, go to my applications, Windows, application, here, Win32 app. So select that application, and this time it's going to ask us the dot Intune Vim format file. So in my case, I have downloaded, I think this is output folder. So I'll just give this folder here. This is a file. Okay. Now with that file name only, it's going to come up here. So you can edit that information. Let's say now this is for Adobe install. Okay, whatever the X version or whatever the version name. Okay, you need to know, of course, my friends, you don't directly come up here and create this file. What you do is actually this batch file should be tested, right? You would be doing the batch file to be tested if it is working or not. If works, then you will come up for packaging this, meaning it's a final package that you should be using. And also you should know uh, post installation how you're going to validate. I'm pretty sure that you all worked on SCCM with the application deployment concept, right? Not the legacy application, not the package method, application deployment method. So it will ask for the processor name or some of the global conditions or maybe some kind of conditions where post installation how I'm going to validate. So that all that you need to know have in it documented first, then only you can create this, because it's gonna ask your detection rules. If you see here, this is very similar to your application deployment method in SCCM. So it's gonna ask the same detection methods. Okay, so we are just giving here some information. The Adobe X filling up these values. This is for, where is that, productivity. I can show this also feature application and all of that remaining information I can fill up. Okay, now a program option. The program is like, if you're coming from the SCCM background, package and then program for installing, uninstalling, and the behavior of that program also. So for installation, if you remember, I was using called install.bat is the file for installation. So what I'll do, I'll simply put this for uninstallation. I have another batch file which will uninstall. To be frank, I've not put here for uninstalling, same thing, but it's not going to work. I've not tested this command, but in case if it's a working one is there, you have to test it properly and then give that. And the behavior of the installation is a system licensed. Now, some applications might not be work for system, it might just work for a user. So it depends on the application that you're working. So you need to test it and choose that method. Device restart behavior, very similar what you have in SCCM, and also the written codes post to the installation, like execmgr code, execmgr.log file. You used to get it 0 for success and 1618 for restart or hard reboot or soft reboot specific things. So you still have these options. So in other way, Win 32 method is very similar to your application deployment. You'll still find out here, you see requirements, the conditions that you can talk about, the global conditions, all of that. For example, CPU speed, logical processors, free space, and all of that. So you can choose the architecture. So in my case, 64-bit minimum operating system version, I can choose here whatever that. For example, my machines might be 1909, so I can choose 1809 because I'm going to spin up some of the machines 1809 also. So I'll choose 1809. Disk space, all of that, you can fill it. If not, you also have the requirements based on the registries, or you have a script also. So this is, again, if you correlate what I initially said for migration from SCCM, right? So if you have already application, all this data is already available. So come up here and do that, validation, and you can, straightforward do it. But if it is a new application, yeah, you have to test these things. So this is a detection level only, then only these machines can be, applied with the Adobe kind of things, you can do it. Okay, and click on next. Here, detection is the mandatory. If you don't configure properly detection rules, Intune will keep on trying to install the application, even though if it is installed, you never get as properly as installed, because right, detection checks post installation whether that specific registry key or file version or assembly or code is available or not there. So now in my case, for the detection, I'm going to use a common things. I'm not going to use any script based. I don't have any script to detect this one. In case if I have a use, I'll be using script based. Manually detection rules here I have three options: MSI, file, and registry. So any of the method, meaning if I try to install from a command window, this one. So let's see what happens if I just use here install on a test machine. In fact, I have already, so it will go to the repair or registry kind of thing. It might, yeah, it says repair. That means it's already there. So let's say if this application is there, where it will be. So let's go to program files, Adobe. Here, this is where the this is where the file is there. This is a version example. You can validate based on the version. All of these properties can be validated, meaning on a machine, once this software got deployed, it will validate these detection rules. So I can take either MSI or file or registry. So let's take a file, simple one. In this case, this is the path which I'm referring. So I'll put here the path of the folder and the file name. So in this case, the file name is, I can take this file. If this file is there with this version, then the deployed package is available and installed properly, I can consider. So here, now, how do you detect on this? So the file must be exist, or you're talking about in a size or a version kind of thing. For example, if I'm referring to the version, then equals with a specific value of that thing. So that's a 10 dot, whatever it is, 10.0.0, like 10.0.0.396. So which I need to give here, right? If you see the version, file version, this value must be entered here. Okay. In case I'm not talking about the attributes, then I can say file exists. So here, meaning in this folder, it will go and it will check for this file. If it is there, well and good. Then it considers it is installed and it is available. Click OK. So you can choose any of the options. Similarly, the MSI options, all of that can be also tested, which is same case, same options which are available on your SCCM application deployment options. Okay. I can choose if you want multiple things. For validating multiple things, you can do it. For example, your script is doing installation, so that this step will be validated for the installation. Post installation, for maybe a update should be disabled, maybe another registry key, maybe whether that customization is applied or not. So you get that options here. You can configure. Now if you have the dependencies, before you install this application, some other application to be installed, you can do that. And supersede, this is again this month release. This is also introduced up to you can replace up to 10. So older versions can be suppressed. So you can do that. In my case, assignment, again I'm going to do it for the normal users. So here is something new actually. If you notice earlier, we never get this content information disable as soon as possible. These information, the toasted notifications was not available if we try to do it for other application deployments. But in this case, you have the option. So same thing like in SCCM, user notification, you want to disable. If so, you can say that, or this specific toasted notification should only show on a specific time zone, or maybe should become as a mandatory. That kind of configuration, content download in the background, post content download. These all the options that are available within the SCCM for the customization are still available with this also. And these things also can be customized later point also. I mean, if I just create this package, what will happen? Again, in the scene, it's gonna upload the package. So it's gonna upload the package. If you see, it's not yet uploaded. It's still doing it now here. And then this gets changed the status. And later point, I can go to the properties to customize in case if I want to do it. Let's say in the meantime, let me go to customize. I can do this customization options here, but still it is uploading, so I can't do it now. But once it is uploaded, I'll be getting these options here to customize. Okay, let's upload. So in the meantime, we can see here the machines. So in this machine, we have already Offices got installed, Toolkit got installed, right? So nice. So few things got already installed. Let's sync this also.
And it's taking some time because I think my internet connection is slow this time, and it just got uploaded. And now let me sync up here on a client machine, and then we will jump into the log section to view more in detail logs. My sincere request to you, all of you, to like and comment, because these logging information, if you want to learn it takes a lot of time by going through the documentation. I'm putting all of my efforts to you to in an easy way you can capture these things. Once again, I request, please like it and share it within the Intune community especially. Thank you very much for your support.
How I can do it, forcefully also. There's another options. Okay, let's do a little bit of talking on client side activities. So now I got this right. This is nothing but the Adobe X installer. So it actually, if you just go to Intune um, management extension, there's a service also will be there. Okay, so if you just restart that service also, it can be started. But since it is coming up, I have to quickly go to some path to show you the logs. Okay, otherwise we'll miss out program data. Here under Microsoft, you'll have Intune management extensions. This is a folder. Okay, so here you will have a 3 logs. Okay, let me first use the trace 32 so that it's our friend, right? We can use this friend to read the logs. Okay, so there are 3 different logs, my friend. Okay, I can merge 3 of them with merge option so that you can view what is happening step by step. Okay, so there are 3 different log files. One for incoming information will be shown, as well as the staging specific, client health specific, all that logs information will be there. So basically, if you look at this only the specific log, which tracks about the events related to the management, Intune management extension specific. This is the execution is for basically for any kind of PowerShell scripts kind of things. If it is executed, it will talk about it. Okay, and also there's another log file which is the sensor right now. Okay, sensors. It talks about the health in this case. Second, and also before this logs, let me go to another folder also from a program files point of view. Now this should talk about the staging information basically. Uh, So here content is there, right? So if you know in SCCM you have the CCM cache, right? So you could come up with a question, hey, where's the cache in SCCM? Or those are the CCM cache. But in Intune, this is where actually what happens is it will actually place into the three different places. First, it will incoming. Okay, from here it will go to the staging. Okay, this is nothing content now. Okay, and then any of the detection scripts will be available here. So basically it will download here, and the later point, any activity that is doing against to the I'm talking about Win32 applications, that's only Win32 applications, that will be logged under these three logs. Okay, so let's see. It's not it, seems to be. Okay, because we didn't target it, right, my friend? We just created the package. Okay, we didn't target it anything. So let's go to targeting. So as I said, you have a packages. We just created Win32. So you can see here the type of the packages Win32, which was not okay, which was targeted already. Okay, let's see. Did I? Yeah, so this is already targeted. Okay, so it's gonna as soon as possible it will be available, so it will come in a few more minutes. Then we can have a look on the logs. So in the meantime, let me look at other logs, other applications. So if you see, just go to the content, incoming. See, the size is increased, right? You see, and then that's gonna still downloading, and immediately that can be viewed in the logs also. If I correctly remember, this is the log. We merged it, three of them, right? Or this is the one. We can have a look on it from here onwards. Mm, this is authorization. It's just looking for that token. When we restarted, this is what happened. The PowerShell specific script, it was arrived, WShell. It's actually reading that. So this information you can see management extension specific. So it is actually putting in this. It's generated that script, policies and scripts. Okay, the hash validated in this case. Okay, so let's go to the last of this so that we can quickly check the Adobe specific also. Somewhere here it's just coming up. The policy, if you look at the policy, somewhere within this, the policy bundle, you will have the Adobe specific. Yeah, .exe, a reader 10.0. You see these are the values that we have given. Okay, it got a policy. It's a Win32 specific. So this is how you look into the logs. So very similar, you can go through these logs when you get the error. So definitely this tool will show some kind of errors when you have the problem actually. Okay, so this is only applicable for the downloading status. Everything is available. So fully once it is downloaded, let's go and execute it.
So
32
these are the
applications, right?
logs related to the
Let's say,
Win32. That is
for
dependent on
MSI also we
complete Intune management extension. That's why we are gonna deep dive only for these logs, and these are not applicable for other type of deployments that we have done as of now. Okay, my friends. So far we looked at the Win32 app application deployment. Now let's have a look on MSI and rest of the uh, application types deployment status also from the client logs. Okay, my friends.
on that also. Okay, C colon Windows System 32. Today my eyes are burning. I don't know. Config slash in the configuration. It's a admin profile. So I'm just going to the system profile, application data. Under local, you have a MDM. Okay. Any of the MSIs, if it is keeping some kind of the MSI version, like with based on the product key, it will keep it here. Okay, and one second, and also if it is failing, okay, if it is failing, actually there could be a registry. There was a registry. Let me recall that also. Did I get it? We'll get that registry information from HKLM maximize. Under definitely Microsoft for software HKLM, software under Microsoft Enterprise. If I just go to Enterprise, okay, desktop app management, you see here, this application got deployed. So that specific information will be available. So let's have a look on it. What is this applications? So these are the two application policies that are coming up. Okay, so this actually talks about download in progress, the status one application. Okay, this status will be updated back to the server. Okay, and additional thing is if you're actually uh, plain applications, right? So you also look at the normal logs. For example, if this application got failed, example, let's say if it is failed, how many times it was recounted. These are the global policies that you configured, right? So how many after intervals it should be, work on it. So you need to come up with the bit specific also sometimes. So just use a bits job with admin logs to find out with this specific job what happened. Okay, that information also you might have to pull it. Uh, and I would say basically lost error, which talks about what is an error code. Okay, that's one other information. Okay, but for, as I said earlier also in the beginning, we don't just like blindly as a corporate companies, we don't just like go here and just line of business, and we don't deploy like MSI, the standards, right? The MSIs needs to be redirected somewhere to a log file, what is happening, all of that stuff. So we do that also. So let me show you that. If I just open this MSI, what we have deployed is the config-mgr toolkit, right? So within this, you would go to the properties. Once you created this also, you can do this changes. Just say app edit. Right. Here within the command line, it was taken as the default one. What is the default one? Default one will always try to install automatically silently. That's it. It doesn't redirect the logs. So if you're talking about the production, definitely we would give the slash logs, and then the log location, the standard log location, maybe C colon temp or Windows directory under temp folder. like that we will completely give the full path. So we don't just use this, even though we just upload it as a single MSI, we would actually use the standard MSI log directories also. So that's how we use it. Okay, so two places to be checked for the MSIs. One for the Windows commands for redirecting the log, means let's say there is a fatal error when you're trying to install the MSI. It is a common thing that you get it right, and sometimes you push some application fatal error 1603, it comes and it doesn't install. So the only option is you have to redirect the log to get the debug level of MSI, what DLL is corrupted, or maybe is the older version of application is there, it is not able to uninstall. Different criterias will come up when we look at the log. So that is at the application installation level logs. Other one would be the what happened actually. Okay, it might fail at the application level, but what happened? So what happened will be, comes under lost errors. And what is the next intervals, all of that, also will be important for understanding these things. Okay, so that's a first thing policy. Then it will look for, and also for your information, it will look for management engine. Okay, so Intune management extensions by default, it might not come, but when you deploy the Win32 app, it will come. Okay, because that's where it is needed. So if you just deployed only normal applications, it might not come also. It takes some time, but for sure it will come. So that's the next thing it will verify. Intune management engine extensions are available or not there on this machine. So if you see here also, if you have a time stamp or something like that, uh, it's the same date, but this gets the later point. Okay, sometimes these things will come fast, later point this may come. So if you have a problem on a machine, Win32 applications are not installing, first have a look on Intune management extension. If this component is not there, then you have to unenroll and re-enroll. That's Microsoft common statement. Okay, like you used to do the reboot. Similarly here, unenroll and re-enroll. That do the fix after waiting some time and deleting the record also from Azure AD and wait for here. That record should be go out of MEM console and look at from the user specific. Does that user has any uh, additional devices or register for that user? If so, uh, any problematic device that was reporting here also, we would remove it and then it continue further. For patch management, my friends, in SCCM you have single patch also can be selected. You don't have, I didn't show the patch where it is from SCCM, from Intune. You don't have an option to, because it's a cumulative, one patch only gets released, simple. So you want to pause it. If you find some problem, pause it, pause the feature update or pause the quality update. That's it. Or you can roll back at the quality or feature update. This is what you have. You don't have any other. This is specific to only Android enrollment. I'm not talking about Apple now, but mostly the few concepts might be applicable, but I'm not going to talk on Apple specific. Let's say you have a device, Android device, any device, Android device, then how do you enroll is first thing, the major concern, forget about the enrollment, but the company applications within this dot, whatever the applications are there, these are these are your company specific applications. Let's say Word or Excel or your Teams, this could be, or your PowerPoint or your Outlook. These are called managed applications, which you push it from Microsoft, sorry, from the Intune console to your devices. When you say devices, a device can be your personal or your company. Okay, so always when we refer, device can be a personal or corporate device. So that again we're going to learn within this slide. This slide is actually talks about these things only. To talk about this entire slides with this lecture, we're going to talk on it. So now the problem is, you have here some personal applications like a Facebook, Twitter, Netflix, All these are the personal application, I can say. So how you're gonna install here the applications and balance your security for data theft, or uh, or maybe data transfer uh, compliance policies. So that's where the that's where the different type of enrollment options that we have, we are going to talk within this session. I'm just trying to, again, I'm trying to explain only what we are going to learn, but we didn't started anything learning. So I'm just trying to put here objectives. Okay, what we are going to learn. Okay, so let's say if this is a personal device, that is a fine, because I can put my personal application like a Facebook, Twitter, Netflix, whatever it is, and managed applications here. And normally what we do is with the Intune, we will encrypt these data, the applications which are coming from a company, we will encrypt normal normal security considerations I'm talking about. So if somebody is connected with a USB also, the data cannot copy paste because it's encrypted this data. And somebody comes up and he tried to access maybe Outlook, it will ask another layer of password, or not the device password, maybe a different password. If that password enters, then only it will open. Maybe a pin. If he is trying 4 or 5 times a wrong attempts, this application can be wiped, or maybe entire enrollment can be wiped up. So like different conditions we can apply in general. Okay, these all are we are going to learn on it. Okay, copy paste also should be restricted. Taking photographs should be restricted, because it could be a personal device also, right? So it's not good to take the screenshot of company financial data or whatever it is. That also can be applied into this. And also this entire thing, actually whatever I so far explained, this is fully isolated. It's a completely isolated with encrypted with different passwords set, and you cannot transfer the application data from here to here, but it can be transferred from here to here, but not here to here. So these are the things are available, or should be normally considered when we go for a project. The customer might ask any of these things. Okay, I didn't talk about corporate devices, I didn't talk about personal device. This is a common concepts that we might have to learn. Okay, so let's begin. Okay, how do we manage Android devices? So if you can recall in the introduction section, I told Android, when it was developed, they were focused on DA. That's a direct administration from a device side. So it's like very similar to root. So for installing an application, root is not the solution, or accessing the application, root is not the solution. They lately realized that the mobiles are part of work life now, and then they immediately corrected that. Of course, I can't say it's lately. When they begin, yeah, it begins with something, right? That something was this. Okay, so now nobody is using DA. Okay, I told that earlier. Okay, why nobody is using this management style? So why I'm talking about management? So in Intune we have enrollment for Windows. That's good, but what type of enrollment options we had here? We have just the one type, which is automatic here. But this is not the case if I go for Android. You see, by platform Android, if I go to the Android enrollment, I have two options. Hey, you want to do for enrollment by creating a different things here, or Android device administration. Nobody uses. And if you just Google this also, Microsoft is not just Microsoft, actually first Google recommends that stop using DA and start using the work profile. So 99% nobody uses this. I'm not gonna repeat this again. Maybe 2-3 times I might take as an example. Later point I'm not gonna talk. But what are that advantages we are gonna get it with the enterprise, which were missing from a DA? Okay, these the things are missing. What are that? First thing is consistency and reliable management. You can trust the reliable, and you can flexibly you can manage. Applications can be managed safely, and in case of any zero threat kind of 0 day vulnerability things comes, you can patch it, that specific thing, or new features can be introduced. But that's not the case with this. Okay, and it's by default it was considered in a secure by default. I would say let's think it this way. You all know that Windows operating system. So this Windows initially also released for Windows 95 and Windows NT for workstations, right? NT for workstations used to be used in the office environment, right? But later point, Microsoft is coming up, in a different way, the same operating system, but they're just making addition different, right? Similar thing here also. They initially started with the DA, but now enterprise offering. This is also sometimes called work. Okay, Android Enterprise for Work also we call it. Android Enterprise also we'll call it. Okay, solid foundation and a wish to be built. That's it. Okay, these are the things if you just Google it, and we are going to use only Android Enterprise offering. Now, my friends, before I jump into any of this explanation, I'm expecting you to get only 2 points out of this slide. If you get more than that, I'm happy, because the remaining points you're gonna learn in the next slide. In that also, if you're gonna learn the 2 points, at least if you capture one, you're gonna learn in the next slide that remaining point one. So the style of this PPT I created, you cannot learn on a single shot. If you're able to learn, that's good. If you cannot learn, you will learn end of the slide. Okay, this is the expectation from my end also. Okay, and any audience. So let me explain. So this Android Enterprise offering has 4 different types. Okay, how many? 4. This is the first point that you need to take it out. So this offering is available in a 4 different ways. That's it. That's what I was expecting you to understand at this point of time. This is so complicated to go through the document to understand all these things, and it's a single attempt, trust me. So the first option is bring your own device, meaning the device purchased, the Android device, maybe a tab or whatever the mobile device is purchased by end users money. Okay, not given by company. Okay, that's if you have a situation where a user have his own device and he wants to onboard to Intune so that he can utilize our company applications. How you're going to manage is you need to go for bring your own device concept. That is called in Microsoft point of view, the right word is not to bring your own device. The right word is personally owned with work profile. So it's called personally owned with a work profile, meaning it can personal device. This is a personal device. It can also have some work profile also, like Outlook. Okay, these things can be installed. Okay, so how do you do this? Is my friend, this is very simple. As most of you know already, on a device we will be installing a company portal application. We sign into the company portal application, and then the required applications will come from a Intune. Well, that's fine. Okay, now the next 3 options I'm going to talk. So the next 3 are here. I didn't named also, if you remember, because I want you to understand at least there are other 3 options. These 3 are related to corporate, meaning a device purchased by company. Okay, company. So it is giving the device to end user. You might ask now, what is the difference having a bring your own device and a corporate? It's a common question. So simple. The purchase way here in this case user, this user purchase, this is in this case company. Fantastic. Is there any other difference? Yes, my friend. If user left this company, what happens to our applications? So these applications can be, our company applications can be wiped by Intune admin. He can do that, but he cannot reset or reformat end user's device. Why? Because the device owned by end user. No, whereas in a corporate situation, he can do everything, every possible step he can do it on the device because the device owned by company. Okay, so what I was expected from this slide is till here, nothing else I'm expecting, but I'm going to explain you further level. uh, you may not understand at this slide. Okay, so as I said earlier, these three are corporate, and out of this corporate, the first one, let's understand what is this. This is called, if you see, Android Enterprise corporate owned with a work profile. If somebody can try to understand, the wording is same with a work profile. Here also work profile. What does it mean is, let's compare with this and this. If a person can compare, try to understand with this and this, then the concept clears for him. Okay, try to compare. I'm going to explain about bring your own device case. So the device is purchased by person. He installed with a company portal, right? And signed in, then applications coming. So assume that these applications are Outlook or whatever that applications here. Okay, this user who is a personal user also have Facebook. He can have, right? Because it's a personal device. Now let's talk about this device. What is this device? These three are owned by corporate, means company purchased with company money. This was given to very similar kind of, a user. Okay, what is the difference now? You see here, the device owned by company, in this case, it's a personal. Is there any other difference? Literally, no. The enrollment process differs. Enrollment process differs. This is a different method we need to use to enroll the device because it's a company owned, right? So now the question will come here for you. Hey, you said earlier some applications are available here, my company specific applications and also my personal applications like a Facebook is available. Can I also, you mean to say here also you will have the same way? Yes, my friend. Okay, I repeat, yes, you will have a Facebook, you can have a Facebook, you can have your company applications also. So major differences, company and personal owned ownership and the enrollment process. So now you will have a question. So in this case also, that is the same way, like Android corporate device, you have a single user who can use even a Facebook, also company applications. That's what I'm expecting it to take out for this one. This is also sometimes called as a copy. Now other option will be there called Android Enterprise fully managed, meaning the device is owned by company, no personal application. So let's say you went to the market and you bought a phone. For sure, you will have a YouTube on that application on that phone, and also you might have some other. If you bought MI phone, their own applications will be there as a MUI installed, and Google specific applications also will come up. So there are two on your phone. Two persons will be there. One would be the your manufacturer, that is your, in this case, MI or Samsung, in this case Google Android. So these applications also will come up as a preloaded for you when you purchase a phone, right? When it comes to the Android Enterprise fully managed, we have to take out all these applications, just make it as a clean. Whatever the applications you approve, like Outlook or maybe some other applications, only will be available. There's no other applications gets installed. So this is called Android Enterprise fully managed. We also call COBO sometimes. Okay, corporate CO means corporate owned. This is again business applications will be there inside this. Now, other option would be the dedicated. Okay, for dedicated, we put it in this way. Same. Now, for the dedicated, you need to compare with 3 and 4. The first one we try to compare with the first and 2. Okay, fourth one should compare with always with the third one, meaning you will have the dedicated, sorry, where is that pen? Yeah, so you will have a dedicated device. Okay, you have a dedicated device which is which is a corporate device, and just the purpose of this device is meant for a single purpose, not for a user. Basically, in this case, normally a user will use it, but in this case, it meant for a purpose. Example, if you look at here, there's a visitor room, or when a visitor comes, he can tap the device and opens automatically an application, and he can uh, he'll enter contact details, all of that, and immediately it will print with the gate pass. Or maybe in a supermarkets for inventory information, or maybe in airports for a simple purpose it might be used. So this is more into the manufacturing area or some other special device. We would be using this method, meaning it's a single purpose. Okay, automated application will launch automatically, but this is a different purpose. Okay, so kiosk, basically kiosk. So within the Windows also we have a kiosk mode. Similarly, these devices also kiosk purpose will be used. Okay, so I hope at least you understand a few points here. I'm going to explain the same things, my friend, one more time. So if you just go to the Microsoft MEM Console or the Endpoint Manager, you have Android enrollment, and this is where you have these options, 4 options. Okay, so I said Android for work, right? So we are not going to work with the device administration, I told. Now, what is the best way to learn? The best way is to learn is first try with this option, then go to the cross method, which is corporate owned device, which I just explained in the order. Same, second one, then learn this one and go to this method. If you can, or if you want to try it on your lab, or if you want a learning path, would be this is the best way. Don't go here directly because this is almost dependent on this. Okay, so you need to compare and you learn it. Okay, so this is what I wanted to convey here. And if you remember, we worked with the Windows, we have created a profiles, right? Complaints policies profiles. So the complaints policies profiles are applicable at the 2 levels. One for corporate. So if I create a complaints policy example, or maybe some configuration profile that is based on a corporate devices, or maybe let's take another color, maybe on bring your own device concept. So I need to create 2 things, right? When we talk about the profiles, there are 2 things. Configuration profile can be a corporate specific or bring your own device specific. Okay, just wanted to give you heads up information. That's it. That's what I'm expecting out of this slide. Okay, so we know this slide intention is to give you how to learn, what to learn first. That's it. The learning method is 1 and 2 and then 3 and 4. Okay, now we said 4 different methods. Very well. How it looks like? Let's have a visually how it looks like. So if you notice, the first thing we talked about the corporate owned, which is the 3 options, right, my friends? These 3 are corporate, and this is for personal. This bring your own device concept. What happens is the user will go. That's the first level one which you have to learn. You will install the company portal or Intune portal, whatever it is, just install, and then the applications comes. The applications, once it is installed, you will have a briefcase icon on every application that is coming from your company applications. Okay, so these are the things, and it might be it might show in this view. So if you see here, this is a plain Google MUI, not Vivo or not MI view. Okay, so meaning if you're coming from MI, it might be a folder will come up. Inside the folder name will be a work is a folder name. All these icons will be there with a briefcase icon. So any application that is showing as a briefcase or lock icon, then it is a company application. So as I said earlier also, for bring your own device or corporate owned with a work profile, almost the same, meaning if you see here, the device is owned by company, and he also have your personal applications can install and work also. The briefcase icon also there. So you might have a question now, why we give a device for a person to install Facebook. Yeah, let's take director levels and some management guys who are public relationship, or maybe they're using Twitter kind of things to do it, or maybe we trust them but we are not compromised on a device level security. Then you can offer it. That's called copy. Okay, now other concept, which is fully managed, meaning you have a multiple applications here and there's no Google, YouTube, or maybe some other application. It's a plain applications that whatever you approved are there. This is called fully managed. Okay, this is dedicated a specific purpose. Maybe you open Chrome or Edge, uh, just do that, maybe ticketing, ticket booking, or maybe visitor management or digital uh, signing. These things can be done with these. Okay, so I hope everybody understand at least a little bit on the profiles that we have. Last 30 more seconds for this one. Company portal should be used. For these things, we will be using some kind of barcode or some kind of scanner or some magical tricks, like you tap 3 times, 4 times, it goes to the corporate enrollment process. So this is a different altogether enrollment steps. It's not like a normal company portal, because these are devices owned by your company. And also from a Google Android, also zero deployment options also available. I'm just starting the session for today's session. Thank you for everyone joining. So here we talk a little bit on Android enrollment. So we know that from yesterday's or the previous session, we can recall that Android devices can be managed with the two different flavors. One for the Android for work, or we also call it as Android enterprise offering. Other one would be the Android device administrator. So DA initially it was started, but later point what happened? They taken out this. Yeah, they have taken out this DA method, and now we're only focusing on the Android enterprise offering, which is especially there are different profile configurations we have. That's a 4 different profile configuration. I hope you can recall. So these 4, out of these 4, these last 3 are corporate, right? And the first one is a personally owned device, meaning it's nothing but you bring your own device concept. Okay, so now today we are going to do these concepts like bring your own device as well as the corporate owned. So with this, even the today's morning's question also gets cleared. So here, what exactly the personally owned device is? It's nothing but you bring your own device, meaning the device owns by you. So you can have your corporate as well as your for example, let's say these are Outlook, example Outlook, and it can be here in the personal profile set, Facebook or Twitter or whatever the applications you have, you can have here different applications. And you can secure them with the help of maybe app protection policies, so that the data cannot be transferred. Or maybe you can apply some kind of rules saying uh, additional security should be applied for these applications by encrypting the data, and also you can put some kind of additional password when you're opening your Outlook as a company application. So such things you can put it uh, for for the applications that are pushing from a corporate side. Okay, that's for the personal devices. Coming back to the other 3, we also talked about very similar to this, but the device ownership will be owned by corporate. In this case, the device owns by corporate. You can have your personal as well as your corporate, meaning you're just entertaining the user to use, similar as bring your own device concept, but the device is owned by company. So you just hand it over to the end user. Hey, use this device for your personal things as well as for your corporate applications, and you will not compromise on the security point of view. So in both the cases, you would actually see the lock symbol on the corporate applications. You'll see a lock on every application. Okay, and so it's one and the same, but major difference if you ask, here you can only wipe the company applications, not personal applications. In this case, you can even reset the entire phone also. That's possible in this case. Okay, that is the second case. Okay, we also talked about the third option, which is fully managed, meaning in that corporate device, this is ideally we will give this kind of devices to the end users if it is a corporate device. Let's say if a corporate device, it actually meaning is this. Okay, so what we do is in this device there will not be any manufacturer applications or Google specific applications. We just give them a plain device along with only the applications that are approved from your company, and you will not have any log symbol on the corporate application, and you can fully manage this device. So similar thing can be done for the last one, which is a dedicated, meaning it doesn't need actually a kind of user also. It's a simple automatic logon. It might not need even a major password security, all of that, because it meant for a different purpose, like uh, digital signing or ticketing or printing, inventory management kind of tools you would be using. So we are not going to do this in a live environment, but we would be doing all these three. Okay, so if anybody is not understand in within this slide, my intention was to explain at least need to take it out as there's a personal devices and corporate devices. Corporate devices has a three options. Out of that, the first option is very similar to the personally owned device. Okay, that's what I wanted to express within this slide. So let's move to the next slide, which explains the same thing, my friends. So how to learn is, the first one is always go to first option is this, which is a personal owned devices, or the uh, one second, yeah, or the bring your own device concept. Other three are the corporate devices. So the learning process cross, like first is this, and then go here corporate owned devices, and then go to the corporate fully dedicated, and that's how you can learn. Okay, so now let's go to the view. How, I mean, because I'm going to show you on a physically on a device, on my Android devices, how it looks like, but just to give you in a screenshot wise, so that you can easily identify what is the expected behavior or expected icon views. So you can see here, you will have in a bring your own device concept, or with the work profile in a corporate device, you'll have the log symbols on the corporate applications, right? And these two are will be separated, or it will be on a separate window. Coming back to the fully managed, you'll not have any lock, and you'll not have any personal applications. You only have the Google Play Store that is coming from your company. And coming back to the dedicated, fully dedicated, this is again with the single purpose. We will be using for some kind of applications to just to sign in. This is how it looks like. Okay, now if I take it all of these slides, it actually comes into a different concept, which we are anyway we're going to learn it. But if you look at it, just to give you a high level idea, bring your own device. What we're talking is, in when you will be encouraging the end users to use their personal devices, they would actually have to enroll by installing something called a company portal application. So company portal application must be manually installed from a Google Play Store by the end user, and then the required applications will come up once he's signed in, and the privacy statement, all of that, they must have to be accepted, and the corporate applications must be encrypted. That would be automatically done, uh, and you would see the briefcase icon also. Okay, you can do only the wipe here concept. Okay, so let's actually try first with the uh, bring your own device concept, then we would move to the other. Okay, but for other these three of the cases, you would actually using a scanning method to enroll to a corporate device. Okay, that being said, let's also do some configuration from the enrollment point of view. So you need to go to the Google Android, And then from the enrollment, that is Android enrollment section, you can click on it. So you guys also know that this is one other option. You also have enroll devices here. You can also go from here also. One and the same. It's just the hyperlink. But we are trying to learn by platform for Android now. So here is the enrollment option. So
Apart from these enrollment options from Android, Microsoft recently introduced in 21 December or November between two other options which are called corporate owned user associated devices, or this is basically open source based project based enrollment profiles, one with the user based, other one with the user less. So the major difference is these are the open source specific OS and this comes on those devices. So it gives, it's another type of, just consider for now as the type of OS and where we wanted to manage them. So that's where, because these type of devices are increasing in the market, so Microsoft come up with this enrollment options also. So there are two types. One would be the with a user and other one would be the user less. It's nothing but the kiosk specific, you could use it. So these two things I have actually explained very well in the other video, because during this creation of video it was not there, and these are in a preview state also at this point of time. And my friends, for your information, these are not very much used at this point of time, and it may take maybe 2-3 years, let's say, maybe 2025 or maybe 2024 onwards, you might see an increase in these kind of devices utilizing. But till that time you might not see more devices, but that's okay. I have already made a video. You could check on that, which is in this description of this video. So let's discuss the topic for enrollment profiles that we have been learning.
for the enrollment, I just have to explain here few things to you technically. So as we talked earlier, Android device enrollment, if somebody was looking into that, it can be here, but it is closely nobody is using in any of the company, as Google also recommends to use the Android for work or the enterprise method. Okay, so we are not going to discuss this now. Again, the rest of the things we talked about how to learn, and these are currently grayed out because we need to configure this only works when you actually link up one account of which is Google account or maybe a Gmail kind of account. So what we do is we actually, as a company, we would create some account in a Google. Okay, so with that account, what we do, we will link up that account here. So let's say I wanted to purchase maybe Adobe application, or which may work on a corporate devices, or maybe a Slack kind of application or some other application. So what we do is the purchasing program will happen from here, and that applications will be pushed to based on the profiles that we have. So these are the corporate, and here if you see here, this is the bring your own device or personal devices. So we would push it once we purchase the applications here to these devices.
Now let's try to configure Google Managed Play. So when you click on that Google Play or Manage Google Play, it actually opens a new window. So within this window, we would be actually configuring the our Google account. So as we just talked about it, so we would be entering the Google account details. So this could be your company based account. So I'll just simply click on agree and then launch my account. So in my case, I've already logged in with a Google account within the same browser. That's why it's gonna automatically log in. Otherwise it will ask you to sign in. So in my case, it's just automatically logged in, and then it is gonna actually prompt for the business name. So you can give your business name, for example, your company name called maybe back whatever the company name. And also there are two things that needs to be given here. One would be the data protection officer and EU protective or EU specific representative in case of the data complaint specific. So those things must have to be given by uh, you so that they can reach out in case of any complaints issues. But honestly, they are not going to reach you, but it's just uh, records purpose or auditing purpose or compliance purpose, they must have to maintain the data. So in this case, you're gonna prompt it to enter all these details, and you must have to enter all these details mostly these details will be given in my based on previous experience, and the complaints manager details and their phone number, proper working phone number, so in case something goes wrong they might reach them. So once you enter all of this stuff, simply agree and then complete that registration. That's gonna come up here, and simply this is gonna set it up the account for you. That's how it's gonna work for you.
If I have already done some kind of applications for these profiles, okay, then the applications will, we need to configure our policies for Android devices, one for configuration as well as the compliance policies, right? So these things, so what we have done is we are trying to we just scoped for the Android enrollment profiles for these things, okay, corporate as well as the personal devices. And now let's configure the required profiles. So in my case, complaints profiles is the first thing that we normally do it, right? This is how we have done for Windows devices also. Same thing, we are going to do it here. Corporate, or are you doing for Android enterprise or DA? So in our case, it's just for enterprise, right? You remember, right? Why? What is the difference between these two and where it is coming? These two are coming from here, my friend. If you remember, we were talking about one is this, other one is this. So that's a profile. This compliance policy that you're trying to create is for these things or these things. Again, when you try to create within this compliance profile, if I select as an enterprise, again two things will should come up, because if you remember, we were talking about one for the bring your own device, other one is a corporate, right? So two option I should be able to get it. Sorry. Yeah. So now here, one for the personal owned, other one is the corporate devices. Meaning, if I example, in an example case, if I choose as a company devices, meaning it can apply this policy for type of enrollment 2, 3, and 4, meaning corporate owned with a work profile or fully managed and dedicated. These three scenarios, the single compliance policy uh, can monitor the complaints, right? And if I choose this personally owned, it just monitors for work profile. Clear? So I'm going to do it for the first thing for personal owned devices. So in this also, the presentation or the demo, we would go with the personal first. Then once this is done, along with the applications and the complaints policies, and then we will jump to the corporate devices. Okay, so Android Enterprise, personally owned. I'll just give here personally owned. So again, these are the same, almost the similar complaint settings that we have. So let's go few of them. So this is the Defender configuration settings, which is a high-low configuration, and device health. If the device is rooted, you can block it. Okay, Google Play Protect is definitely required. Any application that should be Google Play protected. Example, for the security purpose, they would monitor all the applications that are coming from a Google Play that can be configured. And also you have the device properties, the minimum and the maximum version. Let's say your devices are, maybe you can configure here minimum as 8.0 example, meaning Google Android Enterprise, Google Android versions has a versions. Google Android OS has a version like 6, 7, 8. Now current version is, if I correctly remember, it's 11. So anywhere from 8 to 11 you can minimum and maximum you can put it. So 8 is an older version, but I have one device with the 8 and other one with the 9 or 10, and other one is with the 11. So we can configure based on the required configuration. And coming back to the security, you can come up here saying that, hey, I need the device must have a password, and the password complexity can be configured here. So you can say that it can be alphanumerical or just the numerical number. So at least numerical I'm configuring with the passcode as the 6 characters. So these are the common things that you have even with the Windows devices also, right? Similarly, here also you have some options. And these things are self-explanatory here. So if you want to block some of the applications from unknown sources, you can block it. So you can manage these. You can also check the integrity of your company portal application. You can block the US debugging options. I'm sorry, I can't do that because I also have to show the screen mirror during that time. This was needed for me. Okay, so security patches, all that configurations can be configured. So here few settings we have configured to consider as the compliance settings. These settings can be applied for your devices. So in my case, I'm actually applying for all the users whoever using any of the devices coming up as a bring your own device, it will be applicable. So one profile we have created. Okay, similarly, you can also create even for the corporate profile also. Same options will be available for your corporate. So let's have it do. Let's have it quickly. One configuration profile, very similar settings you have here. So I'm just giving here minimum 8.0. Security is required a passcode. I'm also giving here 6 characters, minimum length. So these things are just trying to create for my corporate devices also if a user is enrolling as a corporate user. So 2 profiles have created. I didn't demote how this is going to apply, but when we jump into the demo purpose, these if the user coming from personal device, it would be applying this enrollment profile or the profile that measures the compliance. For corporate devices, this. Similarly, you can also do the profile configuration, like setting the compliance again, DA or enterprise. In this case, enterprise only we will be. So you have very similar to the, if you remember, the screen is almost similar that you have with the Windows, Windows configuration profile. Right, similar configurations you can do it. But if you can, closely locate here, we have taken as Android Enterprise, and later point here it is for corporate, and this profile for personal, meaning under corporate you have these settings like a certificates or trusted certificate, VPN, all these. And similarly, if I just remove this, yeah, so similar settings you also have here. Okay, so these are the additional settings that can be applied automatically on the devices. So let's go to the corporate device restrictions. You can put some kind of device restriction settings. So if you can, recall again for the Windows, similar view we have for the device restrictions. Similar settings like a power device settings, all these top level things. So here you can apply screen capture, you wanna stop it. All of these settings are available. Device password, you can see the required password type is, I'm setting a normal thing here, again as a 6 characters. personal profile also can be blocked with respect to the camera or screen capture, all of these things. Okay, this is for your corporate and corporate profile. So similarly, I'm also doing one more for the personal devices. So I'm just taking again device restrictions. I can apply here. Minimum passcode is 6. I'm not blocking any other settings, just going with the default things. Okay, now what we have done so far is we have almost configured personal device specific as well as the corporate device specific profile, as well as the compliance policies, and especially the configuration profiles and compliance policies is configured for these two things, uh, two categories. Now let's also have a look on the applications. Just try to configure one or two applications, and then we'll jump into the demo. So for the application side, click on add. So these are the applications. If you just here type, if you can little bit more, these all are managed Google Play Store applications. Right now you can actually click on add button to get the some other applications. So here in the app type is we are trying to get the applications that are we are purchasing from managed Google Play Store. When you say managed Google Play Store, meaning you have already linked up an account from a company point of view, which we have done already, and there you're actually purchasing or you're approving the free applications or corporate paid applications from a managed Google Play Store, and that applications will be uh, can be pushed to our end users. Okay, that's the goal. So for the Android store, it's just the direct URL. If you remember, we also have done for the Microsoft Store application, some application we have demoed. Similarly, the URL needs to be pasted. So for now, let's go to the Manage Google Play Store. Just click on that Manage Google Play. Yeah, click on that. Now select it. Now what happens is as soon as you do this, it actually opens your Google Play Store uh, within this window. You see, this is a Google Play Store, so you can search the applications that you want to approve. So in this case, I wanted to approve for my MS Office example. I can do that, MS Office, right? So you can search for Outlook, Word, all of that applications, whatever you want. Okay, take any of the application. This is a complete suite actually, that is. Yeah, so it consists of Word, Excel, PowerPoint. Click on approve. So you are approving this application. So wait a second here. If you just scroll down, what it says is, as you know, any application before we install on your device, it also needs some access like contacts or microphone or maybe your storage. So these are the privacy consent things. So if you're sure that this application you're allowing to access the media, photos, or contacts, meaning in case if this application has a bug, they can theft this information also, definitely, right? So you should be careful. The application definitely whatever you're approving is the business case applications. So you can simply approve it. Once you click on approve, it will ask, hey, let's say you have an application as this Microsoft Office application. Tomorrow, uh, today this version is 1. Tomorrow, if the version 1.1 comes, do you want to reapprove or revoke all the permissions that you just granted? Yeah, so it's gonna come up and say, hey, you approved on version 1. Now, do you want to know when the application is, wait a second, it will come up automatically. So it says that uh, you approved it, but let's say tomorrow the application has been updated within version 2 example or version 1.1. So do you want to revoke all the permissions that you have granted, or do you want to keep it? Meaning the you and you no need to worry about it. So normally we would choose as a keep approved. uh, that's a default radio button what we have, what we will be taking. So click on done. So now this application is approved. Okay, if you see the tick mark here, it's showing as the approved. So if you just go again search some other applications, you can go ahead and search it. So like that, you can put some other applications also, 2-3 applications later, please. Seeing again, it would be the similar thing. It's going to happen. Once we have approved few of the application, just click on sync. So what would happen is, if you just scroll down completely, what happens is, as soon as you click on sync, it will start importing. Another way, it just goes to the store and it will import which are coming default as a managed Google Play Store. Okay, now as soon as you sync up, it will come up here and it will be in a unassigned state as no, meaning it will show as a no. Okay, so you can click on assign, sorry, then later point you have to go to each application and assign to your specific users. Yeah, if you see there is a this one, it says a manage play sync in progress. As soon as you refresh, it actually comes up. In my case, so I have already approved earlier few of the applications. That's why most of them are already available here. Okay, and all I have done is actually managed. From here, you can go ahead and search the applications that you wanted, and then sync up. Okay, this is some kind of Cisco VPN. If it is already approved, it will show as approved. If you have not approved any of them, for example, PowerPoint, in case, you can simply approve it. So this way it gets the this is a privacy concern, which will allow the access to the device on those criteria. This is there with any application to work properly. And then the updates also you can approve it. Okay, so I'll just give here example, Chris at okay, give me a second. So then so now you can sync up, and then that applications will come up here. It's still in a progress. Yeah, it's done. So here you can assign the required applications. So let's actually apply some of the applications like Microsoft Outlook. You go here and say assign. So this is one is required. So I'm just assigning for all devices. Similarly, I'm gonna make some other applications also, like in this case PowerPoint or Microsoft Teams. Teams also I'm making as a mandatory, but not the PowerPoint. So let's first go with the Teams. Now PowerPoint. So I'll just make this as the available with the here available to enroll device. This is for without, meaning it's just for the registered devices. So all users say, so with the app information, don't have any other information. Okay, that's fine. So this has been assigned. Okay, in my hand I have a phone, Android phone. Okay, I'm just trying to move left and right. The same thing is coming on my screen. There's no magic that I've done. Okay, so it's just a screen mirror application. So this is I created some on this device. This is my personal device. So I have already my Gmails. Okay, my Gmail is configured. All of that stuff is going on. Now my company told that I must have to use company portal application to get a company specific applications. Okay, so there's only one folder, which is this one, right? The Google. There's no other folders here. And so I'll just go to my Play Store. Where is this Play Store? This Play Store is from your personal device, right? Personal device using some account, right? So you need to have here an account also. Then only the Google Play Store can install any application, which is a normal case. So here you can search for something called uh, company portal. Okay. So if you search for the company portal, you get this application. Simply click on install. I forgot Mr. Chris passwords. So it's just installing. So what happens is this is the same UI that you will have on Android devices as well as on a iOS devices once it gets installed. So in this case, you just search for the company portal and it's trying to install. Know if it's connected. Yeah, it's connected. It got installed. So any application, if it is installed, definitely it will come somewhere in the applications list, or maybe it's someone on the screen. So you can see here, this is just showing as a notification that it just got installed. So I'll just open up this, and here I need to enter my user ID and the password. Okay, so this time also I'm going to use Chris only account. So let's type as Chris @ So I'm just clicking on sign in button. Now this is a normal process within the company portals. The same steps you will be seeing on any end users uh, enrollment process. So there are 3 steps, right? The first thing is, if you see here, what we are trying to do is a company name. This has been customized. If you remember the day 1 or day 2, we tried our uh, logo as with the logo and the name and the color purple, what we have chosen. Now it is trying to enroll with the 3 different steps. So now within this, you have 3 steps. The first step is creating your work profile, activating the same work profile, and updating the device settings. So this is where the third step, it actually measures the compliance issues. In case if this device is not falling uh, up to the standards, it will enforce by giving here a notification, and also within the company portal as a red color. Okay, so I'm just gonna begin. So here it says that from an endpoint point of view, end user point of view, the privacy statement, what your company can see, what your company cannot see. So your company cannot see the calls that you make from an end user point of view, web history, location, email, text, contacts, passwords, calendar, camera roll, all these things you cannot see. I mean, company cannot see on a personal device. But what company can see is, company can see your mobile model, serial number, operating system, work applications that you pushed from managed applications or from your Intune console, and the owner of the device, device name, manufacturer, and the phone number only for the corporate devices. Okay, click on next to continue. So this is a statement that just shows. Okay, if it is a corporate enrollment, the same things will be shown in a different way, like a slide bar view. It would be shown. I'll be showing that when we do that. So just continuing. So it is setting up your work profile. So this is the way it says that, hey, this is a work profile. So you are gonna get is a isolation. You see this what the bar which is coming. It's kind of separation between your work and personal things. Okay, are you ready to accept that personal? Yes, then continue. So the icon, whenever you get it, this icon is reserved for Google Android Enterprise for Work. This is basically icon. So this is trying to set up.
So when I click on continue, it's going to take it to the second step for the registering your device. And this might take some time, and this time I'm actually sharing my full screen so that you could see how I'm doing it with the help of a tool called App Power Mirror.
It is going for the registering into the company portal. Yeah, you see here device, update device setting, because this device does not have a password. So it's just coming update. You need to update your device passcode, because this device I set it without the passcode. Okay, so that's why it's saying that you need to set the policies, and also it is coming up automatically. Some of the applications are coming up, all of that. Okay, anyway, now it is asking for us the, are we going this for bring your own device or sales team or corporate? These are the categories that we have done. Okay, and if you remember the terms and condition, it was not asking even, because we have already acknowledged on one of the device. It's still loading. You can see the second step is done. Now update device settings. So I'll just click on continue here. Okay, now it says that, hey, you don't have a password, which is you need to set it this. If you don't know how to resolve, click on here. So this is again coming back from a complaints point of view. It is immediately showing the complaints prompt. So resolve, if I just click on resolve this button, resolve, then it will take it to this page where I need to set the passcode. So I'll just set some passcode here, like let's say ABC.
Set the password and click on continue button, and this takes some time. So I'm just fast forwarding this.
It's just checking for all the complaints policies in the backend, and we could see. So if I just scroll down, and just minimize that, in the backend it will go on. But if you see here, within this, there's a folder got created called work with a notification just now, and you see here everything got locked. So locked means it is coming from a company portal or company applications, and you see whatever we have pushed, it is coming as a mandatory application like a Teams and Outlook. Okay, you can see here within the Play Store, only within this Play Store, whatever the applications that we published here. If you remember, we published here the applications. So I'll just put it here a little bit. I move. So the applications, whatever we have published or onboarded or synced with the Google Play, so that applications only will be visible in this Play Store. So what is this? This is a Play Store for company. Okay, so you can search here applications. So in case if I approve some other application, let's say the PowerPoint, in this case it is not mandatory what we have defined. We defined as available. So the user can go ahead and click on install so that it gets installed. Okay, so this is a normal case. So let's say if I want to access maybe Teams, I can just click on Teams icon. If I have Outlook or the license for the Teams, I should be able to log in. Yeah, so I have a license, Teams, so I'm able to log in with a Chris account. Okay, same thing goes here. I think yeah, if you just go to other applications, same Outlook. I'm just trying to add account. Here, the Chris specific email, app confirmations, confirm your email. So this is the normal behavior. Let's go back to the console and see how this looks. So I'll just minimize this. Any doubts in the enrollment process for now? Only for the enrollment. Let me explain here few things. Here, a device got Chris account, device, personally owned work profile. What it is nothing but the personal device, right? So from the Android Enterprise enrollment, the device type somebody was asking how to identify. I'm just trying to show you here. You see here, this is a profile name it is showing, okay, in this tab. If I go to all devices, I can see that the OS is personally owned work profile. This is the first thing. Second thing, if I just go to the Android specific device registrations, so here it is showing as a AD registered, the specific one, right? Devices AD registered. Now, if I move to the corporate, it will show as different thing altogether. Now, if you want to look at the other applications deployment, this is similar as any other applications that you do it. Like you can go to the Android store app, and this is where you have to just copy paste the Google Play Store URL. Let's say playstore.google. Let's say there's an application example, apps. I wanted to deploy example, some application, business applications, maybe. We might have taken subscription for this example we're giving. So just copy this URL and deploy as the application. So you can give, and you can show this as the feature application so that in the company portal application, it will come up there. So I'll just say this is another type of application, but in the real world, you would be using only one method, not like this, because you don't have a proper control, right? You should actually use a method called Android devices for work. That's a managed applications we would be using normally. Okay, let me also show other applications that you have. These are actually coming from a store. This is a completely uncontrolled, but this is a controlled because all the applications that you are showing will be linked from your Google managed application. And also here built-in applications, which are nothing but these applications which Microsoft has already predefined. And this says that, I have some of the applications, this frequently used application kind of thing. You can check it. These applications are mostly coming from Microsoft and their partners. Okay, for example, Zoom application can be taken here, and this will be available, and then you can assign it. This is another way. And coming back to the Weblink, we have done for the YouTube, that also will come up. I should show that to you. Even line-of-business applications, if you package in this method, you can deploy it. Mostly what we'll be doing is we would be actually using managed Google Play. Okay, now I'll take it to the next section, which is my corporate device enrollment options. Okay, so for that, so I have actually trying to show you in a different way. So I have a device. Okay, this is my a device. Okay, which has an Android. So I just already did the reset of this device. So I'm just starting this device. So let me put it here in an easy way so that you can see. So what I've done is I've taken the phone, Android phone. I did the reset the phone. Okay. So once you do the reset, what will happen? Come up with the screen right here. It should also ask for the what we do normally, we just continue further and then we give our Google account. Normal cases in a normal personal device, right? Is this the same case, right? So let me actually go to this. One second, where is this? This one. Let me present my screen. We have actually created this thing automatically. Okay, nothing to do here for the personal devices. But when it comes to the second one, which one we have to learn? The easiest one would be the second, the one, right? The cross, like a corporate owned device with a work profile. This is what we are gonna learn now. So for this, we need to create here a profile to be created, right? Let me create a profile here. What is a profile? This is corporate owned devices with work profile, right, my friend? So I'm actually gonna talk about these three. Okay, out of that, the first one, I'm gonna do the enrollment process for corporate owned devices with work profile. Just click on that. So it will start asking you to create a profile. I'll just enter as this. That's it. As soon as I just click on create, the profile gets created. If I just click on this profile, it actually gives me a token. You see, I have a barcode, right? Now let me actually come back to my phone. Okay, so the same phone. Okay, so now at this screen, right? Let me minimize the screen. So in the backend, if you see here, you also have the barcode and my phone. You have two options, my friend. Okay, one is touch here 3 times. Okay, when you tap here 3 times, I didn't tap. Okay, there's a gap between my finger and the phone, but if I tap 3 times, it actually recognizes you're trying to do corporate enrollment. Okay, there's a first option. Clear? So let me do that. But before that, also, yeah, let me actually do 3 times. Tap 1, 2, 3. So you see here, if anybody can quickly read here, it says that here it will come as notification. One more time, I'm just tapping 2 times only, but it says that, since I tapped 3 times, it says, hey, you're trying to enroll into a corporate, please install the QR code. If the QR code application is not available in this machine, without your Google Play account, it can install automatically an application called QR code application. Post to that, what will happen? It will open my camera. Okay, it's just searching for my Wi-Fi. So in case if I have a Wi-Fi, it will come up. Okay, I have multiple Wi-Fi's. Let me enter the passcode. I'm sorry. This is my Wi-Fi passcode. If I correctly remember, this is a lab one, not my production, but it should connect to this. Yeah, it's connected to that Wi-Fi. It is trying to get the QR code application. As simple as that. Let me also do one more. So the earlier phone is there now, that the bring your own device concept phone. I'm actually doing a reset because I also have to make it ready for you, so that we can do. So if you see here, it is actually opening in the backend camera. That's why if you see here, the phone is open with the camera, right? So if I just put this to this barcode, it will automatically read. Okay, so I'll just take it to 1 second. I'm just taking my phone to barcode to read. Okay, so just the phone is reading the barcode. No, it's not coming proper. It's not proper, seems to be. Yeah, so it has read that barcode. Clear? Anybody has a question? Just click on accept and continue.
There's a second method also. If you don't perform cure based, you could actually enter some keywords instead of your Gmail ID, and then it takes to the corporate enrollment process. But we would look into that later.
If you don't tap it, other one, you need to enter a specific keyword instead of the user ID. That is the Gmail account. Instead of the Gmail account, you can enter something called Android. A stands for Android for work, and with the hash setup. Then it would take it to the same setup, the same screen. Okay, this is one way, one other way of doing. Okay, so let's do that in another device, that method.
There could be a question in general normally like is this all the process is going to done by end user or to the IT help desk team? So both the people can do it. See, at the end, what they need is they need the QR code, right? If you gave that QR code to your company people, they can simply enroll it on their own. So meaning other way, what would happen is you actually purchase the mobile devices and you directly ship it to them, or you will simply ship them, and then they could simply scan the QR code which you sent over the email, and simply they can enroll this process. I mean, they can follow all this process to enroll. So it all depends on how you set it up, the process. But in general, you could do this and you could when ship them. But most of the companies, they actually ask the end user to do it because it's more interactive and they're going to do it on their own. So that's the easiest way, in fact. And there's another option also, like you have a Apple Business Manager. Similarly, Google Business deploy management also option also available. So if you have a Samsung kind of thing, you could buy there, and you could configure all that configuration profile things and simply send them, so that from a factory itself it will go for the end user, a corporate device.
Uh, Users also can do this, but what we do is we actually ship it. The process is the token we would be sending to the end users. This is another phone which is doing the reset. This is from Huawei, so it's a factory reset. But in ideal case, if you are getting a new phone, it will be in a normal condition. So it's done. If you see here, the button is done coming. I'll just say click on done. Because here it's going to ask for the sign up things also. That's why this is the first thing, which is it is opening the Chrome as an application. So this is where I need to enter my account details. Okay, so let me enter here my account details, my friends. Okay, I'm going to enter the passcode. Hey, you don't have a passcode. Please first set the screen passcode, right? So I need to set the these things. I thought this is the best way to manage. So I think I can set this 6-digit passcode kind of thing. I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6. My passcode, child best friend. I think you all enter Mayank name maybe. I'm entering AA. This one now. If this is meets the compliance, it will proceed further. Okay, now it's done. Now it is asking for the some of the applications it's going to install, the minimum applications, like a company application. If you see here, Authenticator, company portal, these are the additional applications which may or may not be a mandatory now. But if it is a mandatory application, it will show here. So click on next. So in the backend, other applications gets installed. The final step is to set up to register this device. So final ask to sign into this device. So it's asking one more time the passcode. So I have to go back and find out the passcode. Yes, that's a passcode. Let me enter. Open. Called zero touch deployment. If you see here the screen, this is the article which I'm gonna tell you. So normally this is other way of doing. You can also customize few things directly if you purchase the devices. Something called a Google Enterprise portal will be there, a dedicated portal. From there you can purchase, you can provision the applications, and you can provision your device custom settings, all of that. Okay, so here next, registering our device. See, these are we customized initially. So next, choose a device category. Again, I'm saying here corporate in this case. Click OK. Okay, done. This configuration is now almost everything is done. Now it's back, but it is asking now me to enter the personal account. You know why it is asking a personal account on my corporate device? Because we have chosen this one, right? You remember? We also chosen this method, corporate owned device with a work profile, meaning he also
Okay.
have the personal profile, right? That's why it is asking. So it's up to me to enter my Gmail ID or not. So in my case, I'm not going to enter. But if you enter, what will happen? You can go and access your Google Play Store and install Facebook, Twitter, or whatever it is, the applications, the way you want it, like WhatsApp, all of that can be accessed. Okay, I'm just going to the home page. Okay, now if you see the applications here, the things which are coming under a briefcase or lock icon. So these are coming from your company, right? Your Outlook, your Play Store. Okay, these all are coming from there. So some of them, if you just scroll down, also it will start showing. Sorry, something open. If I just go to the Play Store, I should see my PowerPoint application, right? Because we pushed as a PowerPoint. So I can see here as the available application, but some of them are installing state. If you see Teams is getting installed, Outlook got already
That's true.
installed. Okay, so if I want, maybe, I need to just go here and search it. Let's say in a real world, you might have maybe 20 to 30 applications. Okay, this is something related to the phone. So I'll just, okay, phone specific, this Vivo specific. You can search here. If you have in 20-30 applications, you can search it properly and find what is that application you want to install. Let's say whatever you search it, like, in this case, PowerPoint example, you just search with that keys, it will come up with the best matching. So in our case, PowerPoint, if you want, we can say install. It's going to install for us the application. Okay. Yeah. So this is a normal enrollment for the corporate devices with work profile. So if I want my personal applications, what I'll do, I'll just go to my Play Store. In this case, this is a personal application store, right? Google Play Store. In case if I have a Google account, then I can go ahead and install whatever the applications I wanted. There's no restrictions on this. And one more major thing you need to remember here, you see here, this is phone is from Chinese phone, the Vivo. So their Vivo store is there, which we don't want actually. Themes are coming from there, and some of the Vivo specific applications, Amazon, WhatsApp, they have pre-provisioned everything here. Okay, so which we don't want. For example, you see Chrome browser, which is data thefting. They theft all the passwords, all of your key inputs, all of these. This is like a spyware kind of thing. So these things we definitely don't encourage to install on corporate devices. So in that situation, this is a not a good use case or good option to give it to the end users. But there's a use case that we must have to secure, and also we must have to secure at the same time. We must have to give the user has a flexibility to install their own applications. This is the only way when you have a
Mm.
corporate device. Okay, now let's go back to my other screen. Okay, where I'm going to share. Where is this? Yeah, go to meeting. Yeah, here I'll share my screen. This. So if you want to do it for corporate devices, fully managed, here just click on this. We will move this slider to yes to no, no to yes. So in this case, yes. Then, so if I go to the devices, now I have another device type. This time the ownership is clearly showing as the corporate. Device ownership is corporate. The policy is not yet enrolled, seems to be. Okay, let me log on and force the policy settings so that it will come up. Where is this company portal? Sorry, company portal. I'll just do, or I can do it from here, right? So I can go click here, select that. Okay, you have here wipe option also.
Can you show this in Azure?
Yeah, I'm going to, yeah, that's a second question, right? So just have to refresh here. Okay, now both were Azure AD registered in this case, the devices. You can see the applications that are installed will come up here, whatever it is there. So Weblink, that was still waiting for the status. Okay, so from all devices, now this user has 3 devices as of now. So we'll enroll last other option also, which takes some time. So let's do that for Android enrollment. This. So if you want to do it for corporate devices, fully managed, here, just click on this. We will move this slider to yes to no, no to yes. So in this case, yes, then enrollment, we're talking about corporate owned, fully managed user device. So this will be very interesting, where you will not have any applications on the device. Okay, so we have this. So I also wanted to tell you about the zero touch. You also have from Google, there's a portal called Zero Touch Portal. So you can provision the required deployments within here. Okay, for this, you need to have the access to the required partners portal. Then you can also configure here a few of the settings. Okay, so more information is here. It is. So device requirements. This is what the devices configuration, at least it should be there. And the devices you need to buy from a partner site, and then also can be managed for automatic enrollment. Okay, but we can also do the simple type of it with this enrollment also, of course. Okay, meaning if you have the token and the remaining settings are already can also be configured in the zero touch portal if you have the access. So that's a different, but why he's coming is this zero touch portal for Google, sorry, for the iOS devices. You have an option called zero touch portal, Apple apple.com. So there you are actually configuring everything there as a corporate devices. So that's why you also have a mechanism to configure from here. Okay, you can learn more information in this case. So once you configure this, so we have already configured these settings. With this, we are proceeding further. So one more thing is here within this profile configuration, we also configure with the specific profiles also, right? We also have here a policy for corporate, one policy for these things, corporate. So let me make one more time other device. Now I'm talking about uh, the corporate enrollment. So it's a normal, you can just go, this is a normal phone, reset it. So I'll just choose the whatever the region, all of that. It's a broken phone. If you want to practice, you can buy from someone second-hand phone, and you can also do the practice. So just say next, disconnect to my Wi-Fi. So now if you see here, what we do normally, we will enter here our password or email ID, right? Everybody is attentive right here. So
Yes.
instead of that, what we do is we will enter a word called also explaining why we call this shortcut. E stands here for Android. Okay. F stands for, okay. W stands for work. That is AFW stands for Android for work. Okay. So that you can easily remember. I'm just trying to explain. Okay. And then you can put it as the setup. Okay. So here SETUP. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to enroll this device into Android for work with a setup. So simply, if you just click on next this time, this will recognize, hey, this is for Android for work. If you could notice here somewhere earlier, it was coming as Android for work, right? In light green with a white color. So from here on, if you notice the previous steps, whatever we have done is the same. Now this also asks for the barcode, which I need to give here. Actually, what we do is we would send the device along with the barcode. Okay, barcode will be in an email. Device is a physically shipped. Just power. So it says that it's opening the enroll this device with a code provided by your IT admin. I hope everybody is able to read. If not clear, the text, right? Device policy to take a picture or video. Hello. Then in the backend, it is actually my screen. If you see here, it is actually reading. The camera is open here, my phone's camera with this. So I have here the barcode. Okay, so I'm just taking my phone to this place. Immediately it has read that barcode and it is trying to enroll. This is a corporate owned. Okay. Yeah, next. Yeah, it is trying. Okay, and it is asking. So it has already enrolled with that. Seems to be. It is asking for the what is the user who's going to use. So I'm just entering here the user ID. Hope you're able to see. And then click on next. Okay. It's the same steps, right? If you remember with the previous one, enrollment, it's a one and the same. The difference is the device. Inside the device, the applications will go off.
Personal applications, right?
So with this is a Huawei, right?
Personal
so Huawei
or
specific application.
it will
You cannot have a personal.
it,
You cannot have a personal. Okay. So
Yeah.
so set up your registration.
maybe pre-installed apps will also removed, right?
Exactly. Is it Sridhar?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Good. You're on top of it.
So I need to enter here the user account. In this case, I would like to try with a different user account, and post to this, I have to enter the password, and then the device gets registered and installed automatically. And you could see all these steps automatically. I have actually captured on a different video, and then I'm trying to show you. But in general, all these steps gets done. And later point, you would notice here there's no app.
The phone. So all of the things is gone. Now if you see here, this is the same phone, right? The Vivo specific applications were there. So everything is gone here. Okay, there's nothing available except what we have approved. Okay, see, you can see here it will show as a deleted by your admin. Your YouTube also will go off. BTM, all these were there. Even UC browser I was talking about, news, all of them were taken out by this profile. Okay, all these has been gone, and you have only the applications that you upload. Slack or whatever the application you upload only will be there on the user. See the applications, for example, Slack is there. So this is the case with the corporate enrollment. Device categories we have actually created, if you remember, here. Okay, just to populate so that users knows that even though this is a corporate device, they can also select sales team, so that sales team specific applications can be automatically deployed, because we can create a dynamic group based on this category. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to show you. For this one, this is going to be a single application kind of thing. So it's like this, the way you create this. This is going to be dedicated. So I'll just say dedicated. Okay, the token type is based on the dedicated device, or you can also associate with the Azure AD shade mode, meaning the device can be log in with the Azure AD user code or with a dedicated, and when it's going to expire, post to this you also get the code automatically. Same thing, you're going to actually give it to your show token. You're enrolled with this code. Same thing, same process, the same. There's no difference. Okay, so this is how you're going to use it, and we are not going to work on this specific one. Android device administration. In fact, if nobody actually works on this, so it says that device administration tool has been superseded by Android Enterprise, and also we recommend use to Android Enterprise. Older method to manage. Nobody uses this. Okay, that concludes the Android enrollment process, including the application deployment. What we did not talk is we did not talk about the app protection policy. Similarly, like we have Android devices, we also can enroll the Apple devices from here, and that can be managed. But there are a few differences. That's where we are not able to do all the corporate devices specific enrollment options. Okay, why you'll come to know in a minute. But you also have here bring your own device and also corporate device enrollment. Okay, if you just Google or if you just go to the Microsoft support document for the Apple supported devices, this number might change, or they may come up with the new version. This always keep on updated. So let's go in a why this drawing spot is not. Yeah, so now you also have here, as just talked, you also have here bring your own device and corporate, which is a company owned device. So for company owned, there are four different types. So at this point of time, you can easily remember that there are two types. One is a bring your own device, other one is a corporate owned. It's very hard to remember for you on first attempt, but you can try to remember ADE, which is mostly we use it, called Apple Automated Device Enrollment. So AAD or ADE, this is more specific for the enrollment, and other configurations are explained in a different way. One for this is dedicatedly for the schools and universities and colleges. So that I spoke earlier also in US and Europe, mostly 90% of the schools are managed with Intune. Okay, with the application deployment, teacher settings or separate will be there. Different things are there within the Apple manager, so that will be facilitated for them. So that's where you can use the school manager as a program. So if you ask one more time, what is these four, my friends? These four are different portals, my friend. Okay, which are not respected to your Intune portal. They have a different option they have given to use based on a condition that you're coming from to integrate with Intune. For example, you're coming from a school or university or college, you should go and use a portal called School Manager Portal. Okay, so such kind of configuration options they have given. So let's actually erase this and move further to understand more. I know I didn't talk about the last two yet. I'm going to talk on it. So if you try to if you try to remember this way, like a configurator, setup, assistant, enrollment, configurator, direct enrollment, it's hard to remember. So I made it very simple. So Apple enrollment can be done in a user enrollment and company owned enrollment. So user enrollment, which is nothing but bring your own device. Other one is a company owned. So as I said earlier, the pink color, which is ADE, you should be remembering, and you would be, if you go to production, maybe on Apple devices, if you want to work, you might be working on a automated device enrollment options. And there's a school manager and also Apple configurator. And within the Apple configurator, two types of options you have: direct enrollment and setup assistant enrollment, meaning during the setup you have a few other options that can be clicked on next. So if you ever reset or if you got a new device with the iOS, it start asking who's going to use all that. Normal out of box experience fully can be automated. To automate that out of box experience, they have a different portals. Within those portals we have to configure. Okay, so I said there's a portal for out of box experience can be customized, but what is there that in our Intune portal we have to create with respect to the some kind of tokens kind of information, and then we also have to tie it and we have to sync up, do some kind of configuration with the Apple. In this case, if you look at automated device enrollment, for that there is a portal called Apple Business Manager portal. So in that portal we also have to do some integration. So if you ask, can I practice maybe these all of these things in any lab? No, it's not possible, because you need to have the dedicated portal which is only given to the companies. And I try to get it with the GST, all of that stuff, but it's very hard to get that, because we have to really order the number of devices, then only they would be able to give it to you, the portal. Okay, now this is a pre-requirement. So for any enrollment, as you know, in the uh, if you look at Android one, we have actually integrated one Google account, right? Similarly here, there is a certificate to be created, and that has to be given for the enrollment purpose, which we are going to do it in a minute. Okay, so if I want to just go in a quick way for bring your own device, how can you do it? So you can do it with the company portal application. You can apply even protection policies, application level protection policies also, where you can do the some kind of complex pin setup for your applications, copy paste restrictions, all of that stuff which can be done on Android devices. Same things you can do it. So if you ask any user experience different, no. So on a Android device, the way you install, just simply you go to Google Play Store and install the search for the company portal application and install and sign in. Same thing here, but instead of that specific Play Store, here App Store will be used. Google, Android Play Store was used in a for Android devices, but in this case it is the Apple's App Store application. Okay, so that will be used and you can do the enrollment. Coming back to the school manager, this is a URL that we are talking about. So you need to just go to this school.apple.com and then run the configuration. You can also do the configuration with a deploy.apple.com for ADE specific, and some of them are depreciated. For example, device enrollment program, earlier this has been taken out in the last year, and it is diverted to ADE. That's why I said ADE is the one only you will be using. Okay, so you can have different tokens can be created in ADE enrollment options, very similar to we have a code, right? Similarly here also, tokens get created, and with that you can enroll based on the tokens. And so technically, corporate devices for everything, the key is here you have the business manager account that's in a portal. So what you will be doing is you would be ordering from a different portal all the number of devices that also have the access to the Apple Business Manager. So your company or your reseller will provide the um, devices to you, right? They're going to ship it. So during that time, all the serial numbers will be already available into the Apple Business Manager, and from there you can do the integration here uh, with the Intune, this Business Manager, and then you can create here tokens, and that token can be used for 1,000 devices, example as I said earlier. So simply you can enroll here. So on this device also there is a certificate, there is a profile gets created that consists of your certificate communication. So that certificate is trusted by your Apple Business Manager and your Intune. So when I say Intune, actually in the backend Azure AD will be trusted. So there some kind of integrations to be done between these two. Then only the devices can work properly. Clear? So that's the high level side. Same thing goes for uh, other configurations. Okay. So let's go to the in a quick way, easiest way for our configuration with respect to iOS. Just wanted to say you here by platform, when we look at iOS is for your mobile phones. That is the operating system called iOS. If you're quite new, iOS is for your phone operating system. For your iPads, there's a different operating system called iPadOS. Okay, if you use, I think, iPad Mini, that's again iOS platform. Okay, not the iPad operating system. And Mac also different operating system. So like in our Windows, it's just a Windows, but here it's a different operating systems. Why I'm talking is because it also differs the sometimes the settings, or if you want to measure anything, it might differ. So you need to know that. So let's say if I just go to iOS, iPad, or Mac, one are the same. The enrollment options. If I just click on Mac enrollment, I'm getting the same thing. And if I go to devices, iOS or iPad, I'm getting the same, right? The options are the same. So these are the things which you can use it. For example, in this case, we just talked about the ADE and the configurator specific. You can actually do from here, but these are grayed out. The reason being, we didn't configure here any certificate. Let's say I want to configure Apple MDM push certificate. Okay, how do I do? I have to actually configure few things within this. I'll just talk about high level steps. Later point, I have to create an account, all of that stuff, which I'm going to do it live. Okay, the first thing is in the high level, it needs an account. Okay, this is something called Apple MDM push certificate. So what is a push certificate is? It's actually a certificate which was trusted by your Apple as a company, and also your identity service provider, in this case Azure AD. So these both the guys should have a trust. So it's not the domain level trust. So we always talk with the certificates level of trust to manage the device, because this hardware is trusted by or provided by Apple. The configuration we are trying to control from Intune, right? So you need to have some kind of integration between this. That's where you need to have a certificate. So the certificate is needed is push certificate. How do you get it is you can simply accept the terms and conditions. Then it is actually asking you to download the CS or certificate sign-in request. So meaning what happens is signed, like you signed it on some paper, right? Similarly, Azure AD will sign and it gives some a file called CSR. So this is a unique file generated on your tenant. Okay, I repeat. So there is a you have Azure AD as an identity provider, right? So that will have a uniqueness or unique thing, right? So and based on that, a CSR file gets created, my friend. Okay, once the CSR file is created, okay, what you will be doing is this CSR file you would be uploading to your Apple site, okay, with the help of So there needs to be some kind of a person or a user who's responsible, right? So from an Apple side, they always talk with a Apple ID. We call it as Apple ID. You see here, this is Apple ID. So with the Apple ID, you would log into with your Apple ID or with your company's Apple ID. The right word would be your company's Apple ID. You would be logging in and you would be uploading this CSR file to Apple server. Then what we do is they will read the CSR and they generate a certificate file, a profile file, okay, PFM file. So that file we need to again upload to our server. What is our server? This is Azure AD server, right? So here we need to upload it. Once we upload it, what would happen? So during the upload, you would be entering here the Apple ID that you used to generate with a certificate file. Then the trust is coming up here. So if you look at, I would like to draw here with a different color, or like to, let's say, pink color. So what we have done, we are actually talking with the certificates between these and these different providers on a single device, right? So because this device owns by Apple and the configuration is getting configured from Azure AD. So for that, we need to have a certificate. So what we have done, first step, hey, I wanted to configure here some configuration. Can you please help me out? Then these guys, what they are saying, hey, you first generate a CSR and upload to me, okay, with an Apple ID and show the same Apple ID here in your configuration portal, and then you can actually use the things, right? So that's how this entire steps are there, and these steps are quite common for your iOS or Mac or iPad OSs. Simple. Okay, let's actually go ahead and try to configure. But for this, I need to have, this is where the certificate will be, final certificate will be uploaded. This final certificate will be given by Apple as a company, and this certificate, again, there is some limitations I'm going to talk on, right? But before that, my friends, honestly, I always end up with some kind of Apple IDs. Give me a second. If I have 2-3 minutes. I barely remember passwords. I'm trying to use my existing one in case if that works, we'll proceed. Otherwise, okay, good. It said something. Anybody doesn't know what is Apple ID? When I had my first device, Apple device, I used to get confused. That's why I'm asking. If you have Apple devices, you know it. Use for your purchases. Very similar to Google account. Same thing, but they will associate. They will talk. They'll talk everything with your purchase, everything with the Apple ID. You can get it for free. There's no cost for this. You can go and create your own Apple ID any point of time. I'm downloading my CSR certificate request file. This is how the certificates works. You first have to download. So it is downloaded with the 3. If you see here, number 3. I might have already other one. So I'll just go to the create your MDM push certificate. Since I have already logged in, it will go to this website. So you just have to log in with your Apple ID. So it's not that your company's Apple ID, and then it will come to this screen. Okay, you just have to accept and upload the file which you downloaded from here. The first step is accepting. Second step is downloading. Third step is pointing to Apple website. This is the website, right? So this is where you need to upload your certificate that was downloaded in a step 2. So I'm uploading here under downloads. This is the one, today's, and you could give any name, maybe example, whatever it is. And that's it. This is gonna create for you a certificate based on the signature that you have used it. So in this case, the certificate is valid for 1 year. Okay. Yes, Mike. This Apple gives you for 1 year only the validity certificate. Post to that, you have to buy as a certificate from Apple. As a company, definitely you're going to buy it. So in our case, download. So a PEM file got created. So what we have done in the Apple website is we uploaded our CSR file that was generated based on your Azure AD tenant in Apple website. Here we uploaded. Then Apple, what they have done, they created a PEM file. Okay, and we just downloaded that. This is the PEM file. Okay, and then then I use here my uploaded ID. So my account, yeah, this is my Apple ID. So I'll use here Apple ID. This is the email ID. Now I'm uploading this file. So today downloaded is this the one. Okay, so just 128 exactly time. So I'm just gonna upload. Now the other enrollment options are enabled now. Clear? So I'll simply close this. Now if I just go here, the checkbox will be there with a green color. Okay, and the expiry for the certificate date also mentioned. So this is gonna valid for 365 days. Okay, now we are good to go for configuring personal device enrollment options. Okay, let's actually let me screen share, and then we can do the enrollment. Before that, again, as usual, what we'll do, we'll also do the compliance policies, configuration profiles, and also we can configure the patch management options. Right, let's do that. So first thing, company policies. As per your company, the compliance policies can be configured. This is for iOS devices. So here, iOS and iPad devices, same policies. That's why you'll have the same experience. The settings, all of that remain same. Great. Click on next. And these are very similar categories. You can configure. Device health, jailbroke should be block. Minimum OS, maximum OS, you can again do it here. Defend an antivirus, system security, like a password things. So require password to unlock. You can give here 4 or 6 characters and the password that you wanted to configure. Okay, so I'm just giving here, I don't remember, let's give here, I've taken very basic things, I think so. Not configure minimum password length, we have configured. Click on next. Okay, now we have created the specific thing. Let's also test the some applications also deployment. Then it would be easy to show on the end user machine. Again, go to apps for iOS and iPad. You can link from iOS store, search. So this actually opens a search. Sometimes we click on here, like Outlook example, then it might not show because in between we might backspace, something like that. In that case, it might not show. So search clearly, thoroughly, then you get it. It's not until unless you hit it properly here, you don't get it. So in our case, we're just selecting Outlook example. Okay, you don't have an option to select multiple things to onboard the applications here. So all the information is auto-populated. So in my case, I'm enabling as a mandatory. Similarly, Teams also I'll do it on the device. Same thing, I'll just go here. So I have to search here properly. So now I searched it, it's not showing. Okay, so I have to wait. Now it will go and pull up that. So here I can say this is a featured app. One final application like PowerPoint maybe, or just for showing the available mode. Okay, now we have done the applications also. Let me go back to, I think if you want, we can do the configuration settings also, but you know what are those configuration settings. You can again create the configuration profile settings. You can block the device specific settings, and device restrictions can be done. So mostly we use device restrictions in most of the cases. You can configure the settings like I want to block data while roaming. Just a simple setting, or any other settings that you want to configure here. All are available. Let's do a quick thing. Okay. Okay, so this is the phone. So within this phone, I don't have any applications now. Okay, so I simply have to go to App Store and search for an application called Company Portal. So simply search for Company Portal. So if you have already installed, it's coming as a cloud, because with this my Apple account, I've already installed earlier. That's why it's showing. Otherwise, it will come as the get option will come up. So in my case, I'm just installing the Company Portal application. So it's going to ask me a normal password, which normally asks. So in my case, I've already given the password, seems to be. So it's just going. Now open button is there. So let's open. We have created an account called Logan. Okay, let's use Logan account. Okay, let me type lab.com. Okay, entered the user ID Logan at leninmylab.com. And the password I'm going to enter. Yes, password also enter. Clicking and sign in. Because we have already April is there. MFA is already there, so that's why I'm just canceling that. So since it's the first time, it is asking for the accept the terms and conditions, accepting. Get notifications done, so that's fine. Hello. Now it's going to begin to do all these steps. Again, the first thing, so what cannot see by your company, what can see by by your company, that information. Then when we click on a download, it is actually downloading in a profile. See, it just opens this browser automatically, and it will ask you to download one file. That's a certificate file. So you just have to allow that certificate file. The profile is downloaded. Okay, now all we have to do is we have to go to our settings and then install that certificate. Okay, so I'll just close. Then post installation, we have to come back here and continue the setup. So I'll press the home button to go home page, and you see here a profile is downloaded. Earlier this specific one is not there, right? So I'll just simply click on this, and you see here you are getting this profile information with the install button. Okay, if you want more information, what it is going to do, it says that these all are the certificates that are given by who, and all of that information is there here. So let's say install. Now it's asking for my device passcode. I think simple passcode, I put it for this test device, and install. The certificate gets installed. Then we'll get it here a proper status. You guys are able to understand, right? This all will be done by end user. So if it is a proper, then it comes like this. Okay, so you're going to install trust. That's it. Now the profile is installed. So now we have everything is ready. I'll just go to the company portal, setup, and we'll say continue. Now the second step is done. Okay, third step is choosing the category. So I would definitely choose as a bring your own device category and say continue. So it's going to validate my all the application. So in this case, my friends, like you get like this pop-up. Actually, if you make it as mandatory also, you get it like this as a pop-up. This was not the case with Android. So I'll say install. That's for Teams. This is for Outlook to applications. It's going to install in the backend for me. Now this is done. You can also see here the recently published applications, all of that. So if any devices are there, any apps are there, you can check out. Just say minimize. Now if you see here, this is getting these applications are coming Teams and Outlook, and this is my Weblink which we published for Windows. When we are doing the Windows concept, we published same thing. So it's just getting installed. So the applications also coming up here. There's no lock icon, all of that. So you can log in with login. So just the normal Teams. Same event. Let's go to Outlook. We'll also have the Outlook configuration. So I'm going to use Logan's account, not the Rob's. Email notification turn on. Any alerts, all of that, it's going to come up. Okay, great. So this is the web link which we published in the past. Okay, so this concludes the user experience for bring your own devices. Let's go to the portal and have a look on it, what we have learned so far. And you can find out the inventory information from your hardware, what's the version, all of that stuff. Complaints and device configurations that we set it, and applications that we pushed. This is available for install mode. Okay, so in another few more minutes, we'll get this as a complaints. Or if we do refresh also, we may get it. Okay, so it takes some time, it will come up. Clear, that concludes how to install the applications, even for the iOS devices. Okay, and other configurations. This is a very simple configuration. We can close it. For upgrades, when we have to do, what is a deadline, or what is that schedule. So let's say all devices has to be on a 14.6, then we will select this version. When Apple releases the new version, will be added here. Or you can stay latest, and this can be on a next check-in or schedule time or outside of the schedule time. It's up to you how you want to push. That's it. So this would take care of the configuration. That's it for the iOS specific. And other enrollment options, if I just go to enrollment options, you have your tokens. Basically, you just have to create a token, and then this is again a token downloads, and we will give it to the Apple Business Manager, and that Apple Business Manager specific account, all that configuration will be given if we enroll in a token concept. Configurator concept, same almost, but it consists of some kind of profiles. So a profile gets created, example, and then this will have a one-to-one, device to one user, and then the required configuration will come from a setup assistant or portal. So company portal will push everything for this users. So this is a token, basically a profile. So this profile will be used for the devices. Okay, you can add devices which are coming up from Apple Business Manager. Okay, this is anyway, you would come to know, you have to raise some cases, or you might have to work with Apple also. But in companies, they don't use the Apple. Most of the companies, if you look at the Apple managed by JAMF, there's another MDM. So JAMF will be used for managing the Apple configurations. This is the top tool compared with the Intune. Okay, that's it. Try to review what we have discussed so far. We talked about Windows. Within the Windows, we have not done the autopilot. I just realized. Okay, and also iOS we have done. iOS we have done. Android we have done, but not for the Mac. Mac also remains the same for installing the company portal application. We need to definitely have these MDM push certificate. All of should be there. So once we have configured for iOS, it works even for the Mac OS also. Right? So you don't need to do anything extra here for the enrollment. Okay. So only thing is the next step would be we'll simply go to the this web page. Okay. So if you can just go to this web page, Microsoft Documents. So within this document, how to enroll your device in Intune Mac OS. So here you have a company application can be downloaded. Go to enroll my Mac. If you just search with this also, it comes as a PKG format because in Linux or here you would have definitely PKG format. So that PKG format, once you download it, you start installing it. Okay, as a normal application as a Mac user. So you can do that and then enter your local account because it's a bring your own device concept, right? So you have to enter the local root password. Once given that, the package is ready. It got installed. Okay, so the installation is straightforward. if you're the Mac user, you know how to download and install. So is the same steps that for any application. Post to that, when we start the application, so if you see here under applications, we have a company portal application. So it will ask for me to log into my company portal. So I would definitely use my user credentials in this case for my end user point of view. So for me, my end user is here, Paddy at whatever my account. So I would give that account user ID and the password. And you can accept the terms and conditions if you are the first time, and then just say begin. So it's going to do this step. So if you can recall, this is the same case for our iOS or Google devices, right? Same thing here also. You're going to get it, what your company as an Intune admin can view, what cannot. This is a very clear statement. Post to that, it's going to actually install the management profile, very similar to what we have done in the iOS iPhone devices, same thing. So let me go to this page. So it's gonna register this profile. So now again, it's downloading a PIM format kind of format file. So basically, it's like a file that consists of some of the security, like the certificates, all of that. So we would be installing. If you remember, we also have done the same thing for iOS device, right? Uh, on iPhone, same thing here also. It comes that, so we just have to download and then install this certificate and enter your root credentials. Once we have done that, so once we have done that, it actually goes to the third step, which is the device policy settings. Okay, so this is how you can actually install on your device. You can do the rename, whatever you wanted to do it here. All that is possible. Okay, so so the by platform, we are good actually. So you can either now go and walk direct by platform or directly also. Now you should be good. Here few components will be there. So let's say this is a device, could be any device as a Windows or Android or iOS device. We'll take one scenario and we'll try to do. The settings remain same, my friends. Settings remain same. Okay, configuration also remains same almost. Okay, we can test on one of the platform. So let's say you have a device, and within this device, some of the applications we are pushing from Intune. That application, we call it as a managed application. Maybe some applications installed by end user, we always call it as a personal application, like a Facebook or Netflix in this case. So now what you can do is this app protection actually concerns about data security. So when you're talking about the data security between your managed applications to personal applications, you should be actually using the app protection policies. So within this, what happens is uh, you can say this data shouldn't go to maybe the device, not to take a backup kind of thing. So we can say there are DLP. So there's some conditions, like you all know, I think, data loss prevention, right? DLP. So DLP settings can be applied here. Part of a few settings that are coming from DLP can be applied. Apart from that, security point of view, also you can do. So one thing is the data security we talked about, and also application layer specific settings also we can do. Let's say this application, if somebody is trying to open or somebody is trying to crack it with a wrong pins or wrong passcodes, we can we can do some kind of actions on that. Like you try to explain as a conditional, right? So one other condition could be like, if a user is trying to enter 5 times wrong password, wipe the application. Okay, you can do that kind of conditions can be applied. So these things, and there are some other conditions also there. We're gonna have a look on it. But just to give you that, there is something called a DLP. There's some kind of security is there. The other part would be the setting up additional layer of passcode. Let's say a additional pin is needed. Than the we all know that app locker right on our phones, Android phones, we use some for confidential things. We try to put some extra passcode, not your logon passcode, right? Similar thing can be applied for your uh, applications. So and also you have an ability to wipe up the only applications during the time. Everything can be removed from the DLP. Other thing is like as you said, copy paste can be blocked. So copy paste again here between, you're talking about all the conditions. One side is managed, other side is personal, right? You want to block from here to here or here to here or both the ways. You can do all these conditions also can be copy paste can be blocked. So this is the kind of settings can be applied. So for this you can't directly go and hit the ball. You have to, come on, I have erased it, it's not going. Once again. Oh, okay. So you have to actually configure these policies, my friends, and then test it. If this is thoroughly working fine, then go for the protection. These things are a little tricky and a little uh, testing is needed. Not little, actually, you have to do proper from applications, app protection policies. See, I'm going to create maybe just a 2021 example. Just I'm trying to create a policy for iOS devices. So you have an option when you're trying to create, actually, you will have an option to create for iOS, Android or Windows 10. So in our case, we will be just checking for iOS specific. Okay, and then there are three things, 3 or 4 things you can see. This is actually talking about what are the applications we are talking about, and then DLP settings comes here, and how you're accessing. Let's say if you're trying to access, you must have to meet to set a pin or passcode kind of things can be configured here. The conditions, like if a wrong attempts, what should be done, such actions can be done. This is for assigning to a group. Let's go to uh, understand about the application. So this is where you can actually uh, configure is this for all the type of devices or a device that is not managed. You just said that not enrolled devices. If that's the case, you would be choosing this. Okay, but in our case, we can even go for all type of devices with a single policy. Okay, so here you also have the public apps and custom apps. So the difference between these two are public apps are already available within the inventory or within the Microsoft site. Okay, here you need to just specify those applications, the exact name of those application. So in our case, we have tested within our lab Outlook and Teams, right? So we can just press type here Microsoft. One is the Outlook application we tested, and also we tested Teams also. So these things, we can select these applications, and then in the data protection, this needs some kind of explanation from my end. So I'm going to explain one by one. The first point here, data transfer. So if you just look at the headlines here or subsections, this is a major section called data transfer. Other one would be the I would consider these are separate settings, and also yeah, I think a few things under data transfer. Backup organization data means like you have maybe a Google phone example or maybe iOS device. In this case, it is iOS, so everything gets backed up normally iOS devices to iTunes or iCloud, we call it. So meaning including the application settings, everything data can be backed up. Let's say if a user is there, he left the company, he can restore the data from his iCloud after we wipe up that specific configuration. So there is a chance of possibility that he can restore and he can get that data back, right? So as part of your designing, as part of your configuration policy, you can always say, you can block that data not to go to your user's backup server. In that case, maybe a Google Drive or to maybe iTunes or iCloud. So in our case, we don't want to backup, let the user to backup the entire phone, but not these specific applications that are here. Okay, that's a policy. So now other policies would be definitely we can also configure the is this applications. So whatever we are talking about, there's applications. Okay, is what kind of applications we're talking about? We are talking about the applications policy managed, meaning the applications within this policy. Okay, we're gonna apply additional settings also. Let's say you want to know addition. This is the additional thing, like uh, I don't want my applications that are specified here not to save uh, in maybe in a local storage. They don't want to store any kind of data to the local devices, but they can store the application specific settings in my OneDrive or SharePoint, which is a secure configuration. You can do that. Okay, now the transfer for the telecommunication, like right, some applications needs to access even your dialer information also. If that's the case, do you want to block it, or do you want to do what kind of a configuration? So in our case, don't transfer this data between applications. We can take it so that this gets dialer app scheme, everything gets disabled. And here restricting the copy cut paste information can be done within, as I said earlier, like a policy managed to any application, or uh, it can be just to happen between the applications. So we can configure policy copy paste can only work within our Outlook or Teams, not to personal applications. So like we said here, somewhere here, so managed application to you cannot copy paste to personal application. Similarly, from here to here, data shouldn't come. So we are talking about only managed applications. Okay, so that's where the configuration can be applied. Okay, and then we can go to the third-party keyboards. If you want to block it, you can block that, because sometimes the your managed applications also needs to uh, trusted keyboard should be used, not somebody's keyboard, because the keystrokes also confidential information will send it to the uh, to the application developer, right? So we can block it, but if you do that, actually you need to send a keyboard application already should be configured. Additional keyboard configuration should be deployed from our end. And encryption settings, uh, definitely the entire application should be encrypted. And functionality, these are the normal things we would configure here, like syncing the policy within the native apps. Okay, printing within the organization data, you can allow or block it. So if you see here, if blocked, app cannot print protected data, so you can block the printer specific settings. And also you can configure here the restricting web transfer, in case if you're trusting only Microsoft Edge browser, just the web content only should be browsed within the Microsoft Edge browser. You can configure that. And here, this is a managed browser protocol. That's okay. Organization data notifications can be allowed. The specific setting can be allowed. So these comes under data loss prevention. So you're actually trying to protect the applications that we are talking about managed here, selected applications, so the data doesn't go out like a copy paste or saving restrictions we are trying to apply. Now The next section would be the access requirement. Hey, if we are talking about the application, within this application, let's say if I try to open maybe Outlook here, it just opens up a little. If you can, remember, it was just opening up. What we wanted is we don't want that to open. Instead, it should actually set a password. That's what we wanted. Then in that case, we would go into this configuration access requirement. We can say pin for accessing the application. So it needs a additional pin, and the passcode for that pin should be numeric or alpha passcode. You can configure. It's a simple pin allow, or you can block. Like a simple pin is like 1 2 3 4 kind of thing. The easily guessable pins can be blocked if you want, but in our case I'm just allowing. And also you can configure the length of the pin, maybe anywhere from 4 to 16. So in my case I'm just choosing 4 for this demo. And also you can block the touch ID specific requirement. So I can say simply I don't want to allow to launch this application with the touch ID. I can do that configuration also. And the pin, yes, pin can be set it here. Number of days if you want. An app pin when device pin is set to be required. All these are the common things. These are the related to the access requirement. Now launching is like if maximum pin items 5 times, what should we do? He has to reset the pin, or grace period of maybe 72 hours or minutes. You can block this application, and offline again grace period for 90, wipe the data. Meaning if the user is not opening the application or not interacting with the application, you can secure in such a way with these conditions. Okay, these are the settings that are critical for the policy. Now later point you can apply for a required group. So let's say if there's a user group, you can apply. Let me create a group. Okay. Just creating one dummy user. I think it should be Logan or someone can be taken here. I can select that just created group. Okay, one more. It's still not coming up. Yeah. Now it's just refreshed. This policy is ready for us. So if I just click on create, it's gonna apply the policy. So I'll just click on this. The policy is iOS 2021. Before I click on OK, I need to make the machine ready, the device, to demonstrate this. For that I need to log into GoToMeeting. Give me a second, because the policy will automatically come up and then we will not see all the activities. This is done. Now, okay, I'm just clicking on create button before I think, create. So this is the user. Okay, this is a user, right? So I'll just say I'll try to show you here user account. This is a device. I'll say click on, I think there is a delay. So let me refreshing the here the device. Okay, settings. So now if you see here, we have here Teams and Outlook. So now after a few more minutes, we will be getting the policy, and then it will start asking to set the passcode as a first step, and then once the policies arrived, we cannot copy paste data from our emails to maybe, for example, to the notes or maybe other browser or somewhere. We cannot copy paste the data, but however we can copy paste the data between Outlook to Teams. This can be done. Okay, so this might take some time. Okay, if you're okay, we can wait. Otherwise, maybe we can continue with other topic and we can come back here when it is ready. Okay, my friends. So let me explain here. I have my on-premises environment and I have a domain name called mylab.local. Okay, it seems to be I have one client machine and one SCCM server, but it is in, I think it is in online mode, but ignore that system for now. So I also have another machine called NHYD 2K9. It's a member server, which we can see here. This is a machine. So let me type here hostname also. So this is a plain Windows server, which is a part of your domain. So it is logged into your domain controller. So there's a domain controller called NHYD-DC01. And within this domain, the domain name is mylab.local. So I'll show you the domain structure, OU structure. So I have here my domain controller, which has this normal OU structure. Clear? Now, think that I have a couple of users. So let's create one user. Maybe if you see here, I have a SCCM admin also. This user also there. So he can log in with the SCCM admin at mylab.local.com. It's a normal user. He has a full permissions on the SCCM server also. Now the thing is, like, we wanted our Active Directory to take it to the hybrid AD. So what exactly hybrid AD? Hybrid AD stands here within your Active Directory, which is portal.azure.com. Okay, within this Active Directory, you see we have a tenant domain, which is original name of our tenant is Intune demo 1234.onmicrosoft.com. Now what we have done, we map to learninmylab.com. Let's say whatever we are trying to learn now, or the concepts not related to or not performed by Intune admin or SCCM admin, it will be done by your Active Directory admins. Okay, I'm already putting my expectations that this is may not be your part of job, but good to know, right? So that you can practice in your lab environment. Is that okay? Yeah, we are trying to learn here hybrid AD. So what is hybrid AD? Let's say you have your on-premises domain controller called mylab.local. What you'll do, you would actually configure here some users or some machines. So these machines are joined to this domain and the users are able to log into this domain. Working good. But let's say you wanted the users to get the power of the cloud. So for accepting the whatever the cloud protocols or cloud applications, then you have a tool to integrate the accounts between here to here, not not in a reverse way. Okay, not this to here, not like that actually. Okay, the right way would be from the blue color, from the my lab to here. So let's say if you have here 100 users, this 100 users will be using the same user ID and the password to access anything, and the user accounts also you would see under devices or users you would actually see the users computers. Okay, users you would be able to see. So what happens is with that you can grant the permissions within your environment. So it's like one identity. How to do that is you need to use a tool called AD Connect. Okay, AD Connect. So what it does, this tool is it actually makes the whatever the configuration to be done from here to here in the backend, it will do that configuration. It's very simple. Actually, it will ask for the user ID password of here and here. So from here, it is needed the enterprise admin credentials. It needs from here global admin. Okay, so enterprise admin and global admin credentials once you have given. So this tool will import this entire information will be set as an export, and it will send it to this server with the connection tool. AD Connect, we call it, that's a tool name. So for that we can configure the configuration. So within this tool also it does the some additional configurations also you can do, like single sign-on you can configure. So these things can be done. Also you can I mean, this is one option I told. Other option can be done the hybrid AD. So what is a hybrid AD is? Hybrid AD means this device, let's say in the on-premises, one Windows 10 machine is there. This machine was joined to this domain currently, to this mylab.local domain. The same device also can join to Azure AD to here also. So what happens by joining this device to Azure AD, what will happen? Ideally, if you want from an Intune point of view, yeah, if the device is joined, you can actually enroll automatically the device, and then you can manage the things, right? Definitely. And the device, like you can push the softwares, all of that stuff can be done. Okay, so now what is there in our lab? In our lab, we have this tenant and we have a verified domain name. Now you should have a genuine question that in my on-premises I have shown as my lab.local as the domain name. So if my user is there, user1 at the rate mylab.local will be there. How this user can log in as user1 at the rate whatever the verified name, because once the syncing happens, so the user accounts will come to Azure AD. Once it comes to Azure AD, the username should be username user1 in this case at the rate leninmylab.com should be used, right? How you can do this? So you can do this step by configuring a UPN domain name on your on-premises domain controller. Meaning you can give this name on your domain controller. There's an option called UPN, user principal name. So you can give that UPN name of the domain so that the user can log in within your on-premises with mylab.local, or he can log in with given UPN name. Then the users can log in with a normal way. From a user point of view, there's no major change because the username and password, whatever he's using from on premises, is valid even in cloud also, in Azure AD identity also. So for a user point of view, we are not actually making any changes. We are not forcing any user to use a different username or different password. So we are making user happy in other way. Okay, so now for that, what I've done is I have already created domain controller here. and I have couple of users. Okay, let's say there's a user called SCCM admin in this case, and also I have a computer called member server. Okay, now how can I configure this steps as the AD guy? Okay, I'm talking about from a completely Azure AD guy point of view. So a few things here, high level. So if you want to do this configuration, you can do it directly um, from the AD Connect. This is the Azure AD Connect window. So within this blade, you have the configuration is available. It will clearly show that whether the sync is happening. Sync has never done. So whatever the uh, authentication or password synchronization or pass-through authentication methods that you have, we call PTA or PHS. So these things are disabled state now. Okay, so to begin with this, first thing, the AD Connect tool to be installed, and that should be configured with your on-premises Active Directory credentials as well as with the global admin credentials, and then start the syncing process. But that also has some pre-requirements. So if you look at hybrid AD, okay, requirements, yeah. So it also needs the some other licensing also needed, like at least you need to have the P1 license for proper hybrid AD. Okay, but for AD Connect, in your case, you can do in a normal way. But let's say you said that you don't have the domain name, right? So still you can sync the objects from your on-premises to cloud in your lab. There's no problem. But what I'm trying to show you is here a real use cases. Okay, the first thing we would go with the configuration. So you need to have any of these server level. Okay, and AD Connect can be installed on any of the member servers. So few people also install a domain controller, but since we in a lab we have some bandwidth, that's why we're going to install on a member server. So let me actually start the configuration. For that, there are a few requirements. As I said earlier, we need to we need to add the UPN name, right? So let's add that in our domain. So let's do it on this machine, and we'll just take out this machine. No worries. So let's do it on a domain control. You can do that. Just go to trust. Okay. So open up your Active Directory domains in trust. Here you have an option to add the prefix. Let's say my prefix is len in my. So if I give capital, it will come as it is. What was there exactly? If I do something wrong again, it costs me later. My domain names. So simply I'm giving the same name. Now if I go back to my users within this, now I'll have an option in the account now as a len in my lab also. So you have different scripts where in a production we would be changing for whatever the users you have. You want to sync it, you can change them to configure as a len in my lab.com. You have multiple PowerShell scripts, multiple scripts are available, you can use it. So in my case, I can actually configure this account to be sync to cloud, len in my lab.com. Okay, now I'm not syncing other accounts, so whatever the accounts are with that UPN name, it can sync. Now next thing to install, right? So let's open a browser, and you can download directly from a Google AD Connect tool, or you can go to a page within this AD Connect. You have an option to download this. So I'll simply copy the link and I'm downloading on this machine locally. Okay, so it's close to 100 MB, I think so, this file. Yeah, it's downloaded. It's a straightforward installation. So the installation is, it does automatic installation. You don't need to do anything, but post installation, it will come up with a wizard. So this wizard is actually coming from here. So if you see here, what got installed is, it got installed AD Connect tool, right? So you simply have to click on this or the shortcut that is available on the desktop. So you can accept the terms and conditions. And now you need to select either custom or express. So if you choose this express, what happens is this tools also require the database, which is going to install as the express edition. In fact, in production also, people are okay to use the express edition. The reason is this tool is highly up to, if I correctly remember, up to 5 lakh user objects. With the normal SQL also, it can work. Okay, but if at all, if you want to customize it, you can always go to the customization, but I'm not going to do any additional customization. It is going to do the normal configuration with the pass through authentication, I think. Yeah, just say configure. Now it is asking two things. As I said earlier, first it is asking for your Azure AD and then local AD. So now I need to give here the credentials that I need to integrate to what tenant. So give me a second, my friends. Okay, so I'll try to give here as the AC admin password. If this password correct, it will accept. Otherwise, I have to enter one more time. The password should be different password, simple password I'm putting, and it will verify the credentials that are coming from global admin. Okay, now it is asking me to enter the local domain controllers enterprise admin. So in my case, my domain is mylab.local. Okay, I'm just giving as it is. So this is the account who is the part of your enterprise admin. Okay, so simply click on next. Now it will check for the configuration in both the end. Now it says that, hey, in your on-premises Active Directory, you have a verified domain, which is this leninmylab.com with your Azure Active Directory, which is almost UPN is matching. So are you okay to continue? Yes. So continue. Or the other one can be ignored, but whatever the identities are there, that can be taken up. Now it's gonna do all of these things like installing the engine for synchronization and configuring with your current configuration, default configuration, or with the AD Connect tool, and it's going to connect. Even it's going to enable password hash synchronization, auto upgrade. All these configurations will be installed automatically. So install. So this takes, if you can see here, this doesn't take more than 5 minutes max. So you can see that SQL Express edition got installed. So a few things going to happen automatically. Yeah, this is the one time it will be done by Azure AD, guys. In case if you have already Office 365 and people are using your on-premises Active Directory user account, then it's already done. Azure AD, right? That's what I said. Now, whatever you create a new account based on the sync interval, it's gonna automatically update it to Azure AD also with this single tool. Meaning, let's say you have like a company called Satyam, or maybe a company called maybe Tech Mahindra, example, multiple forest with the child domains, all of that can be completely synced to single tenant with a single AD Connect tool also you can do. The only problem is you don't have the like a high availability kind of thing. You don't have, but you have something called staging configuration within this. So you can use a staging configuration to make sure that if this server goes down, you can actually bring another server in place immediately with the current configuration. So it will be in a ready state almost. So in the backend, it actually creates these groups. If you see here, this is the account it has used to connect for the syncing purpose. These groups got created. It just giving me some information like, I need to enable recycle and all of that. That's okay. I can do. Yeah. So what we have done so far, let's actually revise. Okay. We install the AD Connect tool on any of the server can be installed, but we just install on the sorry, this is domain control, right? So on a domain control, we install this tool. It can be installed anyway. So during the installation, it will ask definitely for the SQL and all of that stuff. And for AD Connect, so for the users, we would actually configure learninmylab.com should be given, meaning the actual Azure AD verified domain name should be given. How can you give? You can give with the by opening the Active Directory domains in trust. Just go here, from here, go here, and then add. Okay, so by doing this, what happened? The user properties you're getting UPN name. So any user that you create here will automatically sync with the help of AD Connect tool to Azure Cloud. Let's go back here. I think this is the one, right? We just used demo Logitech one. So I'll just refresh this. Okay, you see here now CCM admin is coming, and it is coming as the user account with the learninmylab.com. And if you see here, directly synchronization is yes. Okay, same thing. If I just go to my groups also should come with the directly source as the Windows Server AD. So these are the AD groups that are created as part of the sync, and like a DNS admin, DNS update proxy. These groups are coming from your on premises, but you don't get any devices, my friend. Honestly, you see here, you had earlier we were talking about in India we have 2 devices, 1 computer here. So total 3 computers at least should show, right? Which you don't get it here. Oh, still loading. You see here. Oh, there's an applications we were into the Active Directory devices. This is taking time. It's taking some time, web page, but we'll come back and see. It won't come up any devices here. Okay. So how can we ensure that the devices should be automatically joined? So that's a topic which we are going to learn. So what we have done so far is we just sync up, only done, right? So let's say I wanted to create one more account, maybe of course, if you take it the custom settings, you can explicitly point to sync only this India OU instead of all of them. And also during this, within the nested OU structure, you also have a additional layer of filtering options also will be there. Okay, in fact you can configure now also if you just go with this configuration, which we will be doing it anyway, but just wanted to show here some other things also within this. Let's create a user account first. Okay, count user1. So from here on we would be using only learninmylab.com. Even for the sign in also we'll tell end users to use this way so that the required configuration can be applied. So now I created this user account. Do you think this account will be available on immediately here? What happened? Is my net issues or yeah, you don't have your account, right? You see here, the user one is not there. How? Because it has its own interval time. I think it's somewhere 20 minutes or something like that. So it does within that period, within that time window. If you want to force it, you have an option with the PowerShell commands. You can use the PowerShell, switch to PowerShell window, and then I think you can use the start command with the AD sync, one more time sync cycle. There's a 2 syncs in between, and then the policy type is delta, not the full. So it actually, oh, what happened? Yeah, because this is not yet imported, so you need to actually do the import also first, AD connect specific, then it would do. But ideally it should come automatically. If it is not coming, meaning might have to use the proper PowerShell. That's it. Okay, so here I can actually go to, where is this? Power. I can import AD sync module, and then I can force this command, again the same command, to automatically sync up. This would start syncing. You can see. So how do you locate from the window? This is not the part of the course, but just show these are the synchronization rules will be there. This is a synchronization service. So just open up this. You'll come to know. First, come back to the connectors. This makes easy for you. I cannot maximize other than this size. So you can see here a connector was configured for your on premises as well as for cloud, right? These are the connectors one by one, right? If you want to do any kind of modifications, you can always do from the properties. Okay, and what is the account which was used and the password it's showing here. Okay, so once this is done, come back to the operations. So operations will be always showing. If you just go to your production also, you'll always see here with the time it was started. Based on that, you can filter and see that this is 1044, 1052 we wanted. So here we just started one sync, delta sync, and you see here one attribute is SCCM admin, which was synced up, right? There's only one account it was found. Like this, you can see the status, and you have something called metaserve set, so you can search why it is happening, what is inside component, all of that, but nothing to do here. So we'll just go to this main tool. Okay, you can again click on this to reconfigure any additional settings. Okay, so now what is that we are going to configure? Let's say I wanted to view what is my current configuration. I can always go back and look at here the current configuration. Okay, you can also export the settings. So if you can look at here, the device write back, which is a password reset. If I set it here, the password, or on a cloud, it will be one and the same password. So you don't need to change. So that option is not coming up here, and the password hash is enabled. like this, all the configuration which is showing here. Can anybody point out here hybrid AD specific? Where is that? The configurations. Yeah, okay, this is the current configuration. Let's go back and configure the additional configuration. Now we are in a phase 2, I would say, within the AD Connect. The first phase, what we have done is, color please, the first phase we installed AD Connect. Okay, so we got all the objects. Of course, I didn't show you that after the sync, right? So let me do a quick refresh. I should be able to see here user 1, right? But for this user 1, you don't have the license was not assigned. Definitely the user's location was not assigned. All of that stuff you should be definitely doing it from your point of view. Okay, so I'm just saving, also assigning the required licenses. Let's say I want to assign Intune as well as the Office license. Let's say I can assign the same thing for my SCCM admin also. Let me assign one time. Okay, licensing assigned. So the first phase, what we are talking is, we are talking about the synchronization point. Okay, now why we are talking about the second phase as a different, or step 2, you call it whatever it is. So in this step, we're actually asking our devices to join to not just to the Active Directory, also to your Azure AD. So this is the second step. So this is even for your existing devices. Also, if a device is just trying to join to the domain, automatically that will join to Azure AD also. This is what we are trying to do. Okay, so you know that what happens if we join automatically a device to Azure AD, it's nothing but in the backend, Endpoint Manager gets enrolled, and the device gets the required applications, all of that stuff will come. Clear? Okay, so now I'll be going back to my domain controller and opening the AD Connect tool. Let me show you one more time. So here, configure, we're saying that the configuration is, one is the configure device options. Okay, so just click on that. So now you have two options. One is device write back, other one is a hybrid AD join. So hybrid AD stands for, as I said earlier, for your on-premises AD as well as to Azure AD. Both the places it should join automatically. So if you recall the Windows enrollment, how we have done, we went to the every user machine, we manually added the user account and password, which we don't want to do it now, because in your on-premises you might have thousands of machines which should automatically add to Azure AD, Azure AD to join, and also that should be automatically managed with the Endpoint Manager. Okay, that's what we wanted to do it. So for that, this is a step which we have to do. Okay, you also have within this option, you also have the write back. So if you can, read, this is for the using the ADFS for Hello for Windows, the device write back English. All the device register in your Azure AD back to on premises. The device is synchronized to the device container that's created into Azure AD for this. So we can, if you want, we can enable the write back this option also. Otherwise, we'll just go with this. But anyway, in this phase, you will have only one radio button, either this or this. Okay, so I will be using the hybrid. Definitely, we will be just asking for our admin to configure hybrid. Give me a second. Password. I really forgot the password. This is easy admin. Yeah. Now this is the password which I'm again giving. So whenever you go with again AD Connect, it always asks for the passwords in the both the side almost. If you're something to do with the on-premises, it will ask. Otherwise, the password should be the enterprise admin again. Otherwise, the global admin. So you have here option configure hybrid AD join. So if I just click on next, and I have an option to configure Windows 10 devices. And now it's going to ask for me, what is that domain that you have on premises? I found mylab.local, which is going to sync for Azure AD. Now I need to give it to enterprise admin credentials. So if I give here my credentials, what is happening is this could be even an interview question also for AD guys. This is there is a service connection point. In short, the people will call as SCP. SCP gets created basically to basically it will discover your Azure AD tenant information. For that purpose, you're going to create this. So let's actually continue further so that it will configure hybrid AD for you. Okay, so one step is the step one. What we have done is AD install. Okay, configure. Step one is AD connect tool. Okay, second step is we configured hybrid AD. Okay, let's say in your company you also want to use SSO single sign-on for your on-premises users. Let's say if my on-premises users opens maybe portal.office.com, it shouldn't ask any password. Maybe any application, cloud application, it shouldn't ask again one more time the password. That's where this single sign-on will come up. So if you're interested, I can also run with that. Okay, so let me, I think once we have done, it is actually starts the sync in the backend. So if I try to do the AD connect, it will say it's already in the synchronization phase. So in this case, it's just completed the synchronization. So during this wizard, it will stop the synchronization. Okay, so configure. SSO, I'm trying to configure third step. If I correctly remember, this is a change user sign-in option. This is where you have the option. You have an option here if you want to change to password authentication or PTH, you can do this configuration. Okay, I'm also enabling the second. So you can use any of these authentication methods. So I'm just going with the one second in the Azure AD Connect. It will show now the sync status is already enabled. Password hash sync is enabled, but it is not enabled the PTA. If you want to change to PTA, so there is an agent gets installed in the backend. Okay, that's called the PTA. So where is that? Yeah, you can go to the PTA authentication and then we can configure that. Okay, it's gonna ask for my global admin. Okay, this is a very complex one. It needs a lot of design consideration when you're trying to do. Okay, configure. not your job. This is AD guy's job. If you go to any company, by that time already this configuration will be there. In case if they never exposed to Office 365, you're fortunate enough to implement these all steps. We're just trying to use the PTA, pass-through authentication. There's a difference between the password hash synchronization, meaning it actually generates an hash. It never syncs the password. So if the hash value is matches, it's good enough to allow you to log in. So let's exit this on a domain controller. This is not just the configuration. You also needs to create some of the group policies for allowing the SSO. For that, you can just create specific group policy. So you have here few of the URLs. If you just go to the documentation, they would prefer you to set few URLs. So we are in the templates, Windows components, and the Internet Explorer, and then the control panel and the security page with the site to zone. So which we configure for trusted sites and the intranet sites. So trusted site zone we need to configure, or intranet. So yeah, we need to configure as an intranet. So for that, there are few URLs are available that are can use. So just have to configure these values here with the value as 1. Okay. Once we have done, we close. So how do we convert these machines automatically to Intune? So what we are trying to do is, again, I'll try to explain. So we have a Windows 10 machine example, and this is already joined to a domain controller. A username called user1 is trying to access this machine. Okay, it's going good. But now in between, we have connected AD Connect and synced all the identities. When I say identities, like the user account to Azure AD. Fine. And now what we wanted is this machine automatically should join to Azure AD also. To do this, what we have to do, we have to configure our AD Connect with hybrid AD radio button. If you remember a couple of minutes back, we have done that with a radio button by choosing the hybrid AD option. After that, within the hybrid AD, we need to allow at least one URL for the there's a device login, device login.microsoftonline.com for hybrid AD specific, I think. Other one for the SSO specific should be at least to be configured. Okay, once we have done this, the machines can be joined to Azure AD automatically. You no need to do any additional step. As a SCCM admin, as an Intune admin, you will always ask, is this working fine or not? If not, you can escalate to your internal AD team. Okay, if this is not working, their headache, not our headache, but this is their headache. But again, we need to know what to be done. So we have shown how to do this. So this is how the AD guys will be performing. Now from a SCCM point of view, what is the next action? That is, the machine, if it is joined to here automatically to Azure AD, we have to join this machine to Endpoint Manager Admin Center, right? So how do we do that? It's a question. So for that, you would actually request your AD team to set a group policy to join automatically to this machine, whatever this machine is there. This is automatically joined not only to here, to Intune also. Okay, for that there is a special group policy setting should be configured. So I'm going to show you that group policy setting. Okay, so from our point of view, what could be the step is we would request AD team to show or configure a group policy under MDM. Okay, and if you know that this is actually a default installation which I have done on my test machine. So I will not have the latest ADMX templates, but I will try to show you. Then we will replace the ADMX template. I'm going to show you now the ADMX what it is. But for now, if you see here, enable automatic MDM enrollment using default hybrid default Azure AD credentials. So if I just choose yes, okay, it should come here a radio button with a device credentials or a user credentials option. For your information, my friends, Intune is not supported at this point of time to join to MDM with the device credentials. It will only supported with the user credentials. So this policy is not going to work on anywhere on 1809 and above. So definitely what I have to do, I have to use the latest template. So if you just look at here, if I choose the radio button, there's nothing coming as a drop down with the users or the machine specific. So what I'll do is I'll just close this. Okay, I'll download latest download Windows 10 ADMX. Okay, Windows 10 ADMX files. These are available from Microsoft site only. So our AD guys, they always keep on updating the latest ADMS templates so that they can get the benefit out of it to use the latest one. So I really don't know what is this version. So let's see what is the version we are referring. We don't want this version. We wanted the latest one. So I'll say 20. Yeah. So this is the latest one. I'll be downloading. So this is a straightforward file, which is MSI file. So what our AD guys does is basically they would go to a folder under policies. We will actually create a folder called policy definitions, and then we would keep the latest definition file. So it just got installed to a folder called this folder inside in a program files. So what I'll be doing is I'll just copy this file. You don't need to actually copy the entire thing. The MDM specific with only English language can be copied, but I'm just trying to take it as it is. Since it is a test, okay, so I'll just go to this folder and replace it. So if I just open up again this one, once this copying is done, yeah, it's over copying. If I just open up and go to MDM, so now enable, now I'll have the option here. This is again new with the 21H1, which even I haven't seen this. MDM application ID represents the ID. So device credentials also they're coming up. I didn't see this. So this was not there with the 21 H1 before versions. So with the release of May version, you have this. With the 20H, you don't have this option. Also, they're gonna change with the device credentials because you would actually literally you would end up. What happens is, my friend, to be frank with you, if you have a Windows 10 device to automatic enroll to Intune, it always try first with the system account. The system account is the first thing. So since system account and also you also have the AD user account, it will get the conflict and it will throw an error called 76 event ID in your MDM diagnostics logs. And that says that it's I tried with system account, I failed. That kind of errors you would be getting up. I think we may also get it. After that, automatically it will fix on itself when it tries with the user account. Okay, so we'll just choose the user, and this setting is optional as per them, so I'm not going to configure anything. Now we have done the this configuration also. Now let's target this to group policy to the only, of course, in a production you would be doing to a test OU only, but in my case, I'm configuring to everywhere hybrid AD settings. Okay, so we have done all the configuration, including even endpoint point of view also. So if I just go to endpoint manager point of view, if I just go to Windows by platform and look at the Windows enrollment, we also have here automatic enrollment is already configured. This is automatically enrollment is already configured, meaning it will
I've
automatically
taken a
enroll if
virtual
any
machine.
device
I'm gonna basically
that is
taking a
coming
virtual
here as
machine
a
too. If you see here,
Azure
there's
AD
nothing
joined.
actually. There's no other machine. So
Okay,
only 5 machines are at
let's
this point of time.
go back
I
to
will be taking another virtual machine. Okay, this is one of the virtual machine. I would like to join this machine to the domain. So I'm just trying to join to the Active Directory, which is my local Active Directory, and that should automatically join even to on-premises Active Directory as well as to the Azure AD. Of course, how many of you like the errors? Definitely we get the errors, okay, because this is the first PC that we are trying to do, and in case if we missed out something, yeah, definitely errors are our friends. Face some of the issues also, that's okay, like time zone issues or such kind of things. So at the end, I'm just joining this machine. So I have just joined this, as you see here. It's just a plain build and join to the Active Directory, and I should be able to log in with my account like a user one at learninmylaptop or lab.com, all of that stuff, and automatically once I log in, I should be able to see in another 5 to 10 minutes automatically. If you see here dsrig cmt /status, that's the command which is going to tell you, but in this case it's not joined, right? So I'm just fast forwarding all of this stuff, but just to show you here 76 error, that's an error which is actually always comes. And if you see here, it's failed because it is tried with a system account, right? It just tried with a system account. System tried to join with the system account, which is definitely is not going to work, all of that stuff. So that's good. And if you see here, there's no info button also, so that's another problem that we are facing, because it's not even joined to the Azure AD. Now, what to be done? We just have to wait for a couple of minutes, because the scheduled task is going to try one more time with user credentials. So then it should be automatically joined. And let me fast forward for you all of this stuff and what are the troubleshooting pain points that I'm actually looking into it. You could watch it since if I try to show you, which is a common over the internet, the inbox bad enrollment. Yeah, so after a few more minutes, I think it should happen. The scheduled time is there is a scheduled task which will do all this stuff, which is I think 15 minutes or somewhat it will be there. I think so. It's 15 minutes. But just go to work specific. There's nothing there. So what I'll do is I'll do few things now. Okay, I'll pause here for this hybrid one. Okay, let it be at this stage. Okay, we'll not touch it, but we'll do the other configuration from Intune specific. One second, I think what I'm trying to say is, yeah, I'm trying to say here, the machine is not coming because it's not joined, as you see. The machine is not coming up, but you see here Windows hybrid in AD machine came, DC came. Yeah, this one machine came. Okay, so it takes some time. Will automatically come up as a hybrid AD join later point. Okay, so whatever we have configured, it is proper. Yeah, it's proper. So what we'll do is we'll try to configure a part of the co-management and we'll leave that machine as it is. Okay, and the later point we'll do the autopilot. Okay, with a combination of hybrid and standalone, whatever the scenarios you want, we can do that. Okay, we will try to do the SCCM configuration for the co-management specific, and then we'll look into it other configurations as a high level to low level immediately. So this is the configuration side. So I'll just open up my SCCM console.
I think there's a client machine, right? So let me show some configuration in the DC. Since it's a domain controller, so if you see here, co-management is disabled currently on a client machine. Okay, but it's just the anyway on a server machine you can't join it. But I'm just trying to show you the co-management is disabled state only currently. It should match. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so this also does not have SCCM client. So let's install the SCCM client on this machine. If everything is okay, I don't know. This is time is okay. Okay, so we will get the SCCM client in a minute or so, and in between we can continue with the co-management. So for the co-management, as we talked earlier, also the introduction side. So on a single device, you'll have the two management engines, one from Intune, other one from the SCCM client. So you can push from here or here the things. That's a co-management. And also you can set a, for the complaints point of view, you can set a meter that only take the preference as either Intune or from a SCCM point of view. So here also you can configure the device complaints policies, right? The baselines. So you can configure that baselines information either take as a preference over the Intune or the SCCM. You can take the preference from Intune. You can do in a such a way for the complaints. Okay, so let's say you have here the application, sorry, complaints. You have here complaint settings, like you might have your CIEs as well as the baselines. If you created and applied any of the settings over this, if you want to take the control to Intune specific to our baselines that we created or complaints policies. So I'm just referring to this complaints policies. So which one to take the preference we can define within the co-management side. So is this to be taken or that? We can define it. So let's go to SCCM server and also work on the configuration side. So to configure that, you can actually go to the administration and the cloud settings. So you have the configuration for the co-management. I wanted to explain, some other thing also, my friend. Actually, within this, whatever the devices are there, these can be as it is can be uploaded to your MEM console. So currently, the devices are coming up only the devices that are from Intune specific or the cloud only. Right, this is the one machine. If you want to get more machines which are coming from SCCM also can be uploaded. This is called cloud attach. So before I talk on co-management, you also have a option called cloud attach. This is going to be the key for them to manage every device later point. That's why they started something called a cloud attach. So cloud attach is nothing but attaching all these devices information back to your SCCM, to your MEM console. Okay, so that's the thing. So now let's do one thing here. We will do the co-management configuration. So here, if you just go to administration and then cloud services co-management, it will ask for few information. The first thing is definitely we need to know what tenant, the tenant specific global admin credentials to be given. Okay, and this is where it is asking for enable endpoint manager admin center, meaning the devices can be managed later point with the uploading option here. Okay, so we will definitely take the configuration here. Or just click on sign in. It will come up with a user ID. I'll just skip this. So it's gonna pull up the tenant ID information. So what's gonna happen is in a few more minutes, if you see here, Azure AD tenant is not there, right? There's no tenant information. Okay, you're going to get the Azure services specific, all of that is going to come up automatically once we finish this visit. Okay, so you also have the enable automatic client enrollment for co-management. Have this option. So I'll just say click on yes. Now it's going to ask us, do you want to upload all these devices data, all these devices to Endpoint Manager Console, so that we can also manage from here the devices, like we can see the complaints, or we can see who's managed by, or the settings, or we can explore. Even if you remember, I think I have shown once the SCCM collection information, all of that stuff also we can see directly from here if you choose that specific option. Okay, so just say yes. This is for DA specific and analytic services. It doesn't matter for us. If you want, you can enable this. Now here it comes the co-management. Actual co-management is the web page is this. So from here it will start. So earlier one is a cloud attach, I would say. So from here the workloads will related to the co-management. So you have a couple of workloads. What is a workload is? Workload is a feature that you, where do you want to map it. So let's say if I put it complaints policies. So in SCCM, where is the complaints policies? For us, it will be under complaint settings, baselines, right? We'll have the baselines, and these will be assigned for your devices. Similarly, from Intune point of view, the complaint settings are here. Okay, now when a device is in a co-management, which one you want to take a preference? Is it from SCCM or Intune? That's what it's going to talk. Okay, so for measuring, always we will go with the Intune. Why? You can ask, why. So the reason is, in a short, once we have done this, we are going to work with the Azure AD conditional access. So when we put a conditional access, we'll take the power of your on-premises. Let's say you have here devices that are fully managed from SCCM, but now we made it as a co-management. Now, if this device is not enrolled or not compliant as per your company policies, we can stop accessing these devices to access the corporate data. So we can put such kind of conditions with the help of Azure Conditional Access. Okay, so let's go back to the complaints measure. Okay, this is for the device configuration. When we talk about the device configuration, so this is where if you have a device, you have the configuration profiles. Okay, these are the device configuration. So if you wanted that kind of configuration settings to apply, like we created like device restriction policies, all of that. So these settings, if you move it, it will work. Okay, and also similarly endpoint protection, resource access policies, and client applications, these are different things. So this is for Windows updates. So let's actually, if I move to the pilot, so I will actually prompt it here in a staging that specific complaints. Let's say here this was moved to the complaint specific. So for the time being, you can put it to a test collection where you can stage for some time and you can work on it as a pilot. Once everything is working fine, all the required policies has been configured, then you can move it to Intune. Okay, and And similarly, the rest of the collections also, if I just put it here, it will ask for all of them a different collections. See, but if I move here, whatever I move to the Intune, it is not asking for the collection. So you need to come up with the collections that can be temporarily worked. Okay, so so I moved everything to the Intune for now. Okay, now we'll say finish this. For this, you need to have the Azure premium license, at least the P1. For the co-management, that's one of the pre-requirement. Okay, so it takes some time to upload the cloud attached products or the devices to. So from the cloud services, you have an option to.
So the client agent settings are configured for the cloud attached also, especially the devices to join automatically. And on my client machine, I could see that co-management is already enabled on a client machine when we install the client, or on the machines that are pull the policies automatically enable the co-management capabilities. And also, if I just go to the start button and settings and then access work or scroll, I could see that the info button, which indicates that my device is joined to MDM. Let me pull some of the policies because some policies are coming up, some policies are not coming up. So let's pull the policies.
Use record. So the software is also just now it's started coming up. Delay. This one is just came. Software is all of that. Now tell me, whatever we want to do it, we can do it now. Okay, all the testing can be done. Okay, since we have a client machine ready. Okay, so PowerShell script came from Intune. We have not done. So the hybrid AD is successful. The second topic which we talked. Okay. Other software is also coming. Okay. So now the software is automatically coming up.
Is it getting the installation from Intune now?
Intune automatically.
Yeah, those messages are. We have moved all the workloads to Intune, I think, right?
Yes, yes.
We have done it already. Okay.
Yeah, we Paddy
we
moved all
it.
the finders.
Yeah, moved it. Okay. Now from here we can apply some kind of applications, okay, or some configurations and test it. I think here you also need to get it as the co-management as yes. It should be there. Yes, option should be there. And here if I refresh, the upload should success with the more machines. So the device which is joined here 2H21 is a co-managed workload. So if I just click on this device, I would get, okay, so device diagnostic and all of that should come in a minute. It might come. Yeah, that is already there, but I'm talking about the only SCCM specific devices. For example, the DC should come up here, the domain controller, okay, because that has a SCCM client. Okay, this also should come up there. Okay, now the workloads you wanted to move to, where do you want to move? You tell me, I'll move it. We'll test it what you wanted. Sorry, actually, I didn't prepare the server fully. I have to get the app, one app, add plus plus. Sorry about this. Yeah. Let me put it as local quickly. I'm just applying for every machine required ASAP basis. I think this is done. We'll go to my machine. So Adobe.
Let's try to refresh the application deployment cycle, and you could see here the application is coming up, which we just pushed the Notepad++. And this got pushed from SCCM, and that looks good. And now you should be able to notice one thing. This co-managed device, you're able to deploy applications in two ways. One is from Intune as well as from SCCM. So this Notepad++ is coming from SCCM, and other applications which got installed on this machine came from Intune. So both the way it can be managed now. Now let's say I wanted to apply a conditional access policy to protect my on-premises device, because this is a hybrid AD joint machine which is coming from your on-premises, and I wanted to take the power of conditional access to apply a policy on these devices which are coming from on-premises also, if they are not compliant, just to stop the access for Azure applications or maybe cloud-based cloud-native applications. So that's what we are trying to do with the conditional access power. So let's try that demo. Since the applications are already installed, now let's have a look on from the MEM console. If you just go here, and the device is currently into co-managed, and you could see here it's a complaint also. So this is a co-managed device, and also it's actually if you could see here, this is a co-managed here, and also it's complaint. And what we'll do is we'll try to disable a firewall, but of course this policy is actually applied, firewall enable policy was applied from group policy, so I cannot do it from here. And also if you look at my Microsoft Teams is not installed because I didn't push it, but I did push the Outlook. So let me configure the Outlook in one go, and once the Outlook is configured, I could open the mails, all of that stuff. But if you remember, we also tried single sign-on, meaning I should be able to access any cloud native applications automatically without prompting the username. For example, as you see here, if I type as myapps.microsoft.com, it actually should automatically prompt. But in case, in my case, I don't have the MFA, that's why it was prompted. But otherwise, it just logged in with that existing token ID, right? That's a great news. And also if you see, Outlook also working fine without any problem. I should be able to send and receive emails, which is working fine. So once I make this machine's complaints to non-complaint, all this access should be stopped. How would I do? I could actually simply disable the firewall settings, so that this because the policy was actually configured here, and the complaints policies, if you see here, within this you have the firewall as well as the real-time protection policies. So that's a defender setting. So these two settings were configured, right? So let's actually add one more policy, let's say BitLocker to be required. So in this device, there's no BitLocker, definitely. So on this device, actually on that testing machine, I don't have a BitLocker. So in maybe in another few more minutes, it becomes as a non-compliant, definitely, right? Also, if I want to disable the firewall, since the firewall settings were applied for my group policy, let me disable from a group policy just to test it. Okay, I'm not requesting you to do it from a domain level, but this is just a test case. Just wanted to show you. That's why I'm trying to show you. So this can be found from the security settings, and go to the network defender and the properties of that, and you can disable or the off or not configure, whatever it is you want to configure. So that way it actually sets a policy. You should be able to run the group policy, let's say GP update force, to apply the policy and then open up your firewall settings, and then you should be able to modify it on your own. For example, I would like to turn off now the policy for domain and private and public cases, and now everything is done, right? So here I'm just taking out that BitLocker specific setting, but I just wanted to ensure that this policy should apply. So what I can do, I can select the device and click on sync. So when I click on sync, if you just locate before syncing the timestamp which is showing last check-in time here, which is 1:30. All right, 1:30, and if I just sync up, that timestamp will change to 33. So if I just refresh the console and go back to the same device, I should be able to see the timestamp as 33, right? That's the time, meaning the policy got synced, and in any point of time, it actually the device should become as a non-compliant. The next important thing is how to create conditional access policy. You could actually do it from different places. Let me show you that.
portal.azure.com, and from here you can create it, or you can also do it from other place, which is this is the Azure AD one. From here you can do it, or you can go to Endpoint Manager Center. Within this endpoint security, if I correctly remember, you also have here conditional access options. Okay, so this blade is equal into the blade that we are going to open in Azure AD. So from Azure AD point of view, you can go to the security. I lost my site now. Security. Okay, so this conditional access, this is it. So here the blade and this blade is one and the same. So you can configure, if you have the permissions, if you are the global admin, then only you can do these conditional access. Otherwise, you have to explicitly give the RBAC permissions on your account. So I will be actually going to create here. By default, what will happen is there is a if you the tenant that you created will have a default security options configured from Microsoft by default. So that will not allow you to create the conditional access unless you go and disable that specific settings from a properties. So from here, properties to be disabled. Let's say if I don't done that step, this is the first time only. So by this time in your company, if you have a conditional access policy, you no need to do this step, which I'm going to show here from a properties. I'm not going to show now, but if I try to create here, it's going to give me a warning, which I'm talking about properties one in a minute. So if you see, if I just clicked on new policy, it is actually giving me it looks you're able to manage your organization security not by Microsoft. Okay, because with the help of conditional access, so you must have to first disable the security defaults. So this is only for the customers. They never created any conditional access. If they have already created conditional access policies as shown here, you just have to go to the properties, manage security defaults, and click on yes. That would change the settings and it will give you the permissions for conditional access. Okay, so let's do that configuration for the first time. So I'll just go to the properties. Okay, in the down, you have a manage security from no to, because we are using conditional access. This is just to, Microsoft by default, they put on all the tenants some restrictions so that their organization are fully secured from a unauthorized access. So that's where they are coming up from a security. Now I should be able to go to conditional access. I can create a new policy. As I said earlier, you can create from here or directly from the endpoint security center. If you're confusing from here, let's do it directly from here now. Security, endpoint security, and conditional access. Same thing. So new policy I'm going to create. Whatever the policy like, what secure devices example. This is a policy name. So policy can be applied with these conditions, okay, and these controls. Controls are access, whether you want to grant or not. What is that condition? What is that application? Who are the users? Okay, and finally, are you going to apply this policy or just to report only or turning off the policy? And also there is a very good tool if you're coming from Azure AD background, by this time what if. So always I would like to test my policies with a what if, because I really don't know if a user coming from maybe Australia, in that case what would happen, I don't know whether its policy is affected or not. Or if I take my user says that is not able to access, might be a true or might not be. So we can validate with what if condition here. So let's first create the policy, then we will go to the what if condition. So first thing, in a new policies you can select the users. So it's always good to create a group based. Okay, so always the best practices are 2 points. One is never apply the policy to you. Whatever you're trying to create, exclude from yourself. Exclude always from yourself. That's the best practice, because you are the global admin. If yourself you are self-locked for some reason, then it's only Microsoft will help. Okay, nobody can help, and that takes a lot of time. They have close to somewhere 12 hours to 24 hours SLA for that kind of problems. And second thing is always apply for a group, not to the users. Create a group explicitly assign. Okay, so in our case we will be applying to a group here. Then it's going to ask us what is that group. So I think I should apply for, who's this user? This is a user one. So okay, we'll first apply to app protection policy, or maybe we'll create a group. Maybe let's do that, a group creation, easy, so that not missing. Adding the user, what was the user? I think user one. Great. So a conditional access group. So we have applied for the group. Always try to, in case if you're part of this group, please exclude yourself also. Otherwise, this will be a bigger problem later point because nobody is there to help you, because you will be the global admin. Now it comes to the cloud applications. So there are a few applications that are listed here. Okay, example, cloud applications. So here all the cloud applications, meaning this list of applications that were given by Microsoft. So these all are considered as the cloud applications. Okay, so in this, any of the applications, if the user is trying to access, is a condition that we are going to set it. So I'm just applying all cloud applications. In this case, not excluding. Then condition. So here it comes a condition. Let's say if you're the Azure admin, you would be actually creating, or maybe if you're Azure AD admin, you would be creating trusted locations. Let's say your back office or office network locations you would be creating. here, that will be considered as the trusted location. So the users coming from this location, no need to apply a condition policy. But such things you can recall it. This is called locations. You can specify the location, subnet, IP range, all of that. So in our case, the conditions are usually risky. So a risky user is user signs in very frequently from a different devices. Maybe a user is a risky user all the time. Okay, that's how they define. This is something called risky sign-in. Sign-in risk is different from a user risk. In sign-in is like, example, there's a X user just logged in from London, and next half an hour he's coming from Dubai, and later maybe from Australia. So this cannot happen in a real world. Practically, it can't happen, because he has to he can't even travel, right, from London to Dubai to Australia. So it would be a sign-in risk. So he might be using a VPN. Then you have to ask the user to self-challenge whether he's a real user. Okay, because if a password compromise, also if the password was uploaded maybe in the internet into somewhere in a password database, they might be logging in. So that's considered the sign-in risk. Then we would be challenging with a multi-factor authentication, all of that on an access control level. Okay, but for now, this is not the case. And this is a device platform. So what is a device that user is coming? Let's say if a user is coming from a Windows device or maybe Android or iOS. So here you can specify. Let's say if my user coming from any location on any device, I can say any device. Let's say if I want to just explicitly apply for this a case for only Windows, I can choose it. So in my case, I'm just saying whoever part of this AD group on any device. That's what I'm trying. And the location, as I said earlier, you can any location, you can put it, any location, or just a trusted location you can specify. And client application. So if the user trying maybe the applications, cloud application, whatever the application, maybe from browser or any other. Give me a second, please. So my friends, I was talking about the client applications. So these client applications, if the user is coming or trying to access from where, so if he's coming from anywhere, like if you want to see from anywhere, like a browser or anywhere, why we are talking about anywhere is, you will come to know now. Here you see here device state. Okay, the device state, you can not this this one, access control, right? So within the access control, we can say that if the device must be compliant. Okay, so yeah, there's a relation between Azure AD is the key here. Earlier, if we don't learn Active Directory also we can work, but now Azure AD is the key. It became as our identity. So within this Azure AD, now it says that from Intune, the device must be marked as a complaint. Now, what would happen if the device is not complaint? Definitely, the device it will not be a part of complaints point of view. Then what will happen? We will consider to stop the access. Okay, here grant or block. We can block the access if the device is not into the complaint, or if everything needs to be allowed, the device must be complaint in other way. Okay, and also we can challenge the user to have the multi-factor authentication also. So if you're validating more than one conditions, then you have this radio button says that, hey, one of them if you're okay, or you want to validate all the settings that are in the above checkbox. So you can force the user to be change the password. Let's say if the user is coming from a different place, you can do that configuration. So that's how it's gonna work. Okay, so in our case, we wanted to validate multi-factor authentication as well as the marking the device should be a complaint state, and two things should be configured. So all these days with for all the users, we have been actually skipping multi-factor authentication, but now it can't be done anymore if you put it this. Click on OK. Now you can enable this policy or you can off it. So people will recommend always go with the beginning with the read only, and then choose the condition with the what if, and then you can find out what will happen. So in our case, we are sure that it's going to work. I'm just choosing as a create. Okay. Now, once this policy is created, I can choose here from a what if condition. So I'll be selecting a user called Bob example, let's say, and also I'll take the user as Logan. No, I think user one, right? Yeah, user one. Okay, let's take first, maybe, yeah, let's take user one first and see any cloud application. Maybe he's coming from any of the IP address or region. You can specify the country specific, and the device is maybe he's coming from a example Windows device. And the client application, it can be any of the application or maybe from a browser example. And the device state is a device state is either it is a hybrid AD joint or complaint. So device marked as a complaint, then sign-in risk is no, user risk is no. What would happen? So it will show that the policy is applying this specific policy. Okay, so policies that are not going to apply, it will be showing. For example, if I change here the username, it will be showing that. But this is a side story. But let's go back to our endpoint manager, to the devices. Okay, we are talking about the autopilot. Okay, so what exactly autopilot? Autopilot is the mechanism which can help you to automate the OV experience. Along with that, the operating system deployment specific and some of the customizations can be done. Let me put it in the other way also. So this autopilot itself a technology, as we discussed earlier or in the beginning also. This is a technology, meaning this can integrate with Microsoft Intune, also with the Microsoft Store for Business is there. Inside that also you can also integrate with Config.mgr or the endpoint Config.mgr. So we with these three of the tools, Autopilot can integrate, and Autopilot as a technology, it can work. Let's understand what exactly Autopilot. Before we understand Autopilot, let's try to simulate current situation. Let's say if you are trying to place an order to your from OEM vendor or reseller for hardwares. Let's say there is a normally 3 years to 5 years the business life cycle for any hardware, right? So that hardware we wanted to replace with a new hardware models. In that situation, we actually place an order with our OEM vendor, we call it, or directly, or maybe with a partner or a reseller. We do this either with a partner or reseller. So what would happen? They would actually fulfill our order in terms of delivering the hardware along with the operating system also will be installed. But what we are currently doing is we will take that machine and we use our SCCM to format and deploy our custom image. Okay, there's a golden image or whatever you call it. So we standardize our uh, standard operating environment, or SOE we call it. So that standard SOE we deploy on this machine, and then along with that, if the user belongs to some XYZ department or maybe some business applications that are mandatory, for example, Office 365 example, so such things will get automatically deployed to the user with the help of SCCM. So what is happening in this situation is uh, there is an operating system deployment team is involved. There's a custom imaging is there. There's application testing is there, definitely. So there are a lot of cost is involved. Another way for a business, the cost is involved here. Now, how can we avoid this cost? That's where Autopilot started. So why can't we use the existing machine that is shipped by the OEM vendor or reseller to us? Can we use the same machine as it is and bring that machine to our standard environment, so that we are no need to worry about the drivers part even, because the drivers also OEM vendor he's already sending or shipping, and also the operating system he is shipping. All we have to do is we have to actually deploy that custom settings or the applications so that the user can use it. So this is where Autopilot comes into the picture. So for this, I hope everybody knows that OOB, what is OOB experience? OOB stands for out of box, meaning like, regional settings or keyboard settings, all of that we need to, manually select, right, during the installation of Windows 10. So that experience can be fully automated with the help of Autopilot with something called a profile actually. So there's a Autopilot profile with the help. We can automate these things. Okay. Now, what is the experience that we are giving to the end user? We're giving for the end user a self-service experience, meaning when he start the machine, okay, the OOB experience will be there, or you can suppress, but it will directly may welcome, hey Chris, as a user, or welcome to your company name. It can, say that information, and then it will start. Um, it will start deploying the application so that the device can be a business ready state. Let's say after a few days, the user left, or maybe we wanted to reprovision to the same state. You can do that with the help of maybe autopilot reset, or maybe reprovision options are available. With that, we can do it. So these are the workflow kind of thing, the high level steps that I wanted to explain about the autopilot. Now we will go with the slide wise. What are the options we have, and where all we can integrate all of that stuff. But at this point of time, um, any questions within this life cycle? I just wanted you all to get the high level understanding. I'm not looking for the low level at this point of time, just a high level. Why we are doing? We are just trying to avoid the operating system building or OS deployment. We just wanted to avoid that. So I'll also try to put it another, like simple, we order some devices, like 1,000 devices we ordered from Dell or Lenovo, right? So these 1,000 devices will ship with the some default operating system. Let's say if they ship even with the home edition or whatever the edition, okay, what we'll do is with the help of Autopilot, we will convert that image as it is without formatting. Basically, we are not formatting, we'll convert that entire system to a business ready state. So what is happening here is, in the past, we used to deploy SCCM. With SCCM, we used to do the PXE deployment or whatever the model you used to do. And then you used to format this machine and redeploy your OS image along with the application and custom settings, right? Now this process can be taken out. So we can readily use these machines as it is, and we can use the autopilot deployment method to deploy applications and the settings that we wanted. Okay, this way it saves a lot of time and cost. Okay, and this autopilot technology completely cloud-based solution. So you don't need to have any server. Let's say if a user received, our partner has delivered to a user, or you shipped with the help of some delivery FedEx kind of thing to an end user. All he have to do is he has to start. He has to select the keyboard language or whatever it is. That also can be automated, and then he has to enter his username and password. The system will be in a ready state so that the user can automatically use it. Okay, I'll just try to explain from here the slide also. So basically, with the autopilot, you can also join the machines only to the Azure cloud, okay? Or you can join the machine to your on-premises Active Directory, your on-premises AD, as well as to your Azure AD also you can do it. Now I'm talking about the domain join. Earlier, I was talking about just the high level view. Now, this autopilot can give a solution for your on-premises Active Directory. Also, it can join to your Azure AD, meaning you can definitely manage from MEM Console or your Intune console, right? It can automatically enroll your devices. That's what I'm trying to say here. And during this process, you have an option whether the user should be a local admin or a normal user account. who can associate with this with this device. That option is also available. That can be configured in a profile. What is a profile? A profile is a consists of some settings. Okay, what kind of settings? Let's say a regional settings, you want to skip it, or privacy settings. All these can be skipped or can be selected, okay, during the installation phase of Windows 10. Okay, now I wanted to take it to the next level of high level explanation for Autopilot, my friends. So now you placed an order for 1000 machines actually. So these machines, what you have done, you're provisioning for Autopilot. Good. But how you're provisioning? So you need to check with your OEM vendor or a partner or your reseller to get this 1000 devices hardware hash. Okay, I'm just extending the technology a little bit increasing the concepts also. So here something called a hardware hash will be there. What is a hardware hash? It's a unique thing for every machine. The value will be a unique thing. Okay, so what it consists, say, let's say now think practically, this is a company A. Okay, so what you have done, these 1000 machines, how they are going to build? You said a device shipped to end user. How this device knows only join to your on-premises Active Directory called a domain, or deploy your only application, or say, hey, Chris, how it can call. So there needs to be some integration to be done from the hardware layer, right? That's nothing but a hardware hash. So it's a value that we will actually request our OEM vendor or reseller to share with us, so that during the shipment they also give this information. And what we do, we simply import this hardware hash file to our Autopilot server, so that these devices actually belongs to us then. And later point, you can pick any device. Example, there's a good configuration of 32 GB with GPUs that should go to AutoCAD team. Example. So what you can do, you can associate that hardware ID with a user who is part of AutoCAD. You can do that. So when the user wants to deploy, so if hardware hash is matching to A and the user is assigned for AutoCAD applications, all the AutoCAD applications gets deployed. Also the machine assigned to that specific user, whoever it is. Okay, so there are two steps within this what I have explained. One is the vendor has to ship the hardware hash file. If he is not doing, then you can also do. That's what we are going to do it in a demo. But in general, they will share with you the hardware file. So whom should I contact? You should actually, when you place the order, you should tell them that, hey, we are going for Autopilot deployment. Please share the hardware hash file. So they are going to share it. Okay, this is the option 1 for hardware hash file sharing. There's another option also there, my friend, that you can, if you normally place all the time hardware life cycle or hardwares from a specific vendor, you can grant the access to your Autopilot server. It's not Intune actually. You can also configure this permission on Microsoft Store for Business. Okay, there they can import the we can grant an explicitly permission to import the hardware hash file. Instead of sending to you as an email, they can simply upload the hardware hash file to Microsoft Store for Business. Now I'll go further level. So maybe now for our demo, we are not going to actually place an order with our partner or reseller. We have some kind of PowerShell commands that can be executed and take a hardware hash from any live machine, and then we can import to our Autopilot server, and the rest of the steps remain same. There will not be any problem. There are types of autopilots. So people say that 1 to 4 different options are there. I'll say these are options. I use a word called options, but the profile configuration, we earlier told about the profile configuration, right? That is only 2 types. One is Yeah, no, user driven. I'll tell you what is user driven, meaning a user have to enter his user ID, password. He has to select some things and then it gets deployed. This is called user driven. Other option also, that's self-deploying, meaning a kiosk device, definitely there will not be any user, so it itself gets deployed and the application gets launched. For a kiosk deployment, we rarely use this method. Okay, so what type of autopilot options are there? If somebody asks, yeah, it's just the user driven and the self-deploying mode. Okay, I did also mention here number 2 and number 3, right? These are, so number 2, if I read it, pre-provisioning option. Pre-provisioning means the required applications or some kind of configuration will be fully loaded and give it to the end user. That's called pre-provision. I'm going to explain, I'm going to demonstrate that one more time. This is not the end of your slide. You have furthermore slides for each and every option. Okay, just wanted to explain here within this slide few options. We have autopilot with self-deploying mode, okay, and user-driven mode, okay. And if you just expand this user-driven mode, you have some options called pre-provisioning and autopilot for existing, or maybe this is another option. Okay, you have, let's say. So let me explain in a short one line. This is for a user to give the machine very similar to our SCCM. So with the SCCM, what will happen? We will do the operating system deployment. The machine will be fully ready state for the end user. So when he log in, all applications will be there. That's called fully ready state, right? So that is the state. If you want with the autopilot, then use the pre-provision option. Okay, meaning if you don't use this option, what will happen is the device gets joined to Azure AD or to your on-premises AD, but applications are not loaded. Applications will come once a user login. It takes maybe 10-15 minutes and then the applications will come in a normal mode. Okay, if you don't want this to happen, you have to go for pre-provisioning. If anybody is not getting it, I'm gonna show this demo. I'm gonna explain one more time also in the next slide maybe. Okay, because the learning, see the style of learning should be in this way. You shouldn't go to uh, the order first is you should go here, and then if you want to learn, you can also learn this, but this is optional. But first learn user driven, then expand to option 2, and then learn expand option 3. This is how you should go and learn the concepts. You can't directly go to the option 2 or option 4. It will not be a good choice to learn if you're a beginner basically. Okay, so the first thing we will be learning user driven mode. This is for traditional users. Okay, so let's move to the user driven, okay, with few options. Okay, if you're not remembering option 1 to 3, that's okay for now. Okay, that's really okay for now. At this stage, by end of the today's session, you will definitely remember all of these names. Okay, but try to remember at least user driven mode, which I'm going to explain now. Okay, what is the user driven mode? User driven mode is the machine, when it shift, user have to enter his username and password. Okay, and then once it is entered, the device will, on this device, the user gets logged in, and then required applications will come based on your internet connectivity speed from Intune. It will slowly come up all the settings and policies. Rest of the things will come slowly, meaning there is a delay for the user to use the application. Let's say the user logged in, but there will not be Outlook application. He can't use it. He's not a productive on immediate basis. If you use the user driven, sorry, this is a self deployment. Okay, self deployment is I didn't explain for self deployment. Whatever I have explained is for the user driven, this concept. Self deployment is just the device will be there, it gets automatically deployed and single user will be associated, and from there on it works. For this, additional concept should be applied. So we'll just skip this, but this should actually go to, yeah, user driven. So the concept which I'm trying to explain is, the first one is this. So what happens, user will, during the autopilot phase, he will enter user ID and password. Of course, he may select the regional language or keyboard kind of things based on our profile settings. And then the required applications, for example, Outlook will not be available on an immediate basis, because the Outlook or whatever the application you deployed will come from your MDM server or your Intune slowly based on your internet connectivity speed. This is called user driven. Okay, so now what is the behavior it will be? For this, choose a language, okay, and keyboard options. User can connect to wireless or wide network access, okay, and user have to mention his user ID and password. Okay, so where all this can work? This can work starting from 1809 or later. Windows 10 builds can work. So I hope you understood at least the user-driven mode little bit. Okay, let me actually talk about some other concepts which are related to the autopilot now. Okay, so we talked about the this 4 different options. Out of that, the first learning one should be always start with the user-driven, then go for this and go for this. Okay, so now I'll be going to, these are the normal user-driven mode options. If it is a hybrid mode, just to give you a hybrid mode environment, you need to do few additional configurations called Intune connector to be installed on your one of the server, and that machine to be granted some kind of permissions on the OUs, so that the machine can join to that specific OU, which we will be doing it. But just wanted to tell you here, there's a different options all there. Okay, now there's something called optional setting called the ESP, or your enrollment status page. We're gonna work on that. I'll be showing that options also. Okay, so you might come up with what kind of options or hardware hash, what it contains. It basically contains your manufacturer model serial number, hard drive serial number kind of thing. It will be there. Okay, and this can be generated with the help of these 4-line PowerShell commands on any of the machine. Okay, so now I'll be trying to explain from the console point of view, my friends. Okay, so from where do we start working on the autopilot? The first thing, we'll just go to the devices. Okay, go to your Windows device, because it's a autopilot for only Windows devices. Then click on Windows enrollment. We actually worked on the general but not on the autopilot program, right? So here just wanted to explain few things. This is called ESP. Okay, what is the importance of the ESP? ESP is basically when it is autopilot is going on. Okay, this on the screen, the autopilot screen should stay there for some time. Example, because maybe autopilot got failed, so user have to collect the logs. If you want to give that option for the end user, we need to enable ESP option. So there is an option to collect the logs within this page, or there is some applications are getting, or some mandatory application should be installed, then only allow the user. In the past, I told that, if you remember, the user have to get the applications once he log in, like Outlook. He's not immediate productive, but we wanted to give him Office only to be installed first, later point all the remaining applications. Maybe we can allow, maybe user can do the work, he can start working with Outlook and other applications, but later point maybe optional settings like a 7-zip or maybe some other application may come. So if you want to do such kind of customization, then you need to have the ESP. So ESP is the front end page. So this has few of the bugs also. There could be 2 different bugs that has been already fixed with the latest Intune releases. Okay, I use a word called now Intune latest release. So what exactly a release is, if you just go to the tenant administration, this is where the service release will be there. Every month they come up with a new release. So you can just click on this and find out what is the latest release consist. And if you see here, there are total 4 different ways they are gonna release the services, like day one, Asia Pacific, EU, then NA, and for government. So these are the latest changes that are happen on this June month. So in the July month, we are July, it's already 5th got released with these things. Okay, now let's go to the Autopilot one more time. Windows. We try to explain about ESP. We are going to create the ESP also. I'm going to show you. I just try to explain what is ESP only. Okay, now the profile. So earlier we talked about 4 different options that you can configure, right? So that options are consistent with option 1 and option 2, or you call it as a 4, whatever it is. One is a self-deploying, other one is a user-driven, right? So these things can be created under this profile. Okay, now I also talked about you are placing some devices order from a Dell or Lenovo, right? They are gonna give you the hardware hash file. So that hash file can be imported here. Okay, and what if you have the on-premises Active Directory and you wanted to join these machines with the help of Autopilot profile with this option 3 or 4 or 2 things, in case if you want to do that, then you need to install this connector on one of your AD specific machine where you have a AD connector or maybe a member server, and that server should have some kind of permissions on your OU structure, so that on that OU these devices can join. Okay, so I try to explain the ESP. I try to explain about the profiles. Profile consists of option 1 to 4. Okay, but the types of the profiles are 2 only. Okay, and the devices, this is where the hardware hash file can be imported, and here the connector for your on-premises. Now let's have a look on how this integration will work actually, because here I explain these, but how this is going to work really. So first thing, these devices, once you import it, it doesn't mean that it's going to actually use these profiles. Okay, you have to make a association or a target these devices with these profiles, any of these profile configuration. For that, you need to create a group. Okay, let's say there's a group called all Intune pilot example, and that group will be associated with this profiles, right? And these devices will part of that group. Okay, and if you want to push some additional applications, you can publish that applications to this group. Okay, so what is the criticality or the logic that we are using is groups. Now coming back to the key point here, my friends, the group is not a general group. This is a special type of group. Reason being, you imported 1000 devices or maybe 1000 devices from hardware vendor hash file. So this hash file does not have any proper machine, right? There's no proper machine name kind of thing. So now how this group can automatically or dynamically pull up these 1000 machines to be part of this group. So if this entire story works if a group creation is successful, right? So the group should be properly created with the help of, if any machine that is matching with these hardware hashes, then only part of this group. Something like that you should create. For that, Microsoft has come up with a group logics. Either you can create a group based on order ID, the order ID which you have, or a generic one called jet TGI. Let me show you the document. Okay, so this is the general document that we would create. Okay, I think I didn't. Let me open that. Where is this article? Normal. Okay. So this is the group. So you go to any company, they would be using only these type of groups. There were three different type. One is uh, with the JTD ID, other one is the your purchase order, and other one is order ID. So any of these are the static groups given by Microsoft. We simply have to use any of these group method to create a dynamic group. So what happens? Let me explain the logic behind for this group. So if you see here, you know anyway the order ID and the purchase order that consists a number, and but here if you look at device dot physical IDs, okay, that is for any hardware, it will consist of JTD ID. Okay, that is an attribute will consist for any computer object. Okay, so you know from SCCM there's something called unknown computer collection, right? So what is uh, unknown devices or unknown devices collection, which is nothing but the device that was never known to your SCCM, we consider as the unknown device, right? Similarly here, if a brand new machine that was never communicated with Autopilot server, then that consists of JTD ID, or the OEM vendor whenever they ship it, it's brand new. It was never part of your AD or never part of anywhere, right? That consists of JTD ID. It's like a hardware ID. So that ID, if it is there, that can be treated as the dynamic collection. Okay, so the first step was definitely to create the group, because that's a dependency. So let me create a group first, okay, by copying this value. Okay, I'll just go to groups, a security group, meaning permissions we will be granting here, dynamic device query, and click on edit. So this is the value I pasted. Okay, click on save. If the query is correct, it will save. Otherwise, we could have get the error. Okay, so now poly devices. So now the group has been created. Okay, now the first step is done. Let's actually go to our profiles and try to create. Okay, so the first step is we have already created. Okay, I have already a profile. I'm not going to use this test profile. Okay, I'll tell you, why I have created that later point. But how do you create is just click on create a profile. You have it for HoloLens, which is costly, so we can't do that anyway. For Windows PCs, you can do this. And now if I just go to the options that we try to learn here, the 4 different options, right, my friends? So out of these 4, the autopilot for existing devices, which I didn't talk much, right? So what exactly is this is nothing but, what if you want to use your autopilot with the help of SCCM, then this is the right concept. Okay, so how can you do this? Is simply toggling this no to AS. I was talking about convert all existing devices. If I choose this, the option 3 becomes our objective, whatever we wanted to learn. This is simply drag and drop, but I'm not going to go there, but I have just shown you where it is. Okay, now you can give here, for example, I'm just giving driven. Okay, yeah, I'll just give it as a user driven. So this is the option I was just wanted to explain, but the option is available here. Autopilot for existing devices can be toggled from here. That's what I wanted to explain. We'll come to this later point. Okay, so click on next. Now you have the bunch of options here. So out of these, the first one is deployment mode. So we have total 4 options, but the deployment mode is, if you see here, ending with only 2. That's option 1 and option 4, right? So if you look at here, deployment mode, user driven and self-deploying. Okay, if I choose self-deploying, it is not giving me for hybrid AD join. It's just the Azure AD join with a lot of option has been automatically disabled. Okay, and for this you need to configure some additional settings also. Okay, from your configuration profile. Okay, it's not just it's gonna work. It has to, basically it's a kiosk device, right? Meaning you have to enable on Windows 10 kiosk mode. So for that, you need to go back to your configuration profile and do that kiosk, sorry, not here. Yeah, here you have to configure kiosk mode options to be enabled for self-deploying mode. Okay, which we are not going to do it in this demo. We'll be doing user driven. This is a normal user driven. Let's see, join to Azure AD. So this is going to be Azure AD, the first step. Joining, meaning it's not hybrid AD, meaning if you take hybrid AD, it's going to be on premises also as well as Azure AD. Now Microsoft terms, licensing terms, I can show or hide. Okay, it's up to you what you wanted to configure. Okay, so even privacy settings also, which is the user will once it will prompt like can I use your user's location and the device location and advertisement IDs, all of that consists of the privacy settings. So if you want to know not to show, you can hide it. Okay, and hide the change account. So here, if you want to change the account, you can hide this option. User account type is, this is the important one. Maybe if your company does not allow the user to use administrative account, then we can put as a standard. So the user becomes as a standard. Okay, there's no local admin. So if you remember, how we manage that device. Yeah, if you remember, this is where actually we configure, right? We configure here and the devices, the additional local administrator option. This is where you can, configure from an Azure AD point of view. That's why this option is there for us. So now if you want to try WhiteGlove, okay, we didn't talk about WhiteGlove, but we talked about something called pre-provisioning. So this name pre-provisioning is recently renamed. In the past, we used to call as a WhiteGlove. Okay, so in Microsoft documentation, WhiteGlove is still refers sometimes in the documentation. Even if you see here, this is also still WhiteGlove, but actual name is now pre-provisioning. Okay, so whenever you get as a WhiteGlove, please consider that as pre-provisioning, but sooner or later it will be named with only pre-provisioning, including this name also will change for sure one or other day, because the documentation is nowhere now. WhiteGlove is almost, they are taken out from the documentation. They're just updating with the pre-provisioning. Okay, so what is a WhiteGlove? So we'll talk WhiteGlove later point. First, experience the user driven. Okay, then the problems with the user driven I'm going to show you. Later point we can talk about the WhiteGlove. Okay, because if I start explaining this, you will have maybe 10 to 15 questions. Okay, Now, regional language, this is default with the system setting, keyboard, all of that. Now, you also have the options. For example, a computer name can be set to some standard. Let's say I want my company has uh, given with a naming standard. Okay, example, it starts with your country code and region, and then maybe some other name should come automatically. Okay, in that situation you can actually use the name templates. Okay, so if I just choose yes here, name template, it will give you the options. So here um, random with colon is given. So your company name, for example, if I give as my company name as INHYD, example India Hyderabad, and then random number, it will start from 1 to any number. Okay, so that's what X stands here. Some number, randomly it will generate the number. So this is a profile I can create. Click on next. So later point I can assign this profile to the users or the group that we have just created. So in this case, the group we just created all autopilot. So somebody has a different question. Can I target to co-management, all of that? But if you think about it, what is this group? This group consists of JTDI values. Okay, that's where we are targeting the machine. So I can click on next and create. So now the profile gets created. So the profile got user driven driver. Okay, user driven. So I didn't give it a proper name. Let me go to the properties. We can edit that. Okay, review and save. So this is the autopilot profile settings that we have. And if you see here, including grouping is not yet coming up. Just we have to just wait for a few minutes because the assignment is no. If I do one more time, maybe a refresh, it will come up. Till now, so far clear. We'll go to the devices to get the device name. Okay, so how can we get the device? So from my devices, I have already imported one device. Just leave this for now, but you need to import. So for importing, it is actually asking a CSV format file, okay, which we don't have now. We have to get it from a hardware vendor, right? So normally, definitely we don't have from a hardware vendor. In that situation, we can use some of the PowerShell commands to get it. Okay, so this is where you can use the commands. So I'll show you. This is the PowerShell command, can be used on any machine that is currently has a Windows 10, okay, or maybe currently has some operating system with a PowerShell can work. Then you can execute this. Then it's gonna actually, what it is doing is it is basically installing some script from PS Gallery, okay, and it will create a file called autopilot HWID in a C:\WHID directory. Okay, so we'll first start one computer which I have here. This is a computer name I have, but I just created for normal purpose. We can open up a PowerShell, maybe PowerShell, run as administrator. I'll just go to the previous article, and before that we'll expand the font size so that it is visible to you all. So I'm just copying these. So if you want me to explain, I'll explain one by one. So the first one is it is actually creating the C in a C directory, like a MD. This is a new item. There's nothing but a directory it's going to create called hardware ID. It has changed the directory to hardware ID, HWID. It's just changed. Now set execution policy. to unrestricted anyway, because it's going to use some other repositories. So that's why we are setting. Post to this, we are gonna format the machine, or we might go to the reset option. Okay, let's click on EA. So I'll just give here. Okay, and next is it is installing the Windows Autopilot information from a PS galleries. It's going to show that also. I'll just give as yes. I hope everybody is clear why we are executing this script. Or shall I explain why we are doing? Because we are not able to place an order from a vendor, definitely. So we are using the simple script to get a similar hardware file. Now the file has been created with the serial number of this. So this is a computer serial number. It's a lengthy number. Okay, let's go to this one, right? So this is the file got created. Now I'll just rename this to maybe 17th. Yeah, I'll just give 17, and then I'll just copy this file. Somewhere I'll paste it on my desktop. Let me open this file and show you how it looks like. The simple hash, hardware hash. This is a serial number, Windows product ID, hardware hash. This is a simple 3-column. It has produced this entire value, which we cannot definitely read it. Okay, so this file we will import. How do we import? We'll simply go here, import. What if that machine has that file has more machines? 17th, right? So 17. This import, it's going to import it. Here it is in importing, and for your information, since most of you are quite new, this takes actually 15 minutes anyway. If some errors are there, then you can do a sync, but you cannot frequently sync also, because we are actually sitting on a Windows Autopilot server for Microsoft. It's not just for your tenant, it is for all over for every company, right? So this Autopilot server. So when you're importing, the importing is going to your Autopilot server, not just to Microsoft server. So they have a limitations of 15 minutes. Sometimes if you delete it also, it doesn't go. You have to wait. So for this, it takes some time, definitely. So now we just imported, which is still going on. It might take anywhere from 15 minutes to 30 minutes time. Okay, and once it is imported, you will have here the serial number, a lengthy serial number, because this device has a very lengthy serial number since it's a virtual machine. Okay, here, if it is a real, if I just close here, if it is a real machine like this, it will be coming up. Getting me? So like, profile is assigned, all of that. So for this, actually, I have already imported and made it ready for you, so that this 15 minutes plus 15 or whatever it is, once you, what would happen is, once you import, it has to assign the profile. Let me explain that also for you. So what would happen? This device should associate it with this profile. How it would happen? In the backend, this device will part of a AD group that we created, right? The dynamic AD group. And then this profile also has a target of that dynamic AD group. So it will check it in the backend, and this device, whatever you importing now, will assign this profile. So it's 3 minutes. It may take up to 15 minutes time. So once you import, it will actually go and show as a updating. Once the device is imported, it will start updating. Post to that, it gets deployed. I mean, deployment, it is assigned, meaning you can, ready for the deployment. The device is this, and it is trying to update. So let's see what is that it is updating. It is updating a profile name. So it is not at assign, it is trying to assign to user driven. Okay, but if you see this machine, the physical machine, it is already assigned state called user driven profile. Okay, so it has to wait the status to updating to assigned state. Okay, in the meantime, we can talk about the enrollment status page. Okay, let's go here. So creating enrollment status page, you will have a normally by default only this one, which consists of the settings like this. I'll show you. It will be like this actually. Okay, the enrollment status page appears during the initial device setup. First, user logon. Okay, you can actually here configure in such a way with these options. Okay, like show app profile configuration, the application profile configuration. You can show the status. If you don't show, the autopilot profile or the status doesn't show basically. So it will be, it just goes like us, self-driven kind of thing. You don't see that experience of autopilot. So we will configure this yes, and this is where the errors, in case of any errors, it can wait till 60 minutes. If any specific application is taking a larger time than that specific application installation time, it can wait till 60 minutes. Post to that, it will be an error, and you get this as the notification saying, hey, you have exceeded the limit, and please talk to your IT support for the further help. And coming back to the allow users to collect the logs, so this is where you can collect the logs if you want it, or if you want to allow the end users to collect. So there is a button will be there, so they can connect any of the USB key to export that logs with this option. This is WOOB experience. So this is basically a status page which will come up when you're trying to do the autopilot, so that it's like a gate kind of thing where it gives you some more options from the end user point of view when he is trying to do something. For example, do you want to see the progress? If you say by default no, it doesn't show anything. This is by default configuration, but we would actually enable this so that the WhiteGlove or pre-provisioning will work. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Okay, and that's why we need to configure ESP for one other reason. And once we configure this, the errors, let's say if an application is taking more than 60 minutes to install, then we can give here 60 minutes time. That's a maximum. After that, it will say that exceeded the time, and we can allow the users to collect the log file and allow the OOB experience, show the OOB experience. And also users can, if something goes wrong, they can, do the reset if you want to allow them, or if you want to allow the users, even though the devices fail, but still you wanted to allow the user to use it, you can toggle. And you can block some of the applications. That example, you're trying to deploy 10 applications. So out of this 10 applications, let's say I wanted Office is mandatory, and maybe Teams also mandatory for end users. So let first install these two and wait till these two applications to get installed. Later point, give this machine so that the user can log in, and he will start using maybe the PC with the help of Teams or some Office or some other activities he will be performing. In the meantime, in the backend, maybe like a GoToMeeting application or some other applications gets delivered when the user logged in state. Okay, so for this, you can actually give the explicitly only few applications, or let's say 10 applications should install. You can also do in a such a way that. So for us, for example, if you want to configure here, let's say selected applications, you can select some of the applications like I wanted to toolkit to be installed, office to be installed. These are mandatory applications example. You can define it. Okay, this is the ESP. So in our case, I actually started explaining on the default one. Okay, let me close this page. So on a default one, I had already configured a settings like this without the application configuration. So I wanted to show without the application configuration as a first step. Later point with another step, I wanted to show uh, with only explicitly some applications, and then show, because that is needed for the WhiteGlove purpose. I will be showing you that. Okay, or maybe I can say just the one application if you want, but that's okay. We'll do that demo later, but we'll go with the default with the step by step. Okay, this is my configuration. In case if you want to customize and assign for specific users, you can create the same configuration. For example, test example, and here the settings will be there. The same setting you can apply. For example, you just shown some group name, right? Similarly, you can assign that for Office Lite dynamic group. The specific setting can be applied, so that these settings will be applied to that specific devices. Like that, you can configure multiple ESPs also. That is also supported. So now let's go back to the that concludes the ESP specific. What we can do is we can create some of the custom configurations, but this is not really needed now. In the past, we used to create for configuration profiles. We used to create here, for example, this is the one configuration that you can see, which I just created. So here, this is what the values were given by Microsoft to skip the user status page or ESP if it is not working properly. We can skip this by setting up this kind of configuration. This was in the past we used to use it, but no need to use this ESP specific configuration. This is default, so you don't need to use such configurations to fix any ESP bugs as on date. Okay, if you use the latest, anyway it's a cloud service, so it's the latest, which we are going to demonstrate. Okay, if you see here, this profile also not applied. Okay, now let's go to devices and have a check on this device is in assigned state, and this is a device that we tried. So let me actually configure the machine to, let me pull this machine to Web experience. So I have already taken a screenshot of this machine, so I'm just applying the previous snapshot so that the machine gets moved to previous state where it was in the Web experience, like this. Okay, so in this phase I'm actually okay, before I just move here, I wanted to explain some other options also for you. If you see here, this is not assigned to any user. Okay, meaning if you have a user account, you can assign, meaning this machine will be dedicated to a specific user. If you don't assign, what will happen is user specific applications cannot get it if you're trying to do the um, pre-provisioning options. Okay, but let's assign and see how this looks like. So I'll just select the user. Okay, and sorry, assign a user to maybe a user called cool example. Okay, and now this button will come up here. If I just save it, it takes a minute or so. If I just click on here, now I should be able to see here as a cool, but still unassigned, meaning it's not yet synced. Let's see, still unassigned. So this takes some time. It says force sync. I can do a sync. If I try to do one more time sync, it will throw an error. Okay, so I have to just wait for a few more minutes. So now the sync is happened, completed in the backend, and the user account is cool. So what would happen is it will actually start welcoming, hey cool, please use your password. That's what we are expecting, and the applications will come once the user is logged in. So this is the machine. So I'll just go with a reset of this machine so that it will start from a scratch, which I like to do it. Like so if you see here now, we have some important steps to do it, and then it does that configuration in the backend to check this hardware hash if it is exists in Autopilot server or not. It's just validating in the backend. So it just validated seems to be, and it is doing some restart. So think that this machine user got it received. So when he start the computer, this is how the experience is for the end user point of view. It's just doing here. What happens if we don't have internet? So at this phase, it will ask for Wi-Fi, but since I have connected to the LAN, it's not asking me to connect to Wi-Fi. And if you don't have internet connectivity, it doesn't work. And if you see here, hi cool, that's what it is coming. It's simply saying that hi cool, and it is welcoming with my company name. And then it's just asking for the only password. So the user ID also it has taken. How? Because we assigned this user to cool. Getting me? Now, if I just quickly log in here, oh, what is the password? Give me a second. Really don't know. It's just logging in. And by the way, I didn't show you how the device looks like actually. What happens is when you import actually to the all devices, it will come up like this. See? Or this, the icon when you import it. Okay. So in this case, one of the machine, I think 33818 is the machine. So this is an autopilot profile. Okay, you can see here. So the device should come here under devices once it is registered. So it has to do all the checks in the backend and come back. This takes another 5 minutes, something like that.
Let's say if you do not assign the user account to this device example, or maybe you imported maybe 500 devices and you definitely no need to assign them, right? So if you don't assign, what would happen is it will simply,
so let's say if you don't assign, what would happen is it will ask for the username. Okay, it's for the username. So the user have to come here and enter the username. Earlier it said, hi cool, please enter your password, right? So it doesn't say that hi cool, welcome to your organization, the company name that is here in this case PaddyMaddy Logitech Intune demo. That's what it's going to come up on the top, and it will ask for the username and password. So that's where we are going to enter the user ID and password. So it's not 1,000 devices. You can't definitely assign each and every device. It's a hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just demonstrated two things here at once. Okay, this is done, device preparation. Sorry, it's my fault already. It's asking for the pin and all of that. So this is the configuration actually coming from Windows Hello. So how this is coming is, 1 second, where did I configure this? Let me approve this. It's a Windows Hello, which needs to be approved. So this is basically here, and if I just go here, Windows Enrollment, Windows Hello is there. So this is also very similar to ESP. It is by default assigned for all users. So if you want to disable, what you can do is disable, and in the last option also will be there to disable. That would actually disable the Hello configuration in case if you don't want. Save. So this will not be prompted on any other machine. So we can move to the next topic. So what I'll do is I'll simply explain the process first.
For pre-provisioning, or we call it as the WhiteGlove process. So I'm going to deep dive that WhiteGlove process, and then we will go for the demo on a physical machine.
Let's say you ordered. So what is the problem in this case? The normal user-driven case, the major problem is when a user login, he will not have the applications readily available. So the applications comes once the user login. So it takes some time since it has to come from a cloud, right? So it takes some time. How can I ensure that this device also should be a complaint, at the same time applications also should be already available? So for that, there's something called a WhiteGlove. So if you think about WhiteGlove, what happens is the two hands gets changed. So the first thing is there is a build engineer team. There could be a dedicated team within your company. So what they do is they receive the hardware and they do the autopilot, and later point they ship it to end user. Okay, so what they do in this build phase is something called WhiteGlove or pre-provisioning. So as the name suggested, pre-provisioning, all the required company standards will be enforced to the device along with the applications also. Okay, that's the pre-provisioning concept. So let's explain this process, what it consists. Okay, so what happens is you receive the device. So let me close this. I'm trying to explain the build engineer person what he's going to do. He's going to do actually, he receives the device, a branded new machine he received. This has to be shipped to X user. Okay, what he'll do is he will start the machine into autopilot mode, and then he will press during the autopilot mode. There's a separate ESP page will be there, definitely. Okay, in that when it goes to the autopilot phase, the Windows key will be pressed 5 times. So on your keyboard you have a Windows key, right? That will be pressed by your build engineer or autopilot engineer by 5 times. Then this will come up into a different phase. One is a package phase, other one would be the autopilot with the WhiteGlove option. Okay, so we normally select the second option, which will do the autopilot with the WhiteGlove option. So what will happen is this process I'm trying to explain now. Okay, so what will happen is we are going to demo all this, but just wanted to explain the process. This is very important because it will give you only a few minutes time when we demo. That's why I wanted to explain first, and then we'll do the demo. So when we press 5 times the Windows key, okay, when he press that Windows key button, he'll get 3 steps. Out of that, the second step we will be choosing for the package to install or choose the provisioning mode. So that's option itself a provisioning mode. So that's nothing but the Autopilot WhiteGlove. So once you choose that, it will come up with a screen. As soon as you selected this second option, it is coming up with a screen saying that this is a username, this is a profile name, that's Autopilot profile name, and your company name also will be displayed. This is our company name. So this company name, this profile name, and also the user. So in case if you assign to a user, let's say I did not assign to any of the user, then it won't show. Okay, so this is the normal, a page will come up. As I said, just a web page kind of thing, but there's no address bar. So it's a screen on a screen. You have a wallpaper, right? So on a wallpaper, it comes like this: the username and the profile name that you're going to use it, and the company name. That's it. And a small barcode also will be there. So what you can do, you can take a screenshot of this with your phone. Okay, example. Or if you're sure you're just trying to build only single machine, right? You're not building 1,000 machines, let's say. You're not building now 1,000 machines. I'll take the scenario later. But if you're building one machine, you simply what you do, you'll click on it. Okay, I'm pretty sure that this machine is going to be dedicated for this specific user. I know that I'm going to use this Autopilot with WhiteGlove option profile. And then simply accept to proceed or continue button will be there in the down. So once you proceed that, what happens is the the steps which are happening on this machine, we just see that 3 steps, right? So the 3 steps will start, and then finally what will happen for the application state, it will take a lot of time definitely for install all the applications. Once the applications are fully installed, and then you press 5 times this Windows key, then you get the options. You would be choosing the second option called provisioning option, and then a page will come up with saying that your profile name and the username, profile name, and the company name with a barcode also. If you take with your phone that barcode, it will give this information. Okay, and later point when you click on provision or continue option, let's say, then it will go to the next phase. With all the required application gets installed, then it gets also restarted, and then it will show another page similar to this page, but this time it will be with a green color. The background is with a complete green with the username and the, if it is assigned to a username, and the profile name and the company name will be there. Okay, and then a normal button will be there in the down called reseal. So what exactly reseal? So if I tell you the entire story is related to the reseal. Reseal is nothing but you're actually shutting down the machine in a reseal mode, meaning it's very similar to when I do, for example, a reseal. What happens is it goes to the shutdown, so the computer gets shut it down. Later point, the end user, we ship this machine to end user. Example, you ship it to end user. What happened? End user will click on a power button, the physical power button he starts. Then it will ask for the keyboard or regional settings based on your settings that are configured under profile. And then once that is configured, it will restart the computer and it will ask for only password. As soon as he entered the password, the applications and the configuration will be readily available. This entire process does not take much time for the end user. Okay, now few things here I wanted to explain in a red color now. So what if you don't get it here a green color? What is mean by green? Green means the device is ready for end user to ship it. How do you ship it? You actually take a photograph. Sorry. You would actually take a photograph of this screen with your phone, and then you would where is the mute button? Yeah. So you would actually take a photograph of this entire screen, and maybe you attach to a to the device, and you will ship it to the end user. Why you actually take a photograph? Let's say if you're the build engineer, if you're trying to build maybe 100 machines, 100 different devices with maybe HP whatever 840 G3 model, all devices look same, but you don't know which device is to go to where. You will definitely get confused. That's why this reseal, before you reseal, you take the photograph and take the print from your phone and then stick it to this device and ship it, so that you're sure that you're shipping this device to that dedicated user. Getting me? So that's the important thing. So in a high level, a build engineer will build the machine and he will reseal so that the machine goes to shutdown state, and you will ship the machine to the end user along with that barcode. If you don't, if you have thousands of devices, it's important to track. That's why we will ship that way. And the end user will receive the device and he will simply enter his user ID and password, or just the password in fact, and then the device will be in a ready state. Clear? Let's go to the further with the device mode. Okay, so we'll create one profile first. Okay, so I have already created a profile. Okay, here test profile. This is just a test. Okay, with the normal settings. Okay, you can see what I've done is this is almost the same scenario, except the WhiteGlove option has been taken here. I can go even choose as a standard. That's okay for me. The only difference why I have chosen administrator is because in case if I want to troubleshoot in any case, then I can choose this. So I'll just say this, and the format also same. Okay, save. Now for this user, it's not assigned to any of the devices. So let's actually assign to a device group, maybe. So in this case, I think all Intune Autopilot devices we can assign. But before I assign, actually, I have to take it out other devices. So in this case, the profile, I'll just take it out. I cannot have the same thing for two targets, right? It's a conflict thing. So I'll just take it out from here. This target. For the test one, I'll assign. That's it. We have done this now. So all we have to do is we have to wait for a few more minutes. So this time we can take a break maybe. So the profile, current profile, this is the machine which I have to import. I did already import it with a physical hardware. So I have a physical machine. I have already imported with the similar steps. So this profile is currently assigned as the user profile. If you see here, assigning currently the status. Let's say if it is fully assigned, then we can do a quick demo. If you want, we have this test profile, which we are gonna try with the Windows Hello for the device called. This is a real device. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to our old style of shooting the camera. Okay, so my apologies in case if I don't shoot properly. Okay, video. Oh, it's not very clear, I know, but if you see here, this is a laptop. Okay, so I got already installed with a USB stick Windows operating system. Now what I'm trying to do is I just paused after the partitioning, the first reboot I paused it. So I'm just continuing further to close this wizard. So it will continue from here. Sorry, there's a slight delay. So it's just installing the Windows. Since it's not a virtual, we can't go back. So we should be very sure to do this testing. To the LAN cable, I like to always work with the LAN. So I've already connected a LAN cable. I have to just here press the 5 times the Windows button. Okay, I've not did that. I'm not in that step because it's gonna come up the language, all of that settings. So now you see here, this is a page. I hope everybody see clearly. Okay, it's asking for the keyboard layout because in that profile I did configured, okay, to pass this or to show this page. Now what I'm doing is I'm pressing start button 5 times. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. Immediately it is coming up with this options. Okay, so very important one I'm going to explain here. This is a provisioning package. A package means like Windows ADK, right? So with the Windows ADK you can customize the normal Windows image and then put that package in your USB or somewhere, and that will be deployed from here in case if you're trying to customize your image. But in normal, for autopilot provisioning mode, you would be using this. Okay, I'll be selecting this and I'll say continue button. Okay, the lag is no more, right? Now you're able to see the continue button, right? Is it clear? Zoom it like this. Yeah, if I handle with my hands, it doesn't look good actually. You see that, right? Now here the continue button. Just put it in my camera place so that it will go in a normal phase. Yeah, you see, right? Now I'm just clicking on continue button. So now a page will come, as I said, a kind of screenshot kind of thing with what is that user it got assigned. So we assign for cool the user ID and the deployment profile name and the domain, that's your organization name, all should come. So now what is happening is it's actually going with the backend with the help of internet. It's actually going to Autopilot server and it pulled. So for the first few seconds, this information was blank. Later point, it has pulled this information. Correct? If you noticed, you can see my company organization name and assigned to which user, and you have a barcode. In case if you have a barcode, if you scan it on my screen, this barcode, you get this information. Okay, now this is a profile name. What is this profile? This is a profile for Autopilot that we have done. Okay, so simply end user point of view, he don't do this step. Who's gonna do this? This is the build engineer who is gonna do it. We'll click on provision. Okay, so once it is success, you would get this instead of blue as a red. Success means green. If it is an error, this entire blue becomes as a red color. If it is a failed, and this information will be shown with one additional option here: collect the log information. Does anybody know? Because except the user driven, remaining all of the setup needs the TPM 2.0. Okay, and a physical machine. You can't test it on Hyper-V for your information. That's why I moved for this step to the physical machine. I'll repeat, you cannot do any other scenario, including self-deployment mode. All of that cannot test on a virtual machine. Okay, you can only test it on a physical machine, except the user-driven with a normal default options that we just tested. I'll just click on provision. Now from here on, the steps remain same, my friends. The steps remain same. The time remains same. the machine gets rebooted, and then you get the green color with a reseal option where the username and the same information will be shown back to you again.
And this is still going on, the installation, and you could see, I just tried zooming so that you could see, and the application got installed automatically and system getting restarted automatically. So once it is restarted again, it goes to the same page, autopilot profile page, and automatically, if you see here, now we are getting a green color with the profile name. This is the profile name which we are trying to do, and the company name and the time it has took, actually the time, and the user account. So, and also the background is in a green color, right? So this is the indicates that it is a success. And if you see here, print welcome letter and ship label, so this entire screen, whatever it is coming here, you can take a by a phone as a photo, and then take a printout and stick on the laptop and ship it to the end user. That's what it is trying to say. So I hope the zoom part is clear. I'm sorry earlier it was difficult, but after zoom it looks good for you. So if you could scan this barcode also, it gets the same details for you with any of the barcode reader. And post to that, as soon as I click on reseal button here, the computer will go into a shutdown state automatically. And then, as it said, this entire screen you can take a photo and stick on this computer. You might be thinking about why should I take a photograph. Let's say if you are the build engineer and you have to build maybe 40 machines, can you guess for which user what is that laptop you're going to assign? You could send possibly you could send a wrong device for another user. Let's say if there's a Chris is expecting Chris laptop, you might ship it a Rob machine if you don't label it, because it all looks the same thing, right? It's difficult. That's why Microsoft gives this page, and you could take a printout and simply label it as soon as it's completed. So when you back here after some time, and you could see here reseal and take the photograph, print, and then attach on the laptop, and then click on a reseal button. So as soon as you reseal, it's actually going to shut down state. So let me click on that reseal button. Yeah, I just pressed on that. So you see here the power is gone here, if you notice. So automatically power is over. I mean, it's not coming up power. So now what I have to do is I have to start the computer. Think that I'm the end user now, and what I'll do is I'll just switch on this laptop by pressing the power button as an end user, and automatically the computer started, and it is asking for me the keyboard layout. And as soon as I select it as whatever the keyboard layout I need, it will continue further. And the second layout, I don't want the second layout in this case.
14th minute or somewhere, it is 16 now. So it's asking for the user's password to be entered. So whatever the password I enter here will be the password. So I'll just enter here. I don't know password. This is the biggest thing for me. So I'll just I enter the password now, clicking on next button. So if you see here, it is actually welcoming hi call, right? Enter the password. Correct?
Okay.
Right. So because the device got assigned. Okay, so I'll just enter the password. I'm clicking on the next now. Okay, I didn't enter the password now, just entered and clicking next. Password is incorrect. Give me a second. What is the password? Bro. Now clicking on next, the password. I'm sorry. Should be there. My friends, if you see, I don't have a display driver. Okay, because I have done the format and do. So I get the PowerShell scripts already. Teams is ready. Office is ready. My applications are already there. All of that stuff is automatic. And just for your information, with the May month release, seems to be, for example, if I don't have it drivers, see, it says that very clearly. You're a standard user, not the device admin or administrator. So you don't have a rights to open my device manager. Try to do. So that also worked for us because we configured as the standard user. Okay, so it's fine. But if you see here, I don't have a driver for display. In a few more minutes, if you see, I don't have a display driver. In a few more minutes, the display drivers also gets installed from Intune. Whatever the drivers are available, that's gonna install. I have not done anything. It seems to be it's getting installed. It just got installed. You see, earlier it was standard. Now it got installed. Fully comes from a Microsoft Store. These drivers are coming from Microsoft Store. Okay, so they are actually getting tied up with. Okay, so this is how it's gonna work. So let me switch back to my primary machine. So if you can see the profile, this is the profile which we are talking about, right? So here it's a standard account and WhiteGlove is yes. Apply the device template as random with a number 1. So anywhere above 1 number, it starts give, it will give you. So we'll check on that. It's a user driven Azure AD join. It remains everything is the same. Like, we experience the terms and license, also privacy settings we have experience, all this, right? So let's go back to the devices and see the device type. Yeah, you see here NHYD1, the machine came. Okay, so it's also compliant. 1232. This is an old machine. The other one, this machine, I think, the machine we tried as a user driven. Yeah, there's a whole user driven based on the timestamp. Also, we can see the virtual machine which we joined, right? So this is also getting all that later point, but in that case, it was quick enough actually, right? We'll wait for the other device. Maybe I might have to just the update here also. Just the update that would show the device. Yeah, I think this is the one. Desktop one. INHYD7 now. It automatically become my friend. If you remember, this was the actual computer name, right? It is showing, but since the profile is assigned, it has renamed. If I click on that also, it is coming this. I can pretty sure that this is the machine. Even if you see the serial number which we imported, the Lenovo machine 20DD, the physical hardware. Okay, so it's gonna actually come up. This also will change in a minute or so to the proper computer name. Take some time. Yeah. So this is how it works, the configuration. Okay, so we tried user driven. We also tried with the pre-provisioning option. Okay, now what is pending is autopilot for existing devices. I'll demonstrate this. I'll try my best to show you. This is very simple, but before that, let's also try with the hybrid AD also, how it looks like. Okay, for hybrid AD, let me show you the concepts. If you just go to Windows Enrollment, and here you have a connector. So this is a connector that needs to be downloaded on one of the computer. Let's say I have a domain controller here. This is my domain controller. I don't like to install on my domain controller, but let's say I had a computer, just a member server, or maybe any of the member server also, that's fine. So on that machine, we can install the ODJ connector or this Intune connector. Okay, so let's actually, I don't have any other PC now. Earlier I thought to create, but we even install the AD Connect also on the same machine. So let's stick to the plan. Here we can install. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to install here a connector. Okay, so let's add. It will ask me to download this connector. So I'll just click on download. So this gets downloaded. Where is that? I'll just say my desktop. Keep this 50 MB. So I'll simply copy to my one of the machine member server anywhere, and you can install. Installation is very straightforward. Now it got even installed on that machine. If you heard any noise, Realtek drivers also came on that machine automatically, not just the drivers, display drivers, other drivers also coming up on that machine. So it's a straightforward installation. Later point, what we do is we would actually configure the account. So I'll say configure. This is where it's going to ask for the global admin account. So I'll simply enter admin account. This is one of the pre-requirement that is also needs to be done on the machine. Okay, that's it. So what happens in the technically in the backend is once this is completed, you will be getting a service. It's like very similar to AD Connect, but it's not exactly AD Connect. If you see Intune ODG connector service, okay, this is a service which will be gets installed as part of the installation, and it will be in a running state. If you see here, the connector is successfully enrolled. Now the configuration is completed. Sooner we should be able to see here a machine with the configuration. Okay, this is just the, after a few more minutes, it will start reporting here. Okay, in the meantime, we also have to do some other configuration also. Let it takes some time, my friends, to come up here. We just installed. Now, additional thing is, I'll just close this. Additional configuration of what we have to do. So let's say you have a OU called India example. Within this, maybe example, let's say Hyderabad. I'm just taking one example. So you wanted to grant a permission. Why? If you ask me, if you ask me why we should install this in a single word or maybe single sentence, because we will take the help with this connector to join the machines into the required OU. Meaning, since we have a connector, what we do is we will grant a permission with the help of delegation for the computer account that where we install. AD connector got installed, the ODG connector or the Intune connector got installed on a computer, right? So we'll select here the computer name. So in this case, it would be, let's see, I think this is the computer name. That's where we installed. Yeah, this is the computer name we installed. Click on next. We will be adding the permissions, computer objects, full. So this is how you normally grant it. So if you ask, what is the documentation, all of that, if you simply Google, you have all these steps mentioned in a document also. So if you ever worked with a domain join account to grant a permissions on a specific OU, whatever the permissions you give, same permissions we are giving on a computer where we have the AD Intune connector got installed. So in this case, Intune connector got installed on a machine called domain controller. So for that machine, we gave the full permissions. So post to that, let's see, here we got it. No, not it. Yeah, you see here, this is coming and active also there. So what we have done so far, I'll explain one more time. On my domain controller on a OU, we granted a permission for Intune connector installed machine. So what will happen is, let's say if I try to build a machine with the autopilot, okay, and the machine should join to my on-premises domain controller, then you mention also some uh, naming format and join to a specific OU, right? So the OU example, this is the OU. We just gave here India, the sub OU Hyderabad. So we granted top level, meaning and the down also will have a permission. So whatever the OU you mention somewhere to this machine to join into that OU, we have not done this configuration. I'll repeat once again. We have not done this configuration that this machine should go and join here. We're just preparing the infrastructure like this OU should have a permission for Intune connector. That's what we have done. So this computer will go and create the computer account here. Okay, and now what we'll do is for this machine should only go to this OU. How do we define is? We define with the profiles. Okay, we'll configure with the profile saying that, hey, I have a step called domain join. Please execute this domain join with this is a domain name. This is my OU name. This is my uh, display name or kind of thing, okay, or my computer name format. Okay, I would mention these 3 steps in my domain join profile. Okay, that is pending now. We are going to do that now. But technically, you understood if I correctly explained, or if you if you're getting me, what I'm trying to explain, why we need this connector from a devices, Windows configuration profile, and we're going to create a new profile here with the Windows 10 or later with the templates. We have something called domain join already, right? So I'll just say domain join this step, create. Now it will ask for the, let's say I have a OU called domain join with Hyderabad example. I'm just giving example, Hyderabad. Now it will ask, what is your computer name prefix? So the same format that you had within this autopilot profile, you had some formats, right?
Yeah.
For example, maybe we can, come on, we can take the user driven one, which was worked even for us, right? If you remember, it started with a 1 number, right? This profile. So we can give the same format here, the computer prefix. Okay. Yeah, if you see here, this is more than length of 12. So I'll just say, if I take these, it will accept. Okay. So I insert with a random number. Okay. Now the domain name, what is a domain name you have to enter? You should enter in a format with a fully qualified domain name. So what is my domain name in this case? My domain name is mylab.local. Okay, what is your OU? So I have a OU. I wanted to join this machine to a specific OU. So what I'll do is just say ADSI edit.msc. This is the ADSI editor. So you can just browse whatever the OU you wanted. For example, I want this machine should be part of Hyderabad example OU. So I'll simply go to the properties. I'll copy this distinction name. Okay, or just double click in the OU path. It will be in a DN name format. So I'll simply copy, paste it. Okay, now create it. Now, as I said earlier also, this is just for a specific device group. So in my case, I might end up with one for Hyderabad, one for Bangalore, one for Delhi, something like that. Okay, the groups. So that group I can assign. In my case, I'm just giving to these groups. Okay, example. Or I would actually properly, if you want me to enter properly, I would actually go to the all autopilot devices example. I would select this, configure, That's it. This step is done. So as part of the now profile creation, so if we just go to, we cannot edit the existing profiles that were already created with the autopilot. Okay, for example, I cannot edit here to hybrid AD join as far as I know. So if they allow, that's a great, but you see here, this is not allowed to edit. So all we have to do is we have to again create a new profile. In this case, very similar. So this is hybrid AD join. Okay, sorry. Here we choose user driven with hybrid AD join. That's it. Remaining settings are same except one, which is device name template gets grayed out. Reason being, we should apply on the on the configuration profiles. Remaining steps are same. You can do even here also the WhiteGlove. You can play even standard or all of that. Okay, so you can play in this way and you can apply, but you need to have as a mandatory. You need to have that that profile. If you don't have a profile, it's not going to work. So you can assign to a specific group. That's a autopilot devices group. Then this is going to work as it is. Clear? So in this, any questions? Hybrid AD job. We have done this autopilot. Now, one thing is pending within this autopilot configuration, which is autopilot for existing devices. So this is so easy. This is nothing but the any of these cases, like the pre-provisioning or user driven. You can use that with a combination of SCCM. This is a very interesting one. Okay, so let me. So what we can do is we can create any of the task sequence. Let's say I want to use maybe hybrid AD join example. Simply what I'll do is I'll just go to the properties task sequence and we can change this to convert to all existing machine. Okay, so it will register if even though if the machines were already in the autopilot mode. This is one other configuration. Apart from this, review, save. Apart from this, you also have another configuration from the SCCM. So now I'm actually taking the scenario of autopilot for existing devices. This actually talks about SCCM. Okay, now let's say I have in my on-premises SCCM infrastructure. How I'm going to do it? So it's very simple steps. Like if you all know already SCCM task sequence, this needs a little bit of SCCM background. So I have just created one dummy task sequence. If I just open up, this is with a default setting. So how it looks like is like you start this is a general one. I've not done anything. A deploy task sequence, formatting, and then using some image, and you're gonna set the Windows settings, and then the machine will join to somewhere, and the drivers with your WMI logics you would be using. Later point, if any updates or any packages, it will be there. This is the normal task sequence, how it looks like, right? So within this, what we're going to do is we'll modify this task sequence. Okay, or in fact actually Microsoft has given ready-made for us. It actually modifies the same task sequence somewhere here, and this is where what happens is it actually, when the machine starts to web experience, it will try to query to autopilot server, and then if we have any target this hardware ID, for example, the hardware ID was already imported, that can be actually used and the machine can be rebuilt it. So for that, what we'll do is simply existing machines, these all will be considered as the deployment, because you are actually using the SCCM boot media to build the machine. You're not doing uh, you're not buying a new machine, right? Existing machine you're actually trying to build with the SCCM, but somewhere here we will initiate the autopilot profile. So for that we need to do some steps. So the step one, you take any of the machine, maybe a work machine or maybe a Windows 10 machine. That's also fine. You need to execute few commands to download the Autopilot profile. So what we are going to do is we will be going to this Autopilot deployment profile. We have 3 profiles, right? Out of that, whatever the profile you want to use it, we will convert this profile to a JSON format. So we convert into a JSON format. How do we do is we will be connecting with the PowerShell to Intune, and then we do all these steps. So let's do the MS Graph will be used in the backend, but before that we have to install some packages to connect. So just go to my server. Maybe we can use even, I think we have already PowerShell here module with a proper, yeah, font is already configured. So I have actually a document which I wanted to show you. So this is the one. What we do is basically we will be executing these things, these PowerShell commands, so that the package gets downloaded. Later point we'll connect to to Intune with the Autopilot server. For this, we need to give the consent on behalf of organization. So we'll give the consent here, and later point you would be running these commands like a get autopilot profile that will list all the profile information like this. Then we can actually convert into a JSON format, and that file can be saved in a notepad with the extension of JSON. Otherwise, you can use these commands to even save the output with the encoding of ASCII format, the JSON file. This will be created like this, and this file will be used during the operating system deployment. So let's say we create out of that file as the uh, task sequence. I'm going to show you that. So this is a step will be automatically created for us when we create the task sequence, okay, for that file. So let's do that. The first step would be definitely to install these modules. So we will be installing on any of the machine. So these can be done on anywhere that you have a machine. It's not that SCCM, it's not domain controller. Since I have already font is configured here, I'll be executing here one by one. So the module is getting installed for Microsoft Graph. Later point, we will be connecting to Microsoft Graph. So these commands has been completed. Now, if you see here, connect to MS Graph, and then you would be giving your admin credential. So I'll just say connect, and I need to give my global admin permissions. So in this case, it's already signed in, so it's good that I don't need to enter password. I'll just say consent for reading these permissions with that account for that tenant basically. So now consent has been completed. Now I can use a PowerShell commands to get the profiles. So here I can actually use only this. I'll show you. Not this one. So this will list my all the profiles. Since I have already connected, it will be listing my all profiles. So if you see here, one is a profile name test. We have user driven profile name. Other one is hybrid AD. So total 3 are there. So what we wanted is we wanted to convert them into a JSON format, right? So for that, simply we can use the command to convert. So before that, I might have to create a directory. So let's do the PC call. So I'll just create a directory called temp. So simply I would be using a command to get it created under C:temp folder. Okay. So simply enter the profiles. So now if I just edit this command, This has been executed. Let's go to c:temp folder. Now I have a notepad application. I can open this application. So I have total 3 profiles got coming back here. So I can use whatever the profile I want. Definitely only one profile during the autopilot. You can't use 3 of them. So let's say if I want to go with the profile for hybrid AD join, then I would use this. So the rest of the settings will be taken out from here. Save. So I just save this file, close, and I'll simply copy this file name or the complete file. I'll come back to my SCCM server and I'll create a folder in one of the directory. Let's say, okay, let's say here, this can be maybe Autopilot. Already close. So I'll just create a package, normal package without a program we would be creating. So simply I'll come here, create a package. Which consists of this path, no program needed. And later point, I would distribute this package to the required DP. Now I'll be creating a task sequence. Okay, so this is from here on, it goes in a different way. So like, let's say right click and create a task sequence. Now you have an option for deploy Windows Autopilot for existing devices. If you just choose this radio button, the options here, system preparation, which is if you work with the older version, we used to create sysprep package in the past, right? With the Windows 10, it is built in, of course, but in the past for Windows XP, we used to create the deploy.cap file, extract that, and use the sysprep tool. So this step becomes as the Windows Autopilot. So sooner or later, this gets even changed here, UI. So now I can say deploy. Okay, simply I would be choosing whatever the boot image. The steps remain same. So the package, Windows package, this is SCCM client package, your Windows updates package, your application, if you have any custom application, you can choose. This is where system preparation plays. You need to show here Windows Autopilot package. So in this case, we just created this package. I will show that. Post to that, if it is a if it is the Windows Hello kind of thing, you can choose the shutdown button. Okay, so simply choose as per your requirement. Click on next. So this has been created, task sequence. Now I'll simply edit this. And if I just go here, this command is automatically coming for me with a package. So if I just go to Microsoft documentation, whatever we have done here is the same. This has been done automatically, right? And later point, you can target it, as it says that, you can target to any of the devices that you wanted. Okay, it's a normal target, like you normally deploy Windows 10, right? Same way you can target to any of the collection. It gets deployed. Clear? Okay, and you can add here, my friend, additional packages also. Let's say this is anyway, this step is for capturing, maybe during the process I have taken. Yeah, so here you can add any other packages. Let's say there's a package called maybe whatever the packages you have, you can add it. So you can increase your task sequence. So few things come from there, few things come from here also. Like that, you can design the way you want it. And in case if this you have a cloud management gateway, this also works over the internet. Okay, Clear? Any questions that I can take it for the Autopilot specific? Power BI, right? So for the Power BI, I have done a few things. First thing is you have to know if you're trying on your lab, you can get the trial Power BI, which is a free for 60 days. Okay, I'll show you the steps. File Power BI. Oh, I didn't copy it maybe. So you can go to this link, which will give you the complete details how to integrate. Okay. For this, there's something called a role called Intune Data Warehouse. Role needs to be granted. This can be found even RBAC roles also. It's one additional role. Then you need to install your Power BI, either desktop version or a browser version. So in our case, we have the desktop version, which I installed already on the machine. Okay, and there is something called Intune Compliance. This is available as a store application. Okay, with a default sample data. Let's say what I'm trying to say is if you just go to the Microsoft Store on your computer, Windows 10, you have something called Intune Compliance Data Warehouse. This is published by Microsoft. You can see, so you can get this application for free with the pre-configured data, sample data like this. It will be available. Okay, so we can just get it that application. So I'm just here what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to log in with the same account so that I can launch that, basically post to the installation. So I already launched that normal my Power BI. So Power BI is very similar to your Word or Excel. You need to know, for example, if you take it Excel, not everybody knows HLOOKUP or VLOOKUP, all that uh, lookups or maybe formulas. Similarly, Power BI also, you have visualization here in the right side here, and you need to drag and drop with the required content. Okay, so in this case we can simply connect with the data with a sign in to the account that we have taken a trial. So we have taken trial for that account, which can be viewed and just entering my password. Once I enter the password, the email ID to log in. So I just enter my login ID. Once I enter the login ID, during the launch of this Intune complaint, it will ask for the account details so that it will just connect to directly to that your Power BI account, this default data. Then you will have a fancy, really fancy kind of thing. If you see here, I'm going to install this definitely. Power BI, it's going to install as an app and gives me the default reports. So you see here, these all are coming from a default with sample data. You can see here the sample data which was available. If you want to connect, you can simply connect it. But within the sample data, you can notice that thousands of devices, whatever it is, non-complaint, complaint. Later point, you can drag and drop the required data feeds. Okay, so in our case, it's a sample data only, all this data. So I can simply connect by clicking on here to connect. So this account, the account which I'm trying to connect, should have the permission on my machine. Let's say on my Intune Intune connector application. So if you see here, this is trying to connect with my data privacy level. You can set it if you want. Sign in and connect. So I'll just connect with Azure admin. So once I connected, this data will be fetched. So it takes some time to refresh and this data will go off in a minute. So now the data is gone, and now whatever the data is available, which is like, if you see the timestamp also this morning with today's date 17th 1 a.m. between. So whatever the data is set, that is actually coming up here clearly with the data. So if you want a other type of data to be presented here, of course this is for exporting, but you can subscribe to get the alerts. You can represent with your dashboard. Okay, but again for this you need to know the Power BI application. And coming to the monitoring, yeah, you have the monitor option for applications. These are the application specific monitoring, or application specific troubleshooting can be done from monitor specific. Similarly for the devices, you have a monitor. So this is where all the additional reports that you can collect it, and some of them can be viewed here, whether it's success, failure, all of that stuff. You can you can check out, and threat status. Like you have here the basically monitoring default reports can be pulled from here. Okay, if you have done any of the device actions like this, you can check out here if it is a pending or complete, like wipe or autopilot reset, for example, and this mission is completed like this. You get the proper report. And coming back to the troubleshooting, this is very tricky. I would recommend, if we get any troubleshooting problem or any user report or a device problem, then we simply select here that specific user account, and we'll try to see what all the settings are applied, not just the applications, including the policies. Everything we will be validated. And later point, if it is, let's say this is a single dashboard kind of thing, it gives you a clear idea if there's no license, or maybe some basic thing we might be missing. uh, in that case, it actually gives that specific information for the troubleshooting point of view. And coming back to the help and support, since Intune is completely cloud based, you can always raise n number of cases for free, even for the trial license. And Microsoft dedicated premium support engineer will be involved, and they are gonna help you not less than 4 hours window. So you stuck somewhere, you have some problem. It's very similar to the Office 365. So for Office 365 also, we would raise the number of cases from here with the support. Same thing goes here with the Intune. So since it's a cloud application, you can always raise the questions from here, and they would be giving you option like very similar to the Office 365, whether you want to raise a concern over the phone or email. They would be simply asking similar questions here, and then you can assign, for example, test this is cannot restore kind of thing. It will just give you the basic information. After that, if you think that you need to know contacts, let's say contact, and then give your email ID and response you want within this time. So this actually depends on the time. For example, today is a Saturday, being it is higher, but normally sometimes it will be, when I've seen within 15 minutes time also they have responded to you, or the email or the phone. It all depends on the requirement or the load workload. It's a dynamic basically. Okay, and you can choose your time zone also, so that during the time only they would be contacting based on that language and preferences.
Thank you for listening this entire course, and congratulations, you have completed this training. Now, what is next? You need to look into it. You need to become as an Azure Architect. To do that, I have created some of Architect level videos. Please do check out them at this URL, tinyurl.com/Intune Design. So that consists of 5+ videos within that playlist. Just go one by one. It is really gonna help you from a project design side, and you have a lot of templates that can be reused for your project when you accept as an Intune Architect for your designing and deployment phases, even operation side also. And also check out the latest updates, because it's a cloud service. Intune is a cloud service. Every month they will come up with a new improvements, and I'm definitely making all the possible or most used or most demanded features as the videos. So please do like and subscribe to my channel, and you could check out Microsoft Intune training playlist for up-to-date information with the latest changes. And finally, I request you please like this video and share with Intune community. I appreciate your time to watch this. Thank you. We'll catch you in another videos.